comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
Time will spiral into darkness.
Holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat. Follow if you dare.
To my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
and time will spiral into darkness.
Holding back.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Marvel Rivals Championship here in EMEA. It's good to be back, Moxie. We've sort of seen the end of EMEA Ignite. We have our teams that are heading towards that mid-season finals a little bit later on in the year. But now we get to sort of look back at the grassroots stuff, right? Teams that just narrowly missed out on qualifying for Ignite wanted to really go for a better shot here.
Yeah, I mean, the action does not stop here for Marvel Rivals Esports. We get to see the meta continue to evolve and grow, and we also get to see some unique personalities and identities come through from these teams, which, as you correctly point out, we could potentially see when we head into the second part of Ignite, given how well they're able to do at the Marvel Rivals Championship, as it's going to be potentially a long day. It's going to be BO5 matches that we're covering, Ryan, and also a lot of mirror matchups potentially too, given of the fact that we're not going to be on the advanced pick and ban system, we're on standard bans. So these bans are going to encompass both teams rather than being one-sided against the enemy.
Yeah, we sort of go back to what we've been really sort of experiencing up until Ignite, where we've had more of an advanced draft system. But before we get into anything, it is worth adding that we have the newest character that's going to be hitting the roster coming into the game very soon. Not for this event. That would be very interesting, though, to watch Phoenix just thrown into the middle of this, but pretty much right into the center of the fire. And with that Jean Grey Phoenix Force team up, the new character's looking a great way to just keep the meta hot, I suppose it would be.
Yes, we're not going to be throwing her in right this moment. It is going to be at the start of Season 3, where you'll be able to get yourself both Jean Grey as well something that's available right now. This is the Captain America, Captain Clintar, and Spider-Man Future Foundation skins. I know the Spider-Man Future Foundation one has been one that a lot of Peter Parker mains have been after ever since the Fantastic Four dropped. So if you want to be able to coordinate around your Human Torch players, there you go.
Yeah, Captain Clintar also, we're going to be seeing a lot of those from a lot of the announcements. So we're going to see symbiotic versions of various characters. But if you haven't managed to get the Ignite drops yet, you've got a good amount of time, to be fair. This would be a grand old weekend to do it, because we're going to have a lot of action across all of the regions. We've just seen Asia, we're going to see America a little bit later on. But 6 hours and you'll be able to get your hands on this lovely Will of Galactic Magic skin. And no doubt there's going to be other drops to keep an eye on in the future. So essentially just make sure that your account is all set up and attached, your Marvel Rivals account attached to Twitch, and make sure that you're earning all of these goodies that are going to be sought after in the future. I think it's easy to look at them now and be like, you know, maybe, but you don't know what you got till it's gone.
True, exactly. Once they're gone, they're gone. So make sure that you are watching with that account linked, as we're getting ready to head into some very explosive games today, Ryan, because, you know, we've got to see these teams already getting to qualify into round 12. We've had a lot of maps to be able to look back, see how they like to adapt into the meta, see whether or not they like to run their own meta. And it does seem like we're having a couple of default compositions come through. Interestingly, not a lot of the teams that are left like to go for deviations around the 2-2-2. A lot of the compositions very standard. I think we only have one team actually who's been playing around the Adam and the Mantis Guardians composition.
Yeah, and so to sort of catch everybody up, you sort of look at the schedule that we've seen so far. We'll get a look on what the bracket's going to be as well. This is how it's sort of played out, and you can sort of go and check this at any point in game as well for the tournament system. Hell, even these games that you can watch live as they're happening as well. So if we're not covering one of the games that you want to be watching, you can obviously keep this on your like side monitor, make sure you're still earning the skins, but go watch some of the other teams. But right now we are focusing on that sort of round 12 to 14. We're going to have a finalist at the end of today, and that also means that one team qualifying for Ignite for Season 2 as well, Moxie.
Yeah, and I mean, the teams are definitely teams to watch. Exoblivion not making it into Ignite was a very huge curveball that I don't think a lot of people expected. So they're definitely the firm favorites coming in to be walking away with that championship title and earning themselves $6,000 of a total prize pool of $14,500. However, we've seen upsets. EMEA is very much one of those upset regions, given the fact that Berber, Patafim, and Rad for Ignite were the teams to make it through to that international LAN. As we can have a look and see how that upper bracket is going to be scheduled on out. Chemistry versus Ascended is definitely going to be one to watch, as is Pluvia versus, as we've talked about, Exoblivion, definitely the favorites in this region. And I would assume, for me, I believe the grand finals is likely going to come down to Ascended versus EXO, but let's see if it's actually going to be that, or if we're going to have another of our teams walking away with that grand final position. They're in the upper bracket though, Ryan, which means that if they lose, they can continue on in the tournament. The same cannot be said for the 4 currently down in the lower bracket. Once they lose the match now, they are out.
Yeah, we've sort of got Doncor and the uncles down there. Doncor was another sort of team that I heard in that conversation with Exoblivion, is a team that you would expect to do relatively well for this event. Granted, all of the teams that were in Ignite don't have the chance to play in this one. That's kind of how it works. It's not quite a tier 2 scene, Moxie, but it is a tournament that is not featuring the top 16 teams that we saw make it through from EMEA. But it means that there's ripe opportunity for some not even like unknown or unexperienced players, but just people that have been maybe like All Business is a really good example, right? Like nobody knew much about them because their background was in another hero shooter that people didn't really come from as much, right? So there's probably a lot of examples with these 8 teams that we have left that might surprise you in how much they've managed to collect over the years that they've been playing.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people with experience already in the Marvel Rivals esports scene. Exoblivion have Oligator, who was playing previously for both Team 1 and Luminosity, who did incredibly well in both the Invitational and the last MRC. So that's definitely one of the reasons why they're one of the firm favorites. But like you said, we've got a lot of upcoming talent. We've also got a lot of really cool things that the teams have been doing. Ascended, one of the teams that I believe we're actually going to be watching first, did something that I was a very big fan of. They kind of went for a mind game finesse around the pick and ban system, where in the first half of their rounds they would insta ban out the Loki to make people think, okay, maybe these guys not so comfortable on the Loki player, and then as of round 8 they started saving it. And wouldn't you believe it, in round 10 when they 3-0'd Chrono team, the Loki took 2 out of 3 of the MVPs.
I mean, it seems to be such a valuable pick at the moment, but we are diving straight into one of the upper bracket games. We're going up against Ascended, your other finalist alongside Exoblivion, right, if we're going from a pick'ems approach. From a team of Chemistry, which actually knocked Doncor down to the losers bracket final in a pretty good standing as well. There's a lot to keep an eye on for both these teams. Like I said, if there's other games that you want to be tuning into, you can go in-game to the actual tournament client and watch some of these yourself. But right now, Moxie, we're just jumping into the games that we expect are going to go the distance.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Chemistry are starting off by removing a lot of the flyers from the board. Henkin loves his melee characters. We're likely going to be seeing him on the Wolverine. And it does really feed in nicely to what Ascended are going to be able to do. If they want to run some form of dive when they're coming on through for their attack around of Hall of Dajalia, that Wolverine can act as a counter component, as too can the AMER Frost. If there's a Captain America or a Venom or a Hulk, Carbon Crush is going to be there to meet them and send them right back to the spawn point.
Yeah, we've also, with the system, Halls of Jelly, a random map, and there is the freedom for teams to just keep picking the same game mode, unlike Ignite. So we have kind of gone back to how things used to be with MRC, just to keep, I guess, the rules as straightforward for people to follow in-game as possible. But it does mean that now that we have these like bans affecting both teams, you're not banning for your opponent or protecting yourself. You're doing it for both sides. So seeing the Emma Frost, Loki, the Wolverine makes sense. The Storm, however, for Ascended is an interesting one.
So some teams like running the storm, so you have damage boost access. You can also have things like Omega Hurricane just coming on through and forcing a lot of utility from the backline of your opponent. Plus it forces sometimes things like the Ultron ban to come on through so that you can't just pocket a flyer up in that sky. I'm not surprised that we're seeing the Hela ban, even though the Loki has been saved, as teams have recently actually started utilizing Hela as a counter component to the Wolverine with Soul Drainer. So you see every single time he tries to get on through. And both of these teams have very good Wolverine players. Both Henkin and Mexen love to play the Logan. So we're going to be potentially seeing a 1 versus 1 coming through from them. Though I would imagine for Chemistry, they might actually lean into the counter of it when they're on that defense, running something like a Winter Soldier instead.
The Twitzy is the one that's got it in hand for Chemistry. And you're going to see in a second why the name might be stressing out some of the casters when you see it. But it is like Chemistry, I think, coming in as the underdogs here, right? Like defensive, they're going to be playing the halls of Dejalia. For Ascended, I think there's a lot of interesting things to note for, but getting into game, it's going to be Henkin over onto the Storm. Ascended so far, sticking with our initial lineup, just switching away from the Penny to give away the armor and such with that combination. Ambitious hat, wearing a fedora over on the Hulk skin.
Oh, here comes the fastball special. Can Twitzy manage to find the bionic hook to shut this down, or is this Wolverine going to get a home run? Hulk tries to go for the XL2 just to be able to make that landing a little bit softer. The Mexen's not able to make away with the target. Now they've been able to grab the Magneto out, though, and that is going to be Lettuce very quickly falling. The rocket super jump going to be equipped as well to make sure that Mexen can just jump himself up into the air, get a little bit of support and stabilization from the rest of his team before going for another grab onto the AMER Frost. And even though he falls, the job has been done. Both of the Vanguards from Chemistry are incredibly hard pressed, and it's Lettuce who has to come back on the Doctor Strange to stabilize.
Let's see, trying to look for a bit of a fight, but look at the progression. 96% on for Ascended so far, so Chemistry wanted to put as many bodies on the point as possible, but you can see just how uncomfortable it is. They have to go for the portal play in order to contest, but they lose Ilo just before. Really, they haven't built any of the strategist ultimates up to be able to protect from these fights. It's been very clean from Ascended and a very, very quick first point taken, Moxie.
Yeah, Twitzy was trying his best just on the side approach, using the tainted voltage to catch onto the stack players from Ascended and build up that first Kraken impact, potentially to pivot the fight into their favor. But unfortunately, with the regen domain having been forced already from Chemistry to make the landing of the portal a little bit safer, they didn't have any sustained resources, as we're going to see another fastball come on through and just get so much space. Diamond Form comes on out from CrossFit, so they're not going to get grabbed and deposited into the backline, and that's what a little bit of comfort to the defense as Twitzy is getting ready, looking for a position to send in the Kraken impacts. Ascended going to be respecting it.
There's the copy going in, holding off on using the Fate both worlds as long as you can to just make use of the duration of the ultimate. It's not going to interrupt you as you're in the middle of an ult. It's going to wait until the very end. The Sign of Seduction being forced out quite early in that engagement from CrossFit, hoping to try and catch stuff out, but now it's pretty much everything that Ascended banked up, all working together. The cleanup off of the last stand from Mexen is good enough, at least for Ambitious Hat, to make a pretty safe multi-kill in the end. Chemistry forced to sort of contest more than anything, but it really feels that they're not going to be able to buy much time at all.
Yeah, at the moment they're just playing to the fiddle that Ascended are stringing right now, having to utilize the regen domain to live the wombo combo of Horn of Proteus damage boosted up by the Loki copy coming on through, and then you have to just match the Psionic Seduction coming on out from the AMER Frosts. Ascended just able to coordinate a little bit better as Twitzy again tries to send on through these tainted voltages, almost finds the hook, but the bubble comes on through from Ambitious. Unbreakable resolve, making sure that no one gets punished for it, and Ascended just keep on rolling.
The defense, it really is a case of just forcing out as many fights as much as possible for as long as possible, and right now Chemistry have just been consistently on the back foot, that they've had one fight, if that, at least now they found that first opening. You've taken out the Vanguard on the front side, so there's not going to be a hold for a second. And Henke just trying to clear the point more than anything. Good for some of the Virtus Pro were very keen on doing themselves, just to try and stall out the objective for as long as possible, fight around it, make sure it's not moving for free.
Twitzy has to be incredibly careful. Kraken Impact can get shut down by a Horn of Proteus, Earthbound debuff, but they can line it up with CrossFit Psionic Seduction. Yet again, though, Ascended make the first move. Psionic Seduction comes on through from both sides. Twitzy gets caught in the middle of it and can't use Kraken Impact until now. Finally, the Winter Soldier hits, but unfortunately, there's no pickup of the back of it. Fate of both quarters coming on through now. Another 12 seconds window from Ascended. And a huge lockdown from Nexon is just denying Chemistry any opportunity to find a trade until now. Finally, the Wolverine is removed. And off of that, Chemistry's frontline get a little bit of time to breathe.
Yeah, Chemistry feeling that they're grabbing the reins back on this series a little bit more in this first map. Great ultimate from Halo to just keep people alive in that fight, because that last stand from Nexon caught multiple people. And right now, you're sort of looking at the ultimates available. Ambitious actually swapping away from the hook to go for Magneto, which makes sense now that you're inside. It's not really too much high ground to be diving up on top of. You want to be trying to protect and let Nexon have the freedom and range to move in, I suppose, and get those bulwarks online.
Yeah, Lipton's even over towards the Storm so that Ascended can try and pick up some tempo with the Goddess boost one-sided from their team, but it's not to be. Trying to reintegrate a flying component into space that you do not control just makes it a little bit too easy for Chemistry to divide and conquer. And what was looking like a very fast potential full push has been slowed down significantly now that Chemistry have been able to find that footing. And yet again, they'll have another Kraken Impact to play off of the Psionic Seduction, and Ascended a little bit behind in terms of strategist ultimates now.
Whether they can get a head regeneration domain used pretty early on might give CrossFit a chance to up the pace, and there it is. Psionic Seduction going to come through alongside that Kraken Impact, and then you've got the Loki ultimate, God of Mischief just stacked on top of it too. Omega Hurricane going to sort of cut in as people are trying to leave. The reset attempted over onto stopping the Storm, but she's able to survive, keep themselves engaged. Henken trading over on the Wolverine, actually allowing him and CrossFit to be able to get a couple more picks. They're holding on to this really nicely now.
Yeah, that Kraken Impact was actually gorgeous from Twitzy. Not only does it put more pressure on the Storm, it also gets him out of the Omega Hurricane. The way that we've seen Winter Soldiers use the CC immunity on their ultimate to frame perfect dodge out of Eye of Agamotto's, Henken now too can just wait on an off angle for one of Ascended's players to walk a little bit too far forward, and the Wolverine can pounce on the team left vulnerable behind. He gets scouted out though by Nexon, who doesn't engage, so I don't know if Henken knows that he's been had.
Right now, it's just a case of waiting out who's going to go first. Psionic Seduction is ready for Duplica Fly, but I think they're just trying to force out as many barriers as they can. Any support ultimates too to keep people going. The strategist one, first of all, sent in for Rex as they want to be a little bit more aggressive off the back of it. And Psionic Seduction going to be used on the other side from CrossFit.
Really smart tempo coming on through from Ascended, starting things off aggressively, forcing the regeneration domain coming on through from Baka, taking advantage of the fact that God of Mischief was not built up ready for that fight, as I believe we might have a disconnect on our hands, unfortunately, coming on through from Nexon, as Ascended will continue that payload moving, potentially looking to find a stagger pick coming on through from Chemistry, but the regroup is clean. No one overextends because of the absence of the Wolverine, and Chemistry now with the God of Mischief that they didn't have in the fight before get the opportunity to just stubbornly stand.
I mean, they have really made this first point work when it comes to being stubborn. Omega Hurricane going to try and come in again, aiming for that backline, forcing out the copy of the God of Mischief over to the Fate of Both Worlds. Obviously much more available and free to be picking in this case, and Ascended with Mexon down for the time being. It is a 5 versus 6. And the fight really a case of just pushing any extra meter that Ascended can get their hands onto. But even before this disconnect that comes in, unfortunately, from Ascended, Chemistry holding on really nicely, but it's not done and dusted just yet. The portal play allowing a little bit more of a fight from Ambitious fighting anybody else that's come online, but it's pretty much forced out at the door. And really, it's a case of how well those first 2 points went, Moxie. It ending there isn't a disaster, I think. in the end for Ascended, but it could be the difference.
Yeah, the defense just being able to win that one fight on third and giving them access to just corner. The stability of a corner where you can play a right-hand peek, you can put token resistance up as the attacking team, try and re-engage towards that card, build up your ultimates, deal some poke, take some poke, let your strategists battery their ultimates off of the damage you've done, and then play the ultimate game. It forces Ascended to have to commit so much to regain control of the objective, and then your respawn is so much closer in comparison.
Now to swap over of sides, just because I had a quick glance at some of the chats as well. Somebody was asking, top 2 finish would qualify for stage 2 for Ignite EMEA. Might be different in other regions, but just to confirm that, as well as the prize pool that these teams are playing for, and just a chance to represent EMEA at the top level, it is pretty much a grand finals appearance that's going to get them there. But of course, there's going to be other qualifiers in the future to be announced, I suppose, timing wise, right?
Ascended now, unfortunately, still down Mexen, are going to be putting Lipton over towards the Hawkeye, so you have a pick potential, plus you can utilize the synergy with your Luna for that ice arrow. Noted this is on live patch, so it has been significantly nerfed, but it can still do the damage, especially being able to bypass those shields of cover, both from the AMER and that Magneto. So we can have a look and see chemistry. Not going for the strange portal, they're going to be sending Henkin all the way around that left side to act as a distraction. The Wolverine does get scouted and cleared out by the Magneto, however, but the focus is on Twitzy. Look at how fast this Kraken impact is going to be able to build up off of tainted voltage connections alone.
That's actually a great catch. It was the Magneto up on the high ground alone, a little bit thrown off from Henkin, just gets thrown and grabbed straight away by CrossFit. Now in this position, you could see that Ascended, granted their player disadvantage, trying to set up with that three-pronged hold. Pretty much falls apart as soon as they lose that main Vanguard.
Yeah, and they don't want to have someone staggered, especially when you try and hold on to second. You need your duelist up and around so that chemistry potentially have to worry about how they take this next fight, but they have so much confidence to just keep the momentum going, knowing that they have that numbers advantage, and this Hawkeye is yet to be able to find a pick to slow them down.
Henkin looking to see if he can get a little bit more. 2/3 of the way from having that last stand. And more pot shots from Limpton. Just seeing if he can catch more damage, build up that Hunter's Sight just a little bit more. But seeing how much control chemistry have available to them, have that payload pretty much moving at full speed, trying to take as much ground ahead of them as much as they can. Because even now, they know how quickly Ascended set that initial time on these first 2 points. They know that they can't really risk anything despite having that player advantage.
Well, they've got the Kraken impact, but CrossFit does not yet have Psionic Seduction. There's going to be God of Mischief coming on through aggressively from Alo, forcing out Rex to have to use theirs in Mirror. Hunter Sight comes on through from Lipton, keeping up the threat of that potential one-shot to slow the Luna down. As the last time comes on through from Henkin, but a huge shield into 3 stops the Wolverine dead in his tracks. As finally, it's going to be chemistry with that Psionic Seduction, still waiting to have the better ultimate economy as the fight continues. All the while, Ryan, they're holding on to Kraken impact.
Meteor-M's used on both sides. A lot of damage done from Ambitious Hat, but couldn't quite hit the mark onto Alo. Now, right in the middle of this fight, Kraken's impact is going to be used from Twitzy. Able to connect onto a fair few people, and now it's just a chance for Henkin to clean up some of the scraps, get those resets in, and last stand pretty much forced them right into a corner that there's not much that they can do about. You got Sovio that at least makes the trade, but going down as quickly as possible to go for a reset and potentially a couple more fights.
Yeah, Henkin's last stand sets everyone from Ascended in. That stagger animation and lettuce just comes on through with the insane amount of damage that a Magneto can do for a Vanguard, being able to pick up 2 off of the back of it. Ascended have had enough of both the shenanigans from the Winter Soldier and this Wolverine. Ambitious is over to the thing. We're going to be able to fastball Lipton in, potentially slow chemistry down with a very fast pick up onto one of their Vanguards, and also make sure that we don't get CC'd out. But what we do have to worry about is being a pin cushion for things like this AMER Frost, as CrossFit is absolutely unleashed.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Both worlds forced out quite early from Ascended there. It was Rex going for the copy. Now Silent Seduction going to follow pretty much off of the rip. There isn't much shields or barriers to block this from coming through, but there's enough healing coming through from Ascended now that they've used the actual fate of both worlds. They're able to just survive a little bit longer. Last Stand from Lipton might be able to sort of maintain control of this objective, but it just sets up more picks for Twitzy to get. Kraken's Impact allowing him to crash down and get two just right at the end of it. And Halo keeping everybody alive off the back of that Lunar ultimate means that now it's front pushing again for Chemistry.
Yeah, a little bit too overextended as Henkin, though, and he does get taken down. However, Twitzy is able to trade it back. So Ambitious is removed, Clobbering Time temporarily put on hold. Now, there is going to be Chemistry still moving forward. Magneto going to have that Meteor M2 coming on through from Lettuce just to hold that space. Potentially use the CC immunity to dodge out of the Thing's ultimate. Fastball's being set up, so Clobbering Time hasn't come out just yet as we're following Lipton, but he's yet to be able to find that pick. The passive's already been forced, and he has to back up and play around the corner, just trying to sharpen his claws around anyone he catches.
He could just put the Thing on the point, especially with a Clobbering Time. He's seen if he can maybe just find a pick, bring somebody down to 0, but that regeneration domain that comes in over from Baka was certainly not stupid at all. Like Henkin forced to sort of back out, but the Silent Seduction's going to pull 3 people into it, which should set it up nicely for Lipton to just find a bit more time on the board. There's still 3 minutes that these 5 players have Ascended have to hold on with, and all really Chemistry need is one good pick to start snowballing things forward again. And a last stand for Henkin. It's not a snowball, it's an absolute cannonball coming through.
Yeah, not a snowball, definitely an avalanche as Chemistry just wait. They know that Ascended have to cycle through every single one of their ultimates to hold the ground, and so Chemistry play the long game. They just wait for the ultimates to be done, don't play super aggressively, don't play in potentially punishable positions, absorb all of that damage, and immediately, the second that the ultimates are exhausted from the defense, it's their turn. And that's exactly what they do. Out come the ultimates, there's the aggression, and Ascended unfortunately just have no room to be able to disengage it. Really good stuff coming on through from Chemistry, showcasing the team chemistry, the setups that they had for things like the Kraken Impact to be able to find more value, even finding setups off of just Henkin, not just the Wolverine Feral grabs, but also the last stands. And in itself, every single time we saw a player getting caught in the just massive gravity of that Wolverine ultimate, the orbit would immediately be felt from the rest of the team's focus as well.
Oh, wow, 32k damage done from CrossFit too. I really feel that even before, like, the elephant in the room is the player disconnected, and naturally that's going to affect Ascended's chances. The good thing is it's a full best of 5, and no doubt there is time to get Mexid back into the server or to allow a substitute to come in for Ascended, so hopefully this isn't a recurrent issue that comes into the game client. But I also have to say, the CrossFit, it felt that once he was able to sort of take some of those more neutral engagements, he really found a lot of success with that Emma Frost. And especially up until that point, we saw Ambitious hat over on the Hulk. He had to switch over to the Magneto because it felt like so much value was grabbed just off the back of this, even nerfed like Emma Frost.
Yeah, I mean, CrossFit, like you said, just doing a lot of damage on that Emma, almost always being on maximum charge as well, off of the amount of aggression that Chemistry's players had, and the fact that they held their space. Like, Baka and Alo were doing so much, Baka being able to output 43,300 healing on the Loki, and your Luna also contributing 33,000. Just let the Emma have so much comfort to hold her ground and go as aggressive as she wanted to. Diamond Form being to set up things like the Carbon Crushers coming on through, and there were so many moments as well to highlight. Like, I think my personal favorite was Lettuce utilizing that Meteor M to CC immune out of the Clobbering Time coming on through from Ambitious, which unfortunately meant that we didn't get to see much follow-up time coming on through from the Thing. But every single player, it feels like, on both Chemistry and to their opponents of Ascended, had moments where we can point and say, look what a good player, look what a smart decision they made.
I guess, not to really sort of give you too many questions to answer, but, like, I was a big, like, Chemistry believer, like, #1 fan of Chemistry before, because me and Tetcha watched a couple of these games, did some, like, practice casts, saw exactly what was going on. Does this impact your, like, tier list, I suppose, of having Ascended as a grand finalist team? Granted, again, like, we should have stuff coming back into game, and hopefully Mexon's going to be able to return to us. But chemistry did look good. You have to give them their roses when it mattered as well, even when it was a full 6v6 fight.
Yeah, chemistry looks incredibly good. We saw a lot of picks as well come through, which I think would have been curveballs for some of these players, right? Hawkeye hasn't been all that meta outside of one time we really got to see it come through from Zero Tenacity on Ignite, but I know it's also been a pretty good flavor for some teams in terms of different regions that have liked to take advantage of Ice Arrow and all of the shenanigans that you can find punishing teams that would normally use double shield to block a lot of that poke pressure coming on from teams. We got to see like a little bit of that, plus Fing coming through too, even before we get to see the season 3 anti-flyer Fing strategies coming on out. But you can definitely tell that there was a huge identity, and I think for me, chemistry looked so strong because they just had so much good team coordination.
Yeah, it felt like what we sort of wanted to see, right? These like upper bracket games got a lot to work with. And naturally, we have a lot more of this best of 5 to play, but we're going to go for a break, I believe, fairly soon. So we're not going to be out of the action for too long, but we'll be back to see whether the rest of this series is going to feature Mexon or not, and whether there's a chance, I suppose, for Ascended to be able to come back into this one. So don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
comes to my Clintor. To me, my queen in black.
Null is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
Show me that you are still the only one.
Our Rivals Championship continues, and we really get a chance to look, Moxie, at really just two of the teams that we expect to do well. Granted, one of them had a disconnect, but at least now the ball's in their court to choose a map, I believe.
Yeah, hopefully as well it will be a 6 versus 6 once again coming on through, and they do not get the opportunity to pick a map. It's not super impactful for which side they pick, other than deciding whether or not they're going to be on the attack or the defense, as we've already talked about. Standard bans coming on through, not the advanced pick and ban system, so the ban format will not change regardless of which side you currently see the teams on.
Yeah, and so yeah, like we've sort of went over the general like changes, like we spent so long with Ignite sort of talking people through like the general rules of like the pick bans of not only the draft itself but also the maps, that we have to almost like revert like everything that you've just learned, forget about it at least for this weekend. No doubt it'll be back for the mid-season finals and beyond, but I guess it's like a good system as an approach for teams that for anybody that's platinum and above, you can sign up to a team, to a faction to play in these tournaments, so it at least is a little bit more pick up and play, I suppose, Moxie, and it's nice to see it continue all the way in pretty much until the end of the finals.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you're gold as well, gold or higher as a rank, you'll be pretty familiar with the standard ban system coming on through. The only thing that are new for you will be the save slots that we have, which act as a shield. If a character is saved in one of those shield positions, then the enemy team can no longer ban them, nor yourself can ban them if you want to start going for that direction too. But we're going to be seeing it's a BO5, so there is a lot of opportunity for Ascended to make a comeback, especially if they're going to be adapting around some of the things that Chemistry were doing. I wonder if the Wolverine gets taken out of the mix, as we talked about in the lead up to the map. Both of these teams do like running the Wolverine. He's a very strong duelist. He puts an awful lot of pressure on the Vanguards from the other team, stops them from taking a step forward. A lot of the time he has to be cleared before you can actually engage into that fight. But if one team is having a better Wolverine and better follow-up off of things like those grabs or last stands, it can be a little bit problematic for you to have to figure out a solution into.
Yeah, and if you want to be able to ban it out and not deal with that issue, you pretty much have to do it first before Ascended are looking to protect it potentially. But we are looking to go to Central Park, like I mentioned. We don't need to worry about going to different game modes. We can go for a convergence again. And it looks like Mexon is going to be back for this one, at least, Moxie.
Yeah, so it will be a 6 versus 6 coming on for Central Park, like you talked about, is going to be the map of choice. And Torch and Punisher are going to be the two bans coming on through, as now we go into those save positions. Normally we see this being a Vanguard, but here it looks like a priority on the Loken. Loki has taken precedence instead of saving something like Omega or an AMER, because the teams know it's not one-sided, and both teams want access to both of the premier Vanguards in play.
Almost forces Ascended, if they don't want to lean with that Lunar Snow, just copy the big Strategist Ultimate combo. You have to take it out themselves. Storm was protected last time for Ascended, but we didn't see it all that much. outside of, I think it was Lipton that played them initially, but had to switch over. And I do think that, like, not only was Chemistry banning out the Torch first last time, Moxie, it is also a really good map to make sure that Human Torch isn't allowed to just fly around it.
Yeah, I do wonder if we're going to see the Hella ban return now because you want to play that fly. If it was the Torch, then we probably would see the Hella still kept in play because she's pretty easy to dive bomb onto, unless you have a strategist just full pocketing her. Against the Storm, however, Storm being a little bit more static, not having as much movement option when she's in the air, as opposed to something like, say, the Torch or the Ultron, who can very quickly just strafe and alter their hitbox immediately. She is a lot more vulnerable to that hit scan counter coming on through, as the Psylocke was also removed so that Ascended can really fully protect Lipton. And there's the Ultron as well, so it will be a giga-pocketed flyer composition coming on through from Ascended's team.
Must be expected from Chemistry a little bit. You look at the bans that they've been able to consistently put out, and even just that first ban of the Punisher really probably suggests what you're looking to try and do, and that you don't want to have some of those hit scan characters free reigning just above you in the sky. But Wolverine's actually going to be banned out, something that I think we saw Mexan leaning into first before Henkin, realistically not wanting to deal with it anymore and knowing Chemistry can hold their own on that character as well.
Well, not just that, you're worried about the fastball special being used to get into your flyers, other than your vanguards, to knock things like the Ultron or the Storm out. As Chemistry are going to be removing the Cloak and Dagger, so we're not going to have the Eternal Bond, nor the Terror Capes to come on through and set up some of those huge boost cycles of damage coming on out of the 12-second CD. So we can have a look and see what Chemistry are going to be on, given the fact that they're on the defense. Ascended can still alter some of their compositions if they want, maybe going for something a little bit cheeky for the first fight before swapping off to a composition that they want to stick with on second or third. As Chemistry, I like this approach. Twitzy does like to go for flyers, and with Torch being removed, is going to be opting for that Star-Lord. Even without the Adam Warlock, you're not running the full Guardians composition, but you do have Lettuce on that Magneto to give you the Bulwark to make sure that those blaster barrages are getting the full amount of Galactic Legend built up safely.
Chance now for Ascended to balance the books. Attacking first, you got the same style of just giving a little bit of armor over towards the attackers as they go in, and really we were looking at it as well, Moxie. The first couple of fights that we saw from Ascended were blistering. And Chemistry need to be careful here, especially with how they're set up, because they had to give up a lot of space very early on.
Well, Maxon off of the Wolverine is going to be on the Winter Soldier. Lipton going to be sticking with that Storm, so it is going to be Storm for both of these teams. The difference being the Star-Lord and the Winter Soldier. And Twitzy, seeing that Winter Soldier, is going to have to be very careful how he takes his engagement. The Bulwark is there, but unfortunately for Ascended, the players are not. Chemistry just are able to find the engagement that they were looking for, utilizing Twitzy as bait, and Ascended fold.
Crossfit just pretty much keeping everybody back to the spawn doors. Uncomfortable really to watch when Ascended struggle in these fights as much as they have done. Now Lipton looking to see if they can just at least clear out some of the clones that are coming in from Loki. More stuff to deal when it comes to being in the air, but the Bulwark combinations along with these barrages from Twitzy means that he's almost ready with the Galactic Legend, but more so the Chemistry are just cleaning up these fights very rapidly.
Yeah, he's so quick at building that Galactic Legend. In comparison, Ambitious Hat has a not so ambitious half charge of a Meteor M ready. Ascended are just not getting to utilize the space. They've got a triple strategist setup, which means that they have a lot of stability, but not a lot of damage output if they don't have the freedom of space to utilize that Ultron North Storm. And now it's going to be an Omega Hurricane coming on through from Henkin. Sovio does have the fate of both worlds to make sure that everyone is going to survive through it, as Chemistry catch Henkin out of the ultimate with the regeneration domain. That's going to potentially give way for Mexan to come on through with a Kraken impact if the fight continues.
Chopping up Galactic Legend, not going to get much with all of these strategist ultimates being thrown in, but the Meteor M is enough of a cleanup. Winning that race with Ambitious Hat, that it does have the Meteor M to go with, but it looks like it's going to have to be another reset coming over from Ascended. Not only did they take the point this quickly on Halls of Jalia, they were pretty much on to point 3 at this, like, time bank. Now they really need to be careful. Half of their time has gone already for them. They do have 4 ultimates to work with, but nothing for the strategists outside of Lipton's Rage of Ultron.
Yeah, and you can't splurge all 4 ultimates in one go because you know that Chemistry have a strange TP recontest. Rage of Ultron comes on for no ultimate on the side of Chemistry, so they have to give up space and respect. As Ascended finally are able to break onto point, everyone trying to hide behind the pillars to get the LOS broken from Psionic Seduction sets them up easily to be caught by both Meteor M and Kraken Impact. But here's the problem, Ryan. That was everything that Ascended has, and Twitzy is onto the Strange to get a portal recontest through.
Is it going to be enough time-wise, though? Only just 90% on the board, and you're right, if this is a fight that Ascended aren't able to win out cleanly, it could be curtains for them because they have less than a minute to work with. Lipton finding a nice pick over onto Alo at least, but now Bacca's actually going for the copy for the Rage of Ultron to just keep the healing and sustain out there. It's not something that you typically see as a high priority as the God of Mischief copy, but he's managed to make it work and stall for a little bit more time.
Yeah, it was the first target that he could see, and it also gives you healing and damage. And out comes Psionic Seduction as Chemistry have the second wing of ultimates, and yet again, Lettuce is able to find a double duo slam dunk on the Meteor M, and this is falling apart for Ascended. They're going to have a Rage of Ultron, but they still need to pick up that last tick of point percentage, and Lipton can't afford to fall now. He's got Rage of Ultron, but he's not going to have LOS for his team as he's forced to go all the way around the right side to make sure he doesn't get picked early. Strange TP recontest comes on through. Rex goes for an early God of Mischief, copy to both boards to make sure that everyone gets through the portal safely. Rage of Ultron now from Lipton starts just shredding down those Loki copies coming on through from Backer, and this should be Ascended finally able to cap out Central Park. But what a time sink.
4 minutes completely used up. Yeah, 2.5 here, 90 seconds if you're able to hit the next checkpoint. So Chemistry buying up a good majority of time here. Now it's really a case of just making sure that the first part of this map works just as well as everything else.
Ascended have an opening though. Ambitious on the Strange is incredibly close to an Eye of Agamotto, and Mexan can utilize that as a perfect springboard for Kraken Impact. But the problem for them is that Backer is going to have the God of Mischief. They need to catch the Loki with the CC. Out comes the CC, but it doesn't catch Backer, and the Regen Domain and the God of Mischief for Fate of Both Worlds is there, and Ascended, the 2 ultimates they use, is fated to find nothing but air.
I mean, they're still fighting here, and it's more of a 2-pronged attack. Mega Hurricane going to be coming through from Henken, and Mexan's actually managed to find quite a lot. It wasn't off the back of the Kraken's impact, but the Rage of Ultron along with the Fate of Both Worlds keeping him alive enough that he's able to just get the multi-kills nice and clean in the end. Despite the fact that the combination didn't work at all from Ascended initially, it forced out Chemistry's big strategist ultimates. There wasn't much to protect them from Mexan past that point.
Yeah, and they're already playing up towards those doors to make sure that Chemistry have to fight their way back onto that cart. There's still one fight left before Ascend to get more time added to that tally, and that is going to be something that they're nervous about. So too is the Meteor M from Let is going to be something that they're nervous about. So much so that the target focus on that Magneto is there from the entirety of the team. Rex comes on through with an early copy to set up the Ice Arch, catching onto everyone from Chemistry, trying to cross that left side that Ascended had funneled them into, and that was a really clean fight take from Ascended where they knew exactly where they had to play and what they had to do.
Finally getting things back into ship shape, clawing back as much of the time back that they lost over on point A. And Chemistry may be a bit more frustrated that they couldn't take a clean fight there, considering the ultimates that they have available to them. Like, this has been incredibly clean with these Meteor M's. Really could just be the thing that stops Ascended here and now, and we've already seen just how pivotal it can be to finish up the map if you can. Side of Seduction, it's going to be blocked mostly from the Doctor Strange, but there's little gaps here or there that might be able to pull players from Ascended out into uncomfortable positions and funnel a lot of this damage into them. Eye of Agamotto connects onto 2, but the Meteor M is going to be used in response. Wait to see exactly where that Kraken's impact is going to land, and he pretty much meets Mexan right on the face. He might go down in this approach. The copy's not going to be able to help him much either. but it's still a great pick to allow Chemistry a fight here.
Here, and Ascended denied that win condition. Kraken impact. Impact with the ground. And now Chemistry get that one fight win that they needed, restabilize their positions, and force Ascended into having to burn potentially Rage of Ultron just to open up this fight, which Chemistry can immediately disengage and wait for the second stage of it. Lipton trying to just put a little bit of pressure onto CrossFit, potentially force out something from the side of the defense, split the team, force their hand into overcommitting as Henkin comes on through with an Omega Hurricane, try and force out that Rage of Ultron, and there it is. Lipton and Rex both investing regen domain and the ultimates to try and keep Ascended up. The duplicate fight still goes down.
Yeah, Henkin's found that opening. And just off with the Silent Seduction too. Galactic Legend and Silent Seduction going to be available on the other side for Chemistry, and he's only got one target in mind. Takes out the Ultron. And now just chipping away, seeing if there's enough of a breakthrough there with synergy of damage, and Lettuce alongside the Galactic Legend able to bring people through. Precarious area to be fighting here against the Silent Seduction. Could potentially be pulled off the map if you're not too careful. But the barrage is nice and clean. The combination between Star-Lord and the Vanguards, now that we've hit overtime, might just be enough to stop Ascended from reaching the end of this map over on Central Park.
Yeah, no TP recontest coming on through from Ascended. That is where the cut will stall out permanently. Very good landing of the feet coming on through from the side of Chemistry when we headed into third. Took a little bit of time. They definitely got momentum pushed through second, but the time that they just won a fight immediately on third just allowed them, afforded them just full restabilization, and we got to see them utilize those coordinations that we saw on Hall of Dejalia, right? With the blaster barrages, especially in that last fight. It's not just the Vanguards that's helping out, it's Baka who comes through with a God of Mischief copy for the Luna ult to give everybody sustained through the Sonic Seduction from Ascended's end, but the 12-second duration is still ongoing, and out comes the blaster barrage from Twitzy because he knows full well his team's got his back fully.
I was getting a little bit nervous when I see the question marks in the top, but I think it's just a case of potentially just picking out the characters, really. Ascended on the defense now. Know exactly what they need to be holding on to, and at the very least you're able to play this with a full cast of players, I think. I think Mexon's just too busy talking. Yeah.
That was a melee. That was a melee button hit, not a disconnect. But yeah, for Ascended, you're kind of scratching your head trying to figure out what Chemistry are going to be using against you, because if you try and run this Storm, you have a lot of tempo, but you do get checked pretty hard by Twitzy on this Star-Lord, and Star-Lord is a brilliant flyer to act as a counter to other flyers in the sky, as he's getting so many resources, but he can also just get those blasters nice and close to you and start shredding you down in one clip. There's the barrage to open things up, and already 30% to the first Galactic Legend, but a huge Goddess boost from Lipton is immediately going to be showing the Star-Lord hubris.
Feels like we're getting a bit of a repeat of what we saw on the defense, just losing one player. Really, it's a case of Chemistry wanting to back out as quickly and as fast as possible to make sure that Ascended can't just build up these ultimates for free. And when you've got Rex having a God of Mischief already, like on the way more so than anybody else realistically, it's a great way to be able to potentially fully hold on this first point. It's not the first time that we've seen it.
Rex getting to just take advantage of the fact that Loki's heal and damage is AoE, so the more stacked players are, the more damage and healing you're going to do. Out comes that Blaster Barrage yet again, 60% of the way to Galactic Legend, so we are keeping up with Ambitious Hat's ultimate race currently, as Regen Domain comes on through from Chemistry, affording back at that little bit of time frame to come on through with a copy onto the Luna. Out comes now Fate of Both Worlds. Henkin also going to be utilizing the Omega Hurricane, and it gets damage and to be able to damage through Ascended sustain, and that is going to be Chemistry having now to deal with a strange recontest.
Another of a fight in here. You do have the Omega Hurricane as well from Lipton that's going to be used straight away, but the backline is already gone. Rex, just after the God of Mischief, really enables this Galactic Legend. The Fate of Both Worlds is going to keep people going, but Lettuce, it just sets up everything perfectly for him over and over again. He's definitely got more than like one of the 5 a day, I think, so far, and Chemistry able to take this point in pretty good time, certainly in comparison to what Ascended were able to do.
Yeah, I think Lettuce is on an average of 2 picks per Meteor Am right now, which is insane value for an ultimate. That's already as valuable as it is just for a defensive component before you factor in the damage that it can do to the enemy team as well. Chemistry now going to be pushing for a little bit more, making sure that Ascended aren't able to stabilize and find their footing, as well as building up some of their ultimate charges. They know that Meteor M can be used to counterplay CrossFit Psionic Seduction. They don't want to let Ascended pick up positions where they can fight from that AMER, as CrossFit's got 100 charge, and we're already forcing out the regen domain. The Loki doppelgangers are removed, and Twixie gets to come on through with no one able to survive.
It's so clean with how he's able to move through people. You can see that just how much of a focus of the combination it's been for Chemistry to set him up. And like you mentioned, Moxie, when you've got Ascended running multiple flyers and putting so much stock on them, it really feels that Chemistry's just way of playing really hard counters what Ascended are trying to do. There is a chance for them to go for a fight here just on the end of this objective. You have a Meteor M for Ambitious Hat, and Rex having to copy over the fate of both worlds allows them to fight just in the nick of time.
Yeah, but Chemistry are going to have better second stage. They use Regen Domain and then God of Mischief afterwards to have the later Luna ult coming on through. Psionic Seduction from Duplify does take Henkin down, but Lettuce was able to dodge it with Meteor M. Doesn't manage to find the picks that he was looking for, but the Galactic Legend from Twixie is still trying to win this fight. It was over-investment, however, as Ascended have to come up with a Kraken impact from their own side. ALO's built up their own actual Luna ultimate in the meantime of the brawl, and Chemistry think that they still have ultimate. They can win this off of just sustaining past their opponent. Out comes the Mega Hurricane, making sure to parcel of Psionic Seduction, and Ascended are losing ground to hold.
This fight going on as long as it is for Chemistry, they're really scared of the idea of having to go for a reset and re-engage this from a different angle, but it's forcing out so much in the end. Rex having to go for another copy. That's where the fight started with, was a copy over the fate of both worlds from Rex. And now Chemistry still engaged in this. It feels like it's a bit of a Schrodinger's fight, whether they're in it or out of it so far. A Galactic Legend trying to come through to find the connections, but it really is just a case of these strategist ultimates keeping everybody going, and it slowly was moving forward for Chemistry, but now forced back yet again.
Okay, Twixie is actually the hero of that fight. He body plots Galactic Legend with the iframes on Stellar Shift, and also the Pork coming through from Lettuce. That was huge from the Star-Lord, and he's 80% to the next Galactic Legend. This guy's insane.
I mean, he's been comboing so well with Lettuce, and even like CrossFit too, still having their moments. Chemistry, everybody is firing right now. And for Ascended, it's a frustrating way to lose that first map, sure, but now it's really a case of holding on. You've got just under 3 minutes yet again, and at least a Meteor M to potentially start this engagement. It's whether you can take out Halo just before they're able to use that fate of both worlds, or even if Baku can sort of get there in time.
You can't start it with Meteor M. You have to hold it for Twixie, who has Galactic Legend. Out comes Psionic Seduction coming on through from CrossFit, paired up with Hankins. Oh, and Ambitious gets the huge pick. That was what Ascended needed to be able to win out this fight. Do Chemistry invest now that they've lost the Star-Lord? Paired up both worlds is already on the field from Halo, but you can see that Chemistry don't want to take this fight any longer.
Pretty much predicted it to perfection, but Twixie is back into this engagement. Never mind, he's back straight out. Nexon connects nicely with the hook, and now Ascended able to get some stability in how they're holding this. And not too far away from having a lot to sort of rely on in these given moments. Sure, you've sort of favored both worlds used from Sovio and the Meteor M that helped that fight from Ascended, but everything else is good to go. They're going to be happy about that.
There's a lot of upside running double fires with the amount of angles that you get, but when you're trying to play it into a retake, it's nothing but downsides. Twixie does have that Galactic Legend, but he's having to hold it for so incredibly long. And Ascended can try and open up this fight with a Psionic Seduction, or just a hook coming on through from Nexon, who's been showing why the Winter Soldier was the option that this defensive team landed on. Rex comes on through with the copy onto the Luna, manages to keep getting that fate of both worlds, and Twitsy's Galactic Legend finds nothing. It doesn't even create the space for Chemistry to move out of choke, as they're still enclosed in small shut-off spaces, and Ascend can continue to hold their ground.
Does he continue swapping though, now that you don't have that Galactic Legend? It was used up. Is it worth going towards something else at this point?
Yes.
He is. He's going to move over towards the Bucky, and Henken might consider swapping too. Just the inside area of Storm might not be the best fit, but with an Omega Hurricane, you're going to clearly use that first.
Yeah, the good news for Chemistry is that Galactic Legend forced out both Psionic Seduction and God of Mischief coming on through from the side of Ascended. So you are going to have Fate of both worlds to deal with Ascended's own ultimates coming on through. And Mega Hurricane's going to force out Sova's ultimate too. So you can tell that Chemistry, once again, trying to just force the resources from the defense and then win the fight afterwards with their own ultimates coming through later. Alo has the actual Fate of both worlds. Looking almost goes down by going off of the map, but Lettuce has been able to find Mexen, and with the Winter Soldier removed, Chemistry's Vanguards get a little bit more breathing space as Duplicify finally gets taken down.
Big fight now. It's a case of not slipping for Ascended. You have a God of Mischief for Rex to just sit back on, but overtime has hit. It's 10 meters, really. That's all the Chemistry need to do to try and push this back. And they forced out that God of Mischief quite early on in that engagement. The portal players actually come in from the defensive side as Mexen swapped over. And it's the Maelstrom that actually finds that connection onto Twitsy that I think switched back over towards the Star-Lord to try and contest towards the end. Now is there going to be an attempt from Lettuce to do the same thing? He slugged in the Doctor Strange, but I think the portal play might have already been used. Your Mega Hurricane's going to be able to stall from Henken, but he's not going to be too long for this world right afterwards too. There's the fight and engagement that's coming in, but the Galactic Legend right on top of the point is going to force actually some of the players from Ascended to jump back out to see if they can find some space. It is the AMER Frost on the other side for Duplicify that's got this down, and Ascended able to even up the scoreboard with a great hold on that third point of Central Park.
We are tied 1-1 as Ascended are able to deal with Twitsy on that Star-Lord. Finally forced the swap, and when we saw that swap force, that was where we saw Chemistry lose a little bit of the mojo coming on through. Rex doing such an amazing job on that Loki from second into third, being able to, like you pointed out, bold a God of Mischief in an entire brawl fight alone was actually insane. 60,660 healing done by the Loki. Suvio doing 66,000 as well, just keeping up with all of the pressure that Twitsy was putting this team under at the beginning of those engagements, making sure that those blaster barrages, as we headed to the second part of the map, didn't get as much value as they had on first.
Henken, 43k damage done. A lot of final blows, actually. I think we saw Chemistry really connecting onto a lot of engagements, and the fights were going on long enough. But it really did feel like, you sort of mentioned, like Rex, the amount of healing that they were able to put out, the copies, and the small moments, even just the shift, it felt like more of a focus that went on to stopping Twitsy. Like you mentioned, you know, the Meteor M, solely focus it on making sure that the Star-Lord doesn't do anything when he gets Galactic Legend. But in every ultimate that could be, like, thrown in a general direction was thrown in the direction of Twitsy, like Psionic Seductions, for example. They really needed to take him down, and that's exactly what they ended up doing and how they won.
Yeah, I mean, Lettuce had some amazing plays coming on through with the Meteor Arms, but we can have a look at from a lot of those highlights coming out. When we headed to third, Mexen having gone on to that Winter Soldier was a huge difference maker, right? The bionic hooks, not just finding Vanguards, but being able to find the Star-Lord, because the Star-Lord was the one that everyone on the side of Chemistry were putting their resources into. Twitsy was getting so much value because he had the entire team behind him, but then if the entire team is pumping all of their resources into the Star-Lord and all of a sudden he gets nothing, all of those resources don't return back to the team.
Yeah.
They just disappear out into the ether, and that's exactly what Ascended were able to take advantage of.
We sort of expected it to be a little bit of a close one, but I guess there's also a bit of a statement made there from Ascended of just, we have got, like, when we have all of our players, we're still in charge even when we're on the back foot there. So a little bit of a chance for Chemistry to bounce back, have a map choice of their own, and see if they can sort of take the lead now that the honors are all evened up. But we have a small break before we go to map 3 of this best of 5, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few.
stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the unravel till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it out. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
The Phoenix. Behold my cosmic light. And I was holding back.
Psychic shift.
Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat. Follow if you can. Behold the fury of the Phoenix.
You are nothing!
Less than nothing.
It has been a little bit of a playlist of the Convergence game modes so far in this series, Moxie, but we are going towards Domination. We typically start the Ignite series here, but finally we get to see a bit of that King of the Hill action over on Krakoa, which I believe was the choice of chemistry in this one.
Yeah, I would be unsurprised if we see the Winter Soldier actually making it to the ban side this time too, because they were utilizing it not just to deal with Twitzy on that Star-Lord, but Ascended really started taking advantage of how Chemistry like taking fights. A lot of the times when we're looking at teams, we can sort of label them into teams that like playing first and teams that like playing second, and Chemistry very much fall under the latter. They like to go second, they like burning their opponent out of the resources, and very much just playing cosmetically at the beginning until we go into the second stage and they can come through with the later ultimate cycle. And the Winter Soldier didn't make it just hard for Twitzy, it meant that with the Bionic Hook pressure, Ascended could actually find a pick before the ultimates came through, which meant that when we headed to the second part of the fight, a lot of the time Chemistry just didn't want to invest their resources because they'd already lost it due to an elimination earlier. We actually even got to see when we headed into third, right? There's a fight where Twitzy gets taken down, has Galactic Legend, and everyone from Chemistry just decides to call it and start backing up.
Yeah, it felt very like Ascended were the ones having to sort of make the first move in Chemistry. Like you sort of mentioned, had that very like set style and kind of went from there. I do wonder if the sort of pick ban system is going to be a little bit more straightforward for Chemistry now, like whether they're going to change up too much, because the general sense of like watching through this has been a case of who is like how much flyer focus is coming in from Ascended, because it did start off that way on Central Park with the Storm and the Ultron. It didn't really feel like they switched off of it too much, but they did make some alterations as and when needed.
Yeah, and we know for Chemistry as well, they do like running the flyers. Like Twitzy really likes the torch, as well as things like the style that we saw from the previous fight. So I find it very interesting that it's actually been the insta-ban that's been coming on through, as we're seeing a huge deviation like we talked about, right? In Ignite, a lot of teams go for the insta-ban on the Vanguards because they don't want one of the teams getting a one-sided AMER or a one-sided Magneto coming on through. Here, where it's standard bans and it bans for everybody, you can afford to let the Premier pick slip through the pick and ban phase, because if your opponent gets to access it, so too do you.
Yeah, and I think for like Ignite, when we have that more like advanced system, it has felt a little bit more of a case of playing up against the likes of Virtus Pro or Berber Patpim. If you go up against them in a mirrors match, you're gonna lose, like flat out. You need to find ways to manipulate the draft into your favor. Here, because the teams are going to be relatively well balanced, it is a case of like maybe mirror matchups are going to suit you as and when needed. But we've already seen like Chemistry being keen on taking out the torch early on. That's not really been much of a change at all, nor has the Punisher for Ascended.
Well, something that Chemistry have liked to run in the early qualifying rounds too was actually hanking on this Black Panther. So this hover could very well come true, as Krakoa is a very good dive map. There's a lot of flank rotations that a duelist can take, and especially if Luna Snow is able to make it through the pick and bans for both of those teams, having idle aura on your Panther and not requiring LOS of your backline to get permanent healing is a huge boon for a duelist for both the Panther and the Psylocke.
Yeah, Psylocke protected. It was, I think, third banned out from Ascended beforehand because Chemistry were making sure that they had the Emma Frost down. And I think that's the only area that we've not seen too much of a shift around with trying out different stuff, because frankly, if you have Magneto and Emma Frost available, which both teams have had the entire time, you're not going to move on to anything else.
It's a good reaction as well to Ascended saving that Storm, so that if you try and put a little bit more resources or priority on another flyer in the composition, you know that they're going to be even more targeted by that Psylocke coming on through, especially if you try and go for something like an Ultron to give your backline a little bit more sustain when it comes to those flyer picks. As Emma Frost is actually going to be removed, Psionic Seduction is very problematic for flying units, as a lot of the time it actually gets used fully against them when they have their ultimates close.
I mean, it's also like, if it wasn't banned out there, I could definitely see Chemistry protecting it in a second go around. And the Wolverine, it was taken off the board very late into the draft in that last map of Central Park. Really does, again, feel a case of, okay, we need to protect it. Now that the Emma Frost's not available, Chemistry making sure that they can get the cap on board.
Yeah, Chemistry going for a very dive-heavy composition, like you said, really taking advantage of the fact that when the AMER Frost is away, Captain America, Black Panther, and Psylocke properly come out to play because there is no carbon crush to just shut them down and kick them away from your backline players too. So the Cap, the Psylocke, the Panther, all of them are going to be incredibly just disruptive for Ascended to have to deal with, and you don't even need to find your picks. You can just take advantage of the fact that Ascended are missing that attention and solidify your position on point. But you can tell that Ascended did that homework because there goes the Black Panther hover. Ascended ban out the BP.
Henkin, at least on the board with the Wolverine, isn't going to be too upset about it in the end. But I do think it's notable too that Loki not touched in either case. Almost a gentleman's agreement to just keep it on the board for both sides, because we have seen like Rex and also Baka very keen to play it. So it's almost a Chemistry were able to get that free and across the board because Ascended were perfectly happy to have the Loki in the game too.
Yeah, and I mean, both of these teams like running the Loki. Rex, a huge proponent of Loki play. So too is Baka. And then remember, both of them have access to that Magneto. So the one way that you can shut down Meteor M that isn't just shielding it off is going to be with that regeneration domain coming on through. As we can have a look and see that Lipton is going to be anticipating both the Captain America and the Psylocke and the Wolverine starting off already. Not on the Storm that Ascended saved, but on the Winter Soldier for the Bionic Hook counter dive play.
The battle starts in 5.
Hopefully we'll see Ambitious Hat lock in a second, but I don't think it's looking too good for them.
Yeah, someone might need to call Finzi to run 3 meters of Ethernet cable through someone's house in a matter of moments, as Ascended gonna have to start out this game 5 versus 6. And already Chemistry are gonna make them feel like they're up against more than 6, given how many of those players are going to be trying to pivot Ascended's attention.
Yeah, losing the Vanguard. Ambitious Hat was also playing the Hulk before, which was banned out from Chemistry, which I imagine was a little bit of the element of that name or team up as well. When you're trying to run dive, you don't want to be hit by those gamma squids with the amount of damage that they're able to do. But the regeneration domain forced out with the leap from Henkin, trying to pull a battlefield more towards their side of the map to make Ascended overextend a little bit more. Duplicify taken down, but it does look like Ambitious Hat might be back in.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back grabs coming out onto Duplicify on that Magneto, and unfortunately, while you have the resources to survive the first grab, you don't have the same for the second, and Ascended are going to be gracefully throwing themselves off the map so that they don't give Chemistry any unnecessary ultimate charge and can afford to regroup and take a faster fight, which means less point percentage picked up too. Ambitious is going to be starting off now coming in from the Thing, which is actually something we've started to see, not just for fastballs with the Wolverine, but also so you can utilize Yancey Street Charge and the Earthbound debuff, but Duplicify very much ground-bound currently, as this Wolverine is free on grabs on the mag.
Yeah, I imagine that the Thing was a bit of a jump scare there. You're wondering exactly where the other Vanguard has been, and then suddenly he's able to jump out at you. But Henkin with full charge on the Rage, wanting to try and remain in this fight as much as possible. Not really taking too much damage, but regardless, the rest of your team is able to have their strategist ultimates farmed up. It's going to be Rex that starts the fight first, though, going over for the copy of the Lunar Snow. Just again, holding it out for as long as possible, then is going to try and use the Fate of Both Worlds to keep things going on. He'll have the regeneration domain at the end of it. It means that this fight for Ascended can be a little bit more extended, but they still haven't found a pick.
Yeah, and Chemistry utilized Fate of Both Worlds a little bit later. Meteor M comes on through, finds Rex. So that's going to be Ascended losing access to the regen domain. And Twitzy takes full advantage. Kraken Impact denied entirely by Dance of the Butterflies and the amount of players on Chemistry stacked. And this is all one long, drawn-out fight, which just means more point percentage. They're getting these stagger picks as well coming on through, even going as far to chase Ascended's running away players through the portals to make sure that they don't get the opportunity to set up a Doctor Strange recontest and activate overtime. That's gonna be one and done if Ranking can find the grab,
Yes.
but no, miss.
As the new skin on show from the Captain America, jumping in as well with a freedom charge to just maintain this fight as the Last Stand now finally connecting onto the other side from Chemistry. Able to pull everybody out. A full cleanup onto that Ascended roster means that Chemistry taking this one 100-0.
Last stand from Henkin is good, taking advantage of all of Ascended's players who were just stuck in one position. Everyone trying to just throw themselves onto the point, and the Wolverine immediately throws them off of it, as that is Grove 100-0. And we now go to Carousel, but unfortunately there was a disconnect from the side of Ascended. It's always rough trying to come back and play retake into Domination with how much momentum there is for the opponent, the angles that they have too when you factor in there's a Psylocke, there's a Captain America, there's a Wolverine. Those are all three individual players, three individual angles that you have to scout and clear before you can make an inroad, even towards the point itself, which means a lot of point percentage that you give up.
More than just a suit of armor. Spider's my partner.
All of a chance now. Chemistry choosing to play on Domination, and given a first right fight, which most teams would say is enough, just being able to charge up the ultimate cycles nicely enough, remain on top in those engagements. Now, not really a chance for Cinder to swap up much, but they have put Lipton over back onto the Ultron.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of sustain, as well as just building Rage of Ultron incredibly quickly. They should be able to build Rage of Ultron at the same time as Vacker is able to get God of Mischief online, especially if Mexon's able to find a good fastball target, but we can already see Lettuce on that back line already, and Ascended are forced to run towards the front line, but can't commit because they still have to play Peel for that back line.
Hold out position is Lettuce, so now Mexon seeing if he can string things on a little bit more, force back at least from the right click of Magneto and the dance of the butterfly into the backline, but Ascended are feeling pretty comfortable with how they've taken this engagement. Chemistry trying to put more pressure onto the objective itself and really force Ascended into these different alcove positions. They're trying to pull Helmkin out, but he's going to be happy, he's content. 100 HP, pretty much 100 rage available to him too, so Chemistry haven't lost a fight so far, it feels like.
Yeah, Dance of the Butterflies didn't find the targets that it was looking for, but it cleared Ascended off of that point, which allowed Chemistry to establish themselves on it. And now that they win their first fight, as we saw earlier, right when we went to Grove, Chemistry with the Psylocke, with the Wolverine, with the Captain America, can just harass Ascended's every single approach. Rex does have that God of Mischief, but it's probably just going to have to be used prematurely to make sure that they can survive the engagement ongoing.
Mexon up in the air, trying to see if he can get onto the tails of the Wolverine on the other side. Now has sights for the Magneto, fate of both worlds. He's just going to wait it out. Last stand is available, but it's a case of just waiting out whatever he can. As Rex has used it up, Sovio's going to fall instantly with the real version to just maintain this fight for Ascended, but you need to find those picks. The clobbering time should be enough, but that's 3 ultimates used. You've got Henkin eventually using up that last stand onto the other side. The Chemistry losing their first engagement and Ascended taking the point, but it did take pretty much everything.
Yeah, Ascended do have regeneration domain, but that's got to be used for Meteor M, especially if you try and use Rage of Ultron to live through to Ipsy's Dance of Butterflies. CrossFit's just going to channel that into Meteor Charge. So Ascended are really caught in a really rough position here, where if they try and open up with the ultimate that they want to, Chemistry get the go-ahead green light to take the fight.
A nice deep freeze.
That's all I really need.
I like the cold.
You got the theatrics almost. It's beautiful, it's majestic watching these Wolverines in a natural habitat, which is 40 feet in the air apparently. Lipton is the same as well with the Rage of Ultron, Dance the Butterflies. Yet again, Ascended positioning really nicely for this, but they don't want to get isolated and picked off, and you could already see the Psylocke was looking for a bit of an isolated target. Meteor M thrown down onto the bottom of the steps, but can't quite catch onto Chemistry, who haven't quite managed to get onto the point themselves yet, as Ascended have finally taken progression advantage here, hitting on towards the 60%, but they found a pick eventually. Ascended now still holding on, losing out on the majority of their face, and Chemistry have to reset here.
Yeah, Ascended with the triple strategists outlast Chemistry's ult cycle now. Lipton does get taken down by Twitsy, but it was Rex who needed to live the entire engagement, and Rex is the one that survives. Bull's God of Mischief and gets the ultimate to keep Ascended up. Now it's last fight territory. Mexon does have that last stand, and Vicious had as well the clobbering time. Chemistry's is going to try and free farm some ult charge off of those Vanguards to maybe build up another Dance of the Butterflies if the fight goes on long. As we can see, Henkin going around looking for the flank, as it's the fastball we're going to be following. Mexon's not able to find the pick, but they are able to force out the fate of both boards from Alo. Huge clobbering tag connects onto both Lettuce and Henken, but there's no follow-up. The regen dimension backer is placed perfectly, and now he gets to go for the copy onto the Luna to make sure that everyone looks the Rage of Ultron. Dance of the Butterflies comes on through. Rex manages to get the copy off in time, and Ascended are going to try and outlast their opponents yet again.
Last stand thrown down, but not really connecting onto the thing. Meteor M, there's enough people on the dance floor, but you might have ushered away Ascended that have still got their toe on the point, stopping it from going over to Chemistry. In fact, they made zero progression on trying to take it themselves, and with overtime, the wick is burnt down. Ascended, it only took one fight to get them on the board, but once they were able to take the point, Moxie, it was consistently theirs.
Yeah, when you have that point space, you can just put your backline in the safest of places. The Psylocke, the Captain America, they have to be able to hit onto either isolated targets or someone who's not the front line. And Ascended can position them into such awkward placements that Twitzy and Lettuce can get absolutely nothing done before the fight begins. And Twitzy basically got forced into just building up Dance of the Butterflies as often as possible so that we have the ult cycling every single fight that Chemistry decide to take. But that's the perfection that Ascended have pivoted to. They run the triple strategists. They know that Chemistry like playing second. They know that they like playing the long game to out-sustain their opponents, but they just can't match up to the sustain that a triple strat lineup brings.
You also, like, if you're able to just keep sustain up in these fights, it makes guessing whether an opponent has an ultimate much easier. It's like, this fight has gone on for 3 minutes. Surely the Psylocke has Dance of the Butterflies now, so we can play and position around it a little bit better. Whereas if it's a more back and forward scrap, you might lose track, and that's where mistakes can happen. But really does feel at this point Ascended maintaining Chemistry's number.
I mean, Lipton too, being able to open up the fights for Rage of Ultron, even if you get taken down in the mid-fight by Twitzy on the Psylocke, you can just take advantage of the Psylocke looking at the Ultron rather than the low-key, as it's going to be an immediate brawl coming on for Chemistry, building up the Rage. Henken has that last stand. Ascended have to be very careful about how they position, but because these players have been stacked, we've already got Rage of Ultron, and Henken is gonna be pretty angry about that one. Last stand nullified immediately as Twitzy finds the trade.
Like at this point, you can tell the strategists pretty much stood right next to each other just in case. Mexon's found himself a nice couple of picks, and at the least, Twitzy's able to trade out some of these big ultimates that have been thrown in on the side of Ascended. Neither team able to get the point just yet, but now the Wolverine and the Psylocke are in tandem, able to hit the backline. Both of them go down in quick succession. And Chemistry are actually the ones forced to give up the point here. Twitzy has to go elsewhere.
I don't know if they're gonna give it up though, because Ascended are down 2 of their strategists, and Twitzy's still up in the back line. Big Yancey Street charge comes on through from Ambitious, making sure that Twitzy can't just dash out of that one. And it is now gonna be back and utilizing that huge Lunar ultimate to just not get CC'd out by the clobbering time coming on through from Ascended. Rex, however, is back, so too is Suvio, and now we get the 24-second pause as poor Henken is put on ice literally with the Absolute Zero coming on through. He's building up the Rage, he's building up the last stand too, but Lipton's building up the Rage of Ultron yet again, and if the Wolf doesn't catch the Ultron, we know exactly where that's going to be sent.
Feels like this could be one of the problem areas for Chemistry, if just not knowing when a poor fight has gone bad to disengage from it, but it's gone their way. But it was in the middle of that Ascended were able to get the point and get a free 25%, even though both teams were fighting for it so much. Chemistry a little bit lucky there, I think, to just have enough about them to continue that on. Otherwise, Ascended could be well towards 40-50%.
True, but Ascended did invest their strategist ultimates in that fight prior, and now they have to look for a pick to make up for the absence, the disparity between their two economies. Mexon's trying to make it CrossFit. This Magneto doing everything that they can to escape, but it's not to be. They just delay the inevitable and also put Twitzy into the line of fire next.
Ooh, Duplicify got CC'd there, half HP. He's been half HP for quite some time. I'm surprised that he's sort of almost expected this level of just people being brought up to a higher HP, you're not being focused around smelling blood in the water. The copy has gone over, and the last stand from Exon pulling people away and off of the point, able to catch on to both of the strategists going down in quick succession. Very nicely cleaned up from Ascended to get back into this one, and he might be able to continue this more. Chemistry trying to disengage. An overfight almost, but this seems to only be going in favor of Ascended.
Yeah, big again. Yancey charge coming on through from Ambitious, making sure that they just can't get out. Now we're going to see another fastball opened up. Henkin not going for the commitment, as we can actually see that Maxton is just sitting, waiting. Both of these Wolverines about to be exchanged, hurtling towards the vanguards for both of these teams to find an opening around the back through the portal. Chemistry go. Where's this Wolverine gonna stop? Do we know? Well, it's nowhere near Ascended as he gets scout checked out entirely. The same cannot be said for Maxton though. He's in, doesn't find what he's looking for, can try and keep up some of this pressure as well as portal back to his team as a clobbering time comes on through from the side of Chemistry, opening up their way onto that point. Rage of Ultron comes out from Lipson at the same time as Rex puts everybody into the Lunar Ultimate to try and keep up that sustain and outlive what Chemistry can output. Down to the Butterflies, it's time to perfectly coincide with the end of the Strategist Ultimate, but Ascended's positioning is too good. They stack, they absorb the damage, and Chemistry have to wait for the fight to go a little bit longer before they can start finally finding these picks.
Yeah, it's a case of Ascended trying to hold on to 99% to just make it one clean fight win, and they're able to take this map, but 94% is going to have to do brutal fights of these. We're just watching the Wolverines being thrown around and then all of the ultimates used in tandem. The chaos is hard for Ascended to get a foothold, and Chemistry looming now with progression, still a little bit fair behind, but they're farming up these ultimates, and specifically Backer's good to go as well, over with that Loki that got a mischief in hand.
Maxon goes into that back line and manages to find the Magneto, and there's the last stand coming on through. CrossFit not going to be bailed out by Backer's ult, but the activation of 2 not going to be in time to save the Magneto, and suddenly this fight's opened up entirely. Lipton's going to be able to get a Rage of Ultron on the field. Chemistry have to turn their attention to deal with him, but Twitzy is looking at the Luna. Now the Wolverine takes Lipton down, and this is going to have to be a portal recontest coming on through from Ascended as Duplicify tries to hold down the fort. The Meteor M means that the second he falls to the ground, he falls into the dance of the Butterflies, and Suvio, I believe, gets grabbed out by Henkin, who went to spawn camp and stopped the strange teleporting back.
I was going to say it was going to be tight on time, I think, for Sovio to get in, because there was nobody there to contest it by the end to trigger overtime. But that's great foresight in the end, and honestly, the series is certainly giving it. I think we expected it to, but Chemistry able to retain the lead after winning that first map. And Ascended, lots of things to be frustrated about, I think, but honestly there it's just a case of like some of these fights for both teams, I think, sort of working out what engagements are worth going for, and ultimately if one team has the point and they're able to keep a fight going and still, even if they lose it, get 35% on the board, it has been enough, especially when you have some solid holds coming in from both sides.
Yeah, Twitzy coming on through with 19 final hits. I mean, that Psylocke being able to target out the Ultron, Lipton breaking that huge just cycle of ultimates that Ascendant were trying to rely on so that they could out-sustain their opponent, which we got to see, you know, in the first 2 rounds, but Chemistry really on top of it when we headed into Cradle. Twitzy just keeping full track of where the Ultron could be positioned as well too, as we got to see just everybody really making sure that the Ultron, when Rage of Ultron's up, doesn't get all that many targets to fire at. It looked in the first fight, but the second that we saw the fights come through afterwards, Rage of Ultron felt a little bit more like a whimper.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's flexible enough to use it in a lot of different situations, but it doesn't have the same hold, certainly, because I think all of the games that we've seen so far have just been low-key Luna pretty much all the way through, right? So it does feel a little bit of a whimper when you've got roaring strategist ultimates like that in any given moment, but it's more that it can be attached onto other stuff, right? Like synergizing with other ultimates to try and fill the gaps a little bit, but too many gaps to fill, especially when you've got Henkin and Twitzy just doing so much damage to the backline and finding really good fights in the end. But it does mean now that we have got the likes of Chemistry being able to go up with the lead here. The ball is back in the court, I suppose it would be, for Ascended to pick a map, whether it's going to be a Convergence map again, potentially, to see if there's a little bit more action to happen there. Or maybe go to Symbiotic Surface. Who knows? It's up to their choice, but we're going to go for a break, and we'll see exactly where we're going for map number 4 in this best of 5 very soon.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see
Into another domination map. The choice of Ascended here is going to be Benin T'Challa, so I think maybe it's just a case of going again Moxie, seeing if they can get the advantage there. But from like talking about it briefly in the break, it did sort of feel like Chemistry had them with a gotcha moment in the draft, it felt, with being able to protect the Psylocke.
Yeah, Psylocke versus Flyers. Psylocke 99 times is going to be able to win. It's not even off of Dance of the Butterflies. Like, normally you'd be like, okay, well, it's going to be fine against the Psylocke. They got a Loki, they're going to have the doppelgangers, they're going to be able to just use those 2 extra bodies to soak and absorb all the damage coming through from Fate of the Butterflies. That's not what you're worried about when a Psylocke's in play against the Fly. You're worried about the neutral and the damage that Psylocke can do when that Ultron is up in the air, unprotected, when Imperative Firewall is on cooldown. And that's what Twitzy was so incredibly good at. Every single time that Ascended had to play into retake, that Ultron just lost so much space and the Psylocke was there immediately. So as we head into Burn and T'Challa, I wonder if we're going to see any differences come through, because I mean, if you're Chemistry, you just saw the damage that Psylocke did, and I would imagine we're going to be seeing a Psylocke save so they can replicate it.
Yeah, I mean, that's really like easiest decision of their life, I suppose, because I mean, what do you do if you're Ascended? Like, you ban up the Psylocke first and then maybe Punisher's like locked in for Chemistry or something else entirely. Instead of protecting the Storm, however, they're going to go and protect the Iron Man, no doubt because they're looking to protect the Ultron a little bit further. Whether Chemistry feel forced enough out to go for the ban here? Well, they might do, because I mean, Iron Man's been their 3rd consistent ban, so potentially.
You're worried about the nanotech. You're also probably worried about just the AoE splash damage that Iron Man can do with the repulsors, especially in terms of scouting out where that Psylocke is, putting Twitzy under pressure so that he can't commit for those aggressive plays to try and take those flyers down. I like that Ascended see the Psylocke and remove the Captain America, and Chemistry also going to be reacting to that Iron Man save with an Ultron ban into a Magneto protect.
Able to at least go for one of the major vanguards, probably because I imagine a Star-Lord could be looming as an idea as well, potentially. You don't need to worry about the Ultron as much, which might shut down the likelihood of seeing multiple flyers on the side for Ascended, but I think this second protect for them of Loki, interesting considering it was left on the board completely last game, that they feel the need to protect it here.
I mean, Chemistry could well take the ban against the Loki and go something like triple res coming on through. Wolverine is also going to get banned on the side of Ascended, as they remember that it wasn't just Twitzy who was targeting their flyers. It was hanking on the Wolverine too. Something to note as well is that with Chemistry picking the Magneto, not only do they kind of force the Loki save, they're also going to be making it really problematic for Ascended to find value with the invincible pulse cannon from that Iron Man, because it's not like a supernova absorb, right? With the Magneto, where you only take a chunk of the ultimate uptime, with Iron Man, it's one and done. The entire ultimate just gets fully grabbed out.
And the Psylocke being protected with the Magneto means that you at least have that team up, but Emma Frost left on the board for both sides means that Twitzy, CrossFit, and Lettuce being able to go for that combination, that's definitely scary to deal with. Ascended going for actually having Lipton on the Star-Lord himself, and Mexen over back, well, first time actually being able to play a little bit of the Iron Man, which outside of seeing alongside the Ultron, we haven't really seen him just on his lonesome. Even the times that we saw Z10 Knudsen play Iron Man, it typically was when they had the Ultron alongside.
So Ascended, they are still going to run Mexen on the Iron Man, but they're actually going to run Gamma with Ambitious Hat on the Hulk and then Lipton on the Namor, not just so that you can take advantage of the Gamma monster respawns, but also so you can utilize the Namor to scout check out what Twitzy on the Psylocke is and try and pressure them off of taking these engagements. Ascended, however, going to be very careful with how they play this Iron Man, given the fact that we don't have an Invis woman on the field for that backline. It's going to be the Lunar Snow instead, so you do get the Idol Aura with the 35% trickle boost, but you don't get a shield to prevent getting frozen or hooked out of your ultimate.
And Hook is going to be the main one. No, just both teams chipping away at each other. dive coming in and the regeneration domain forced out quite early from Twitzy. He's going to be happy about that because now the fight is going to be pulled over onto the objective. Ascended not having one of their biggest strategist cooldowns in order to fight this might be a distinct disadvantage.
Yeah, and you can see Chemistry immediately taking advantage of that absence regen domain so they can just fully stabilize their presence on the point. However, armor overdrive comes on through from Mexon, which Chemistry have to respect. Twitzy and Henkin, though, Tainted Voltage and the Psylocke able to find 2 on the side of Ascended, and that's going to be Ascended having to back on off and give that first point cap over to the side of Chemistry, and that is not a good bearing for how this Iron Man is going to be able to play into the next fight. Look at the amount of space he has to try and work around this Winter Soldier with.
Does almost have the pulse cannon. And it's a lot of bodies there, but a lot of barriers as well that will just stop it in its place. So really now it's just a case of just chipping away, hoping that you've got enough damage to take somebody down. But all you're realistically doing is, if you haven't got them already, Chemistry getting those strategist ultimates online themselves. Enkin is taking a good chunk of damage, and with Lexus being CC'd out, it is going to be the fate of both worlds alongside the Silent Seduction to give some proactive measures for Chemistry to go for this engagement. Ascended holding on, trying to play the right game themselves, but they've already lost the Iron Man. It's the God of Mischief and the Silent Seduction, and then also the fate of both worlds and Kraken Impact pretty much stacked on top of each other, now forcing some of the bigger stuff out from Chemistry. They are pretty comfortable though, trying to pull the Magneto out of position. He's going to bring Henkin in with his own Kraken's Impact, and just waiting for the regeneration domain to come through is allowing him a couple of resets, I think, off the back of the clones. Now it's the real bodies being stacked up, and Chemistry holding onto that fight incredibly well.
Yeah, Henkin just saying anything you can do, we can do better. Like you said, utilizing the Loki doppelgangers even after the Luna ult has finished to make sure that you still have those 7-second reset windows. This CrossFit is all the way into Ascended spawn. They know that Duplicify, the only play that they can make is a contest, and Chemistry are just gonna kick them to the curb. Spawn is gonna be able to come through and set up the strange TP. Maximum Pulse comes out from Mexon, but it finds minimum value. However, Ascended, because everyone from Chemistry was outside of that spawn, have at least, by going through the portal, put themselves onto point and finally find the flip. But it feels like temporary measures, Ryan, as he comes down to the butterflies, all of the bodies stacked one on top of the other. Rex comes on through with the copy into Fate of both worlds. But once that's done, Chemistry have the later sustain, the later Kraken Impact, and the Silent Seduction to top it off.
There's a Silent Seduction to fall through. Psylocke being pulled out. Psylocke being taken down first. High Vagamotor from Duplicify. Not really catching on to much as Chemistry were on the prowl. Pretty much full tilt into the backline of Ascended that we're losing so many bodies, but not lost the point at all. The Fate of both worlds is going to keep things going for the time being. But the God of Mischief was the one that copied on the other side, in fact, so Ascended running out of steam in the end. Chemistry happy to let that first fight go the other direction, because with that 99%, means that no contest is going to come in for Ascended. One more map, but they've won the series.
Yeah, and Twitzy just moving up, not to try and BM, but just to get more old charge off of the Loki doppelgangers, so that you build Dance of the Butterflies up a little bit faster into this next fight. And that is one of the disadvantages of running Loki. That's why I think Chemistry are more than fine with letting the Loki through. It sets Henkin up to find those resets, but it also means that Twitzy has so many more bodies to be able to farm these Dance of the Butterflies and force Ascended's hands when it comes to utilizing their ultimates earlier.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So far, so good for Chemistry. I mean, it was that first fight that went really well. Maybe it was a little bit trigger happy from Rex to use that regeneration domain pretty much as they were leaving that main first choke as they're fighting on the point. And then Chemistry going, okay, they don't have regen domain. Let's just go to the point. They can't out-sustain us. It's the start of the map.
Yeah.
So now, there's maybe a little bit more of a question mark about it, because some of those ultimates are going to retain their progression that they made from the last part of Venom T'Challa.
Well, gone is the Iron Man. Next is now going to be over on the Winter Soldier, Lipton on the Star-Lord. So two duelist ultimates that will force Chemistry into burning defensive cooldowns. There's Twitzy already in an interception position. You can't move past the Psylocke onto the point. You've got to try and take the frontline brawl instead, and that sets up the hook to come on through. Henkin looking for the first pick, but in the meantime, Twitzy's just been shooting bodies to build up the Dance of the Butterflies, and they're going to overlap the damages. Out comes Kraken Impact at the same time. That's the reset necessary. We get 2, we get 3, we get 4. gonna send everyone on Ascended right back to spawn.
Comfortable hole, Lipton over on the Star-Lord. Trying to build up that Galactic Legend. He's been on it a good amount of time, but it's been completely cleaned up from Henken. Lettuce, you gotta feel like he's got the timing right for a Meteor M. He's been very good with connecting them. Granted, we've not seen much of it over the last couple of maps. And can look and see if he can catch a hook. He's able to get one player out of position. In fact, I think it's one of the vanguards. Fate both worlds is going to allow the rest of chemistry to go in for this engagement, as the diamond form for CrossFit is going to allow a little bit more damage before the silent seduction is going to follow through. The barriers really holding the line for Ascended as much as they possibly can, but then people are being pulled in. This fight is uncomfortable. It's going to force out the copy over from Rex, and it's a great pull and a push away from Duplicify to pull them for the rest of the team. Meteor M is going to take out the Bucky onto the other side, and this Galactic Legend from the Star-Lord not really finding much from Lipton at all. He's forced to retreat.
Something to point out, Henken has now lapped Mexen in terms of using Kraken Impact. That was Chemistry's Kraken Impact, not Ascended's. That was also Ascended's Galactic Legend, finding nothing but the inside of Meteor M coming on through from Lettuce. The Psionic Seduction that comes out from Ascended. There's Mexen with the Kraken Impact, but the momentum's just immediately shut down. Duplicify a little bit behind the rest of the team, gets caught out in the Dance of the Butterflies from Twitzy, and they do manage to find a pick onto Alo, but the Psylocke is still behind. The projection is going to be there. We look for the pick onto the Loki, and Rex falls so close to the ultimate.
The focus split from Ascended as they have to descend onto the point itself. They knew that the backline was being harassed from Twitzy, and now the pole play having to come in. No progression made at all. You've just got to know if it's pretty much just force yourself onto the point. It's Rex that has to go first, and he's the one that goes down first from the Loki counterpart. You've at least found yourselves an opening, but now you have to get to the point. The Silent Seduction almost pulling them in, but it feels like it's a bit of a trap trying to split the strategists away from these vanguards that have been split apart completely. First goes Doctor Strange, and now the Thing is likely to be following at this point, as Lettuce is now looking to shut the door as the portal has gone down. It's a copy, well, Dance of the Butterflies trying to go through, but it's onto the back line, and nobody is on the point able to fight it. And Chemistry, I don't know if you'd necessarily call it an upset, Moxie, but able to get the better of Ascended here and able to continue further on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, that was a really smart Psionic Seduction. Just like you said, zoning, splitting the backline from the front line so that unfortunately the portal closes and the Luna hasn't been able to step through. So you can't. If you try and step through, you go directly into the AMER ultimate. Chemistry doing a very good job right from the get-go on falls of making sure it doesn't matter if they invest both of their duelist ultimates, they're buying themselves the space to rebuild them before Ascended can even try and use their own for the push that comes through afterwards. Playing into retake on any point of domination is incredibly brutal, but into a Winter Soldier and a Psylocke, one who takes advantage of isolated targets and another who's able to isolate them for you is really rough.
5 eliminations total in the end from Ascended there, and both duelists having more final hits than the entire of Ascended combined. Like, CrossFit's able to get a lot of damage in, Twitzy, Henken. It was pretty much night and day, especially when the majority of your final hits are coming in Vanguard. You just know that your duelists aren't able to do too much, whether it's the peeling that comes in from the strategists or just the rest of your team goes down every time that you try and go into their backline.
Yeah, it felt like Chemistry were in full control of every single fight in every single space. Like, even when Ascended try and make a move forward, it feels like they're dancing to the beat of Twitzy's drum on the Psylocke, because he just shows up on an angle and they're like, wait a minute, we can't try and go this rotation. The Psylocke is here. Guys, abort, reroute, move, go, make a U-turn, different way. And then they run directly into just Henken on the Winter Soldier. And the Vanguard's just ready to meet you with both of their ultimates intact. And even when we were seeing, ultimates come through from the side of Ascended, it was always split. Every single time there was a fate of both worlds. Chemistry did such a good job of shield blocking and making sure that there were still targets for Twitzy and Henken to go after.
It felt that when you have the availability of having both the Emma Frost and the Magneto available, and just really the freedom to play perfect compositions. Mine are a couple of characters missing, like the strategists almost always seem to be Loki and Luna, and then like I mentioned, Magneto, Emma Frost. It really is a case of making sure that you use those combinations well, and I do think that combo of Lettuce and CrossFit was hard to beat in how they synergized off of each other, and when they can just get the Psylocke on Twitzy to mesh with them, it's not only the team up that gives the team good chemistry, it's the team themselves that have played really well at it.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at the ults for ults too, coming on through, Ascender tried to roll out with the Star-Lord, right? So first on Burn-In, they tried to roll out with the Iron Man, which Meteor M can just absorb, so you don't have one of your strategists forced into using their ultimate. Then when we went over to Warrior Falls, they tried to go with the Solid, which again, Meteor M just fully absorbs, so your strategists don't have to commit an ultimate. You look at the other side for Ascended, you've got a Kraken Impact, and you've got a Dance of the Butterflies, both of which you're going to have to burn one of your strategist ultimates. So every single time, just for the ultimate versus ultimate counterplay coming on through, chemistry were already, before we even take into account the picks that they had, the space that they had to play with, they were always going to have the better ultimate economy when it came to the long term.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a good showing for them. They're able to go a little bit further into the tournament, and I won't reveal just yet who they're going to be facing in that upper bracket final, but you could probably have a good guess at another team that we expect to do relatively well. We'll see exactly how that series could potentially pan out after a short break, so I'll see you in a few.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do
to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
Null is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
We're going to switch over towards the other side of the open bracket now, open upper bracket even, as we continue on with the EMEA Marvel Rivals Championships. We're getting towards the end of this tournament, and there's another team, I suppose, that we're looking at, which is Exoblivion, who really were expecting to be Virtus Pro, I suppose, of this tournament, but and again, Virtus Pro weren't the Virtus Pro of Ignite, so everything's a little bit topsy-turvy, right, Moxie?
Yes, EXO are very much the favorites. Not being able to qualify for Ignite meant that they were able then to come in and play for the Marvel Rivals Championship, and their qualifying rounds, as well as the rounds that they played up until now, have been incredibly clean. They only dropped the one map to Unit X, as opposed to Pluvia, who are currently down 2 in all of the rounds that they've played to. So it could be pretty close, but I would say that EXO is definitely the favorites. And I think for us to say like they're the favorites of the entire tournament, it needs to be not so much a stomping, but a dominant performance coming through from this team.
Yeah, and especially because you don't have like too much of a meta focus, I suppose, when it comes to trying to sort of protect and ban certain team-ups. Like, granted, that's going to be a case with this system, but because it's banning for both sides instead of just banning for your opponents, it means that you have to be able to sort of play a lot of these combinations. But already we're seeing 2 of those flavor characters taken out instantly, with Exoblivion going in the direction that we've seen a lot from Ignite, and out one of the vanguards, have the other.
Yeah, Pluvia is going to be immediately targeting out that Wolverine as well. Something to note too is that Pluvia have in their previous rounds played res composition. They have played triple strategist. EXO for their MRC did not play. They played very typical standard 2-2-2. However, when we saw them perform yesterday in another tournament, they had actually started picking up Intent onto the Ultron and Sector onto the Mantis, as well as Allure onto that CD. So I wonder if a strategy from this team was to hide the fact that they could play a triple strategist lineup before we headed into the really meaningful matchups of the later stages of MRC.
Fucking dagger protected. Especially when the Loki's available too. Maybe they want to take the Lunar Snow off the board as their third ban. It's actually going to be protected in the end, so it almost feels that so much of the stock has been forced out into keeping the strategists on the board. But you don't really have as many bans naturally to just be able to sort of take out other roles in a meaningful way. It is just really the hit scan characters that are done.
I was going to say that Punisher has been able to make it pretty far, but no, there goes Frank Castle. He's not going to be in play as EXO now get the last ban to come on through. There seems to be a little bit of a debate given the fact that it's not an immediate lock coming on through of a character. Do they want to remove one of those res composition components, or seeing the fact that Punisher was taken out and Pluvia do like putting pink onto the Human Torch, they're going to target out the Storm on so that we don't see the team up between those two duelists. And what we get is, oh wow, this is a throwback to Season 0. It's gonna be an old-fashioned Hela duel at dawn.
Ooh. I mean, it's gonna be interesting, I suppose, how Pluvia are able to sort of stem the flow here, because right now, yeah, you've got the Emma Frost being taken off the board, but Ash has been able to get the Captain America. Really is just a case of, yeah, Alligator being able to get the torch. This is going to be a lot of work for the Hellas, that's for sure.
Well, wide on this Black Widow is likely not going to be staying on the hero. It's going to be just for an opening sneak peek to see whether or not you can find an insta-pick, very similar to the way that we see teams run either the Thing or the Hulk so that they can fastball a Wolverine into the mix early without having to worry about the entire team losing a person as you try and break around that first corner. But if you can find a pick onto either the Hela or the Torch, that would be monumental for the attacking team. As though we have both the Hela and the Torch, we don't actually have any Susan Storm on the field, so there's going to be no pocket Guardian Shield for either of these duelists when they're playing on an isolated angle.
You can see if there's a potential angle for Pink to go down. Well, I think clearing to see if there's anybody that's looking to potentially dive in. Now everybody's grouped up from Exoblivion. You got the Pyro Prison doing a lot of damage, actually, irritatingly enough for Exoblivion, but they're not really going to look to give up that position all too much. In fact, they're really disciplined in not wanting to try to move back or give up any of the space. They're trying to maintain this long sight line for the Hela, and if anybody gets too close, then you've got the two Vanguards that are about to jump on them.
Yeah, Intent doing a very good job, like you said, very disciplined on the angle that he's playing from, utilizing his Vanguards in front of him to body block for him, given the fact that he can't play the high ground with the absence of the Invis Woman. Does get dived by Pink, but has the rest of his team to make sure that he's going to stay fully alive. We now take a Torch 1 versus 1 as Alligator and Pink vie for control around this corner. They see White a little bit too overexposed, but in the meantime, Vestas has been able to just push on forward. Maelstrom of Madness backs them into the corner, and Exoblivion are losing players left and right.
A scrappy fight in the end, but Pluvia's finding the numbers at the very least. Exoblivion already having Ash move over towards the Strange Gun for the portal play when you have both your strategist ultimates to work with too. It's not going to be a bad effort in the end. Alligator very close to having a supernova to go for this engagement, but there's plenty to be just sat on here. Pluvia wanted to see if they can take somebody down without having to over-dedicate stuff, and if they are, what kind of order, what formula are they going to try and follow along? The Eye of Agamotto catching on to Alligator just before he's about to pull the trigger over on that supernova. It's going to come out on the other side from Pink, however, and the copy coming in from Allura to no doubt go for the Fate of Both Worlds copy. We sort of know the script, we've seen it enough of the times, but the sustain is able to be there for Exoblivion, and Intent taking out Pink out the sky.
Yeah, Missouri flipped the script, picked Slime before the Luna could use Fate of Both Worlds, so Exo, even though it costs them both of their strategist ultimates, have the longer term sustain, will be able to hold their positions, and now Pluvia yet again have to bypass the angles that are available to the defense. Supernova from Alligator just to force out the Meteor M coming on through from Pat, and in the meantime, Intent's able to pick out Pink, and this is huge from Exoblivion. A Goddess of Death also going to be utilized from Intent so he can dodge away from any follow-up damage with the Hela being low. That Fate of Both Worlds is going to be utilized just to keep Pluvia's health bars fully refreshed as they try and back off, but they still lose one in the disengage as Alligator and Intent continue to pick apart the attacking team.
And this is a pretty good hold for Exoblivion, for Pluvia. I think honestly pushed this a lot further. They were so close right towards the end of getting this first checkpoint, that now they're going to be maybe a bit disappointed that it might not go much further. You do have an Eye of Agamotto looking for Vastus, but with Ash sticking on the Doctor Strange on the other side and having it himself, it's not going to be that easy to just find an opening up against the Strange and a Magneto, and it might not even matter if just in these neutral engagements, as you called it, Moxie, the Hell is just able to find the perfect poke and take people out.
look at the positions that Intent is playing from. Directly behind Missouri when the Magneto shield is up. It's a strange portal to get Pluvia out of spawn so they can just immediately teleport right behind that convoy. But they've still lost wide in the Hela versus Hela. Pink's trying to come on through, keep up the pressure onto the Doctor Strange. As Ash comes out with the Eye of Agamotto connecting onto Vastus so that Pluvia can't take advantage of their own. Eye of Agamotto catches through, connecting onto 2, but no one touches Convoy card. And that is an I-9. That's a blink and you'll miss it moment, as I'm sure that's going to be one Pluvia are wanting to move on very rapidly from.
You'll need a top-notch team.
Just felt like it was all in their hands, really. Exoblivion, they lose a key fight, forced to go for a relatively early, like, strange portal engagement, but just the way that that team was able to just survive, sustain, keep going, and it like, yeah, sure, they had to use both of their strategist ultimates to work with. But it's the likes of, like, Intent has been finding so many just, not free picks, because that sounds like Pluvia making mistakes, but just eliminations from nothing, right? There's no, like, setup, it's just good aim, and Pluvia maybe being a pixel out of position enough to be taken out.
Yeah, and Exo also just making sure, even though there's no invis, it always feels like Intent just has more resources in front of them, right? Whether it's the Seraphim shield from the Doctor Strange, whether it's the metallic curtain coming in through from the Magneto, sometimes even he was utilizing Lyra's doppelgangers as meat shields.
Yeah.
So that the Loki doppelgangers would catch the damage rather than the Hela.
Sister, what are you doing?
Sibling rivalry, I guess. But Exo are going to be on the attack now. Pluvia can still commit the full hold. Yggdrasil can be incredibly tough, especially when you're just trying to play out of your spawn and walk forward without getting instantly picked by this Hela coming on through. As we can see that Ash on that Captain America is just going to play Disruption. He's going to just dive in already there, potentially on that right side flank. Just harassing, making Pluvia turn their attention off of main road, which then frees up both Intent and Oligator.
See how far back they're actually playing as well, because they are worried about this flank. But Ash hoping to sort of like stretch his legs a little bit more playing the Captain America, because he had to switch over to Strange pretty early on in that one. He does find that first pick over onto the Loki as well, so no doubt regeneration domain had to be used, and there's the pocket that you were talking about, not necessarily going on to Intent too much, but more the front line. He doesn't need it. This is completely cleaning up, and if Pluvia keeps sort of resetting at this pace, they're not going to have a clean engagement here.
Oh, no.
I don't think they have much of a contest. They can't really do it here, right? Because Alligator's just going to get in his face.
Yeah, they had to go for the teleport. They knew that they wouldn't be able to get past Exo holding that choke as heavily as they were. So the teleport comes through not outside of spawn, but halfway to first. So all of those players that got staggered, they're not going to be able to take it. As Intent, just entirely free of any form of contest, is not going to be missing those shots. And Exo, at such a breakneck pace, are going to be able to pick up first of Yggdrasil, and that's all they needed.
I mean, very quick, a speed run, but what did you say beforehand, Roxy? It needs to be almost that you want Exoblivion, even at this stage in the tournament in the upper bracket, to be moving for it at pace. Because Lord knows how many games that they're going to have to play today alone, right? If they go to the losers bracket, they're going to be playing after potential upper bracket best of 5, and it could be a long old day for them, but this first map, very quick in the end. Pluvia, you can't really say that there's a particular mistake that cost them there to be losing that quickly. It was just Exo being able to reset as quickly as they did on that first point, going for that contest again with a portal, and Intent cleaning up house with 6 final blows.
Yeah, I mean, Hela versus Hela, one Hela comes out on top. A lot of the time. It's a very unforgiving matchup. And whoever's Hela is better, their team just gets so much, because the other team, they have to position roughly, take fights, fully aware of the attention that the Hela is going to be able to bring them, because the second that the Hela goes down, all of those angles you lose control of. We're going to see these highlights coming on through. This was a wonderful opening for Vastus, being able to just back up 2 into the corner and utilize that Maelstrom of Madness. But I think once Exo realized, like, hold on a minute, we're making a couple of silly mistakes here and there, and they just tightened up their defensive hold and made sure that Intent was getting all of the resources that the Hela started receiving, we really saw Exo just pulling away with that series.
Yeah, I mean, as expected, I guess, like Pluvia doing well to be continuing on in the upper bracket at this stage, right? But this is a squad that I mean, if there was a notable name missing out on Ignite for EMEA Stage 1, it was EXO, right? It felt like they were the squad that people would have said was a safe bet, a safe assumption, but unable to get there, missing out pretty much at the real final hurdle. Clearly not wanting to make that mistake again, and I think these kind of results are dominant, showing where there's really not a fault to be put in. Even with the draft as well, the way that they approached that, you can't knock them for any of it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be rough too, given the fact that it's going to be mirror matchups, right, on standard bans. So anything that you let through for your team, EXO are going to have immediate access to themselves. There's a couple of things I think that Pluvia could start to potentially pivot into. We talked about the fact that EXO haven't really played anything other than standard 2-2-2 composition. So if Pluvia have something like a triple strategist or potentially a solo vanguard, maybe be a res composition cooking in their back pocket, as they have been one of the few teams in MRC who this season have decided to go towards things like the Adam and the Mantises. It's definitely losing the favor in comparison to what it had a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, it feels like potentially it could be a rough one for Pluvia if they can't get themselves going, but they do have the map choice coming up, so we're going to take a short break and then we're going to see exactly how the upper round of round 12 is going to finish out with these guys in a short while, so see you soon.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rich winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you win.
After he yawns, another comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
time will spiral into darkness.
And I was holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat. Follow if you dare. Behold the fury of the Phoenix. You are nothing! Less than nothing.
Continuing on with our action, Krakoa is going to be where we're headed next for Exoblivion versus Pluvia, which I gotta say, Moxie, I admired the cojones on Pluvia here to go to a domination map against a team like Exoblivion, because it feels like trying to challenge them with like team play elements is going to be a tall order at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Pluvia, your hands are kind of tied in terms of the maps that you have to take Exoblivion to. I was having a look back earlier in the week. You know, some of the maps that Pluvia had struggled against, some of the compositions that they struggled against. Black Panther was a hero that they really struggled against, and then the second they lost a map to Black Panther, they started banning him out. And Exoblivion is one of those teams who's actually got a Panther player. Oligator has started flexing over to the Black Panther, and we see it pop up from time to time in places like Hell's Heaven and Spider Island. So right off of the rip, those are two maps that you don't really want to take Exo to, or else you're going to have to burn one of those ban sections on the Black Panther, which when so many things are viable and meta, you can't really afford in this day and age.
Yeah, it's a weird one really. For Pluvia, sort of a well-recognized team, I think, sort of being in some of these like championship tournaments beforehand. I mean, it's a challenge, but I guess it's the gamble of hoping that a couple, like, all you need is a couple of good fights and you're able to potentially win on a domination map here, as opposed to going to a map with an objective. You know that some team fights are going to be a little bit more orchestrated and put together. But regardless, it is going to be Pluvia starting us off with a draft and going for a Wolverine ban first and foremost yet again.
Yeah, no surprises there. We could potentially see a pivot to a res composition coming on through from Pluvia to play off of domination and how good that comp is at stalling and buying you point percentage, not for winning the fight necessarily, but for not losing it immediately. As Winter Soldier is going to come on through from the side of Pluvia, so they are anticipating either a flyer from the side of Exo or potentially one of those heroes that does lean into that dive playstyle, as Loki is actually going to be banned on the side of Exo, which definitely puts stock into the dive theory.
Feels that it's the first time that we've seen it so far today, but it's not a surprising scene like Exoblivion cosplaying almost what we've been seeing consistently from Ignite, with just going for two of the most popular first bans that we've seen, and some of the more popular like Protects too. Being able to keep the torch gives you at least something to rely on for Oligator if he wants to, but there is of course that fear, I suppose, that a Black Panther could be potentially on the cards.
Yeah, Exo very flexible in terms of who can play what. Especially when it comes to the duelists. Intent and Oligator have a lot of overlap in terms of their hero pool. Both can play things like the Winter Soldier, both can play things like the Torch. So we can see that Pluvia are going to be banning out that Psylocke, so that if the Winter Soldier does come through, he can keep his attention on the Human Torch rather than having it split two ways, as even though you get 2 charges of Tainted Voltages, you unfortunately don't get 2 charges of that Bionic Hook coming on through. So I think it's definitely smart from Pluvia to diminish some of the different aspects of dive that could potentially turn their CC's heads.
A lot of Lords naturally showing up on both sides. But it does mean that we get to see a little bit of a pivot from the backline, the Lunar Snow being protected, but the Loki taken out means that It might give Exoblivion a bit of freedom to go for the Cloak and Dagger, hovering over it. They have that option, but instead, going for the Invisible Woman, for that team up with Johnny Storm, and also just the fact that you can put the resources into him, and also whatever Alligator decides to take as well.
Yeah, you don't want to risk, if it's a Human Torch Mirror, one torch having the Invis and the additional Vein of Sustain that armor brings off of the team up. Pluvia, though, we can see have actually opted for so far the Cloak and Dagger. We'll have to see whether or not it's going to stick around. As Exo are going to be taking advantage of the team up. Both the Storm and the Torch still have the team up before we head into Season 3. So those Supernovas and Mega Hurricanes are going to be really fueled with damage if Pluvia aren't careful and are able to shut them down with Focus Fire coming out from wide on that Winter Soldier, trying to utilize the Tainted Voltages and the Bionic Hooks to drop a flyer.
And
out pretty much front side and straight away with the portal play too from Vastus, who's looking to try and beat them there, actually reading into what Ash wanted to do pretty much perfectly and looking to try and contest them in a position. Ash found themselves maybe a little bit more than he bargained for, but everybody's surviving for this case, and for the first time it feels like the objective is going to unlock and nobody's going to be there, Moxie.
Yeah, Exo maybe anticipating Pluvia trying to TP into that spawn, actually stayed on the penny for a little bit of time so that the mines would be able to meet Pluvia when they jumped out of it, and now it's Intent who's meeting Pluvia right now. Everyone's safe behind all of those shields. The force physics from Allura making sure that they can't get away cleanly, and Exo are going to be cleanly sweeping the first fight and grabbing themselves point cap.
A little bit of a quieter time. Hopefully we'll have game audio back soon, at least for, I believe, us, right, Moxie? But Exoblivion able to get the point on pretty much. Pluvia wanted to not go out with a whimper as such, but forced back into an uncomfortable position to be fighting this. Going in with the Eternal Blonde to try to take a little bit more control, more aggressive in the lines. Going to hit pretty much this halving of where the Vanguards want to go, and the Doctor Strange getting very low in this engagement means that he might be right for the picking for Pluvia, but no. In fact, he's able to sort of hold on a good amount of time before multiple people go down from Exoblivion. Even with the invisible boundary used from Allura, it's not enough to keep people alive, and Pluvia are able to take the point.
Yeah, the Invis boundary comes on through 165 heals per second on the point, but the Invis herself is, well, invisible in that fight. She's hiding. Allura positioning smartly, understanding that Wide's going to be looking to grab her out of her ultimate so that they can take her down. And it early as Slime shows that as snow does trump fire sometimes. Now, especially, Pluvia holding onto that space is going to be making it a little bit harder for the double flyer composition from Exoblivion to better find safety in these next couple of fights. Eye of Agamotto is going to be up for Ash, so too is the team up for Intent and Oligator ready for the rip. And Michaela is not going to have that Eternal Bond. It's going to be up to Slime to try and come through and keep the team topped up with the Fate of both worlds. But even then, it's just too much damage, and Exoblivion burst through all of that sustain.
It's all pretty much gone. Exoblivion surviving through a hell of a storm, realistically, using the team up before it's taken out in the next season. Feels like you might as well. Pluvia not really having many options to try to fight in the sky other than Pink that's going to be there themselves and Wide over on the Bucky. Both of which the duelists having their ultimates to go for an engagement here. And Exoblivion only just catching up when it comes to progression onto the point. Pluvia at least giving themselves a leg to stand on, but the Eye of Agamotto connecting onto 3 for Pluvia means that they have to reset again, and Exo's going to be able to overtake them.
Yeah, and it connects onto Wide too. No CC immunity granted of the activation of Kraken Impact, and unfortunately no mercy granted to Pat right now. The Magneto's so far away from the side of the cliff, they're just going to body block and stall this out yet longer. Even going in with the Metallic Curtain from Missouri to just block any form of healing LOS that could come through from Pluvia. We're headed into last fight territory. It's gonna be a strange portal to make sure that Pluvia can move from that spawn onto point itself. They're gonna be joined by Pat. There's a Supernova from Pink as well as Kraken Impact. Tries to zone out some of Exo's positioning. However, the Meteor and the slam dunk from Missouri takes down wide, and those supernovas are fully avoided as Exoblivion still have the fate of both worlds, trying to outlast this fight. Losing Allura, however, gives Pluvia a really good in, but it might not be enough when Oligator has another Omega Hurricane in the cards.
Yeah, Supernova wasn't dedicated either until just a second later than it. Means it might be available for this fight afterwards, as now it's looking to go back into the hands of Exo in this engagement. The fight in the sky, the dip diving and dodging isn't quite working as all that much from the storm, with both teams trying to mirror each other a little bit more into the sky. And it means that you do have the invisible boundary and also the supernova for the next point.
Yeah, Invis Boundary, not the greatest when it comes to up against other strategists, especially if the Cloak and Dagger has Eternal Bond. Here's where the problem lies for Pluvia. They don't have that Eternal Bond, so they can't make an aggressive, invasive play into Allura's Invis Boundary, which would then lead into a Terror Cape to connect onto the entire rest of this team. Once again, they're going to have to play to the tempo that Exo bring to the table. Vastus is going to have an Eye of Agamotto. Maybe you can sync it up with the Fate of Both Worlds damage boost coming through from Slime, but Invis is up for Exo, which means Force Physics is a cooldown that Vastus has to take into account.
Did you really go time traveling?
Really, the Vanguard line is the interesting one. Ash seems to just be on Doctor Strange duty for the most part, starting off as Cap, but eventually switching over. Auto plays not available, at least for Vastus, but I think Ash might have it handy. I didn't quite check beforehand, but I mean, the first time that we saw it was right at the start of that map, so I'd assume that both of them were together, right?
Wait a minute. Missouri's committed to this. We're out of spawn. Penny Parker is in play. Never mind, it's Magneto now. Portal comes on for Exo, taking the fight almost immediately, trying to take advantage of the ultimates that they have at their beck and call in comparison to Pluvia. Pink, though, is really quickly generating this first supernova. Slime also has been able to build up the fate of both worlds as fast as a little bit behind, but has the Eye of Agamotto. Ash waiting in perfect position off of that ledge. Out comes the blind from Michaela to make sure that Exo aren't able to capitalize onto all of the players stunned. The fate of both worlds from Slime is going to keep everyone alive, but it comes at the cost of losing first cap. Invis Boundary from Allura here is blanketing the point for sustain on Exo's side, and Pluvia are just losing player after player.
Don't have enough about them to keep fighting this. And it was just that one first good engagement, and yeah, sure, they have those duelist ultimates about to be good to go again, and there's nothing on the board right now for Exoblivion, but it's these sort of positions that they've been very good to sort of fight from, able to continue to find picks onto Pluvia members, and honestly just keep things snowballing in their direction.
The Vanguards for Exo are just standing in the fire that Pink leads, so that Allura can get ult charge. We just used Invis Boundary. Allura is 77% to another. That's insane. Fate of Both Worlds comes on through from Sector. Exoblivion are going to keep themselves healed up through the supernova that tries to split the team, but all that ends up happening is Pink goes a little bit too extended, and Exo sees the opportunity. They're finding pick after pick yet again, and even though it was Pluvia that tried to open up that fight, Exo are the ones still in full control.
Good healing.
Feels that they're pretty much in pole position to be taking this one. Pluvia not really having much to work with to sort of close out that distance, and even if you do get in, how do you intend to fight these engagements full stop? The portal play allowing them to sort of go for this rotation. You can see that Exoblivion are pretty much one step ahead of it, though. They're rotating around, adjusting to where this main threat is coming from, and most importantly, Moxie, they are farming up these ultimates like nobody's business.
Yeah, Sector already 20% to the next fate of both worlds. Ash does have that Eye of Agamotto. Oh, sees the Vanguard's not there for the backline, and Slime gets CC'd. Michaela manages to pull off the Eternal Bond, but Invis Boundary is up. Huge Eye of Agamotto from Vastus into a Terror Cape follow-up from Michaela. This is the fight that Pluvia needed, but it's not the ultimate commitment that they wanted. Ryan, they have to survive every single fight until they equalize point percentage, and all they have to work with for the next engagement is a fate of both worlds to live the Omega Hurricane that can't get cancelled out early by Missouri's Meteor M, and then you have to hope that Pink's done enough poke to build Supernova.
There's a lot of tension to deal with. The Supernova, it's a case of Pink getting it online as soon as possible. The Omega Hurricane going for the back line. You need to see the counter come in, and already the Meteor M searching for a specific target, and he's found it perfectly. The follow-ups there from the Omega Hurricane, but most importantly, the Meteor M to take out the Luna on the other side. You pretty much called it to perfection, Moxie. Exoblivion, they know exactly what they need to do to win out these maps. Their win conditions are set, and it's a very swift 2-0 lead now in this best of 5.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Pluvia. Their back is against the wall. They lose Slime to that absolute insane synergy play coming on out from the side of Exo, where it's just Eye of Agamotto followed up by Goddess Boost and then just Storm Wind Blades to take Slime down before the Luna gets the opportunity to hit Fate of Both Worlds. So if you're Pluvia, you understand suddenly there's a time frame to that fight. There's a ticking time bomb that you're up against, and it's set to 13 seconds before the expiration of Eternal Bond. And just, they have to commit everything. They need to sweep it. If they start getting stagger picks to come through, EXO is just going to teleport back into that fight, understanding that they have better numbers and better ultimate rotations because of how early Slime went down in the instigation. So out comes everything, every single ultimate that they have available. It all gets thrown, including the kitchen sink, into that one fight. And from there, EXO no, we just need to win one fight. And hey, the fight that comes afterwards, that's the one.
Pretty much set into their favor. And it's interesting to sort of note that, like, strategist-wise, the ones on the winning team doing a little bit less healing overall, but it's more like when they healed, because we saw that example of just through the Pyro Prison, having your Vanguard stand in it when you've already taken a point, and then just being able to heal that up to get ult charge on the board. Like, it's just a case of efficiency, it feels like, out of EXO EXO. We sort of expect them to really be that sort of team that is really the lead in the line in those specific elements, but I didn't expect it to be a case of like men's versus boys here.
Yeah, I mean, the professional terminology for it is batterying, where you basically tell your vanguards to face tank damage, and then you assign one specific strategist to heal them, especially given the fact that Sector already had their ultimate. It's all the more reason for Allura to just take charge and find all of that healing window necessary. As EXO understand that, like, Pluvia, they already had staggers into the fight before. They would fully be able to stabilize. It wouldn't be a fast push that the other side would be able to take and potentially get a push when those vanguards are already low. And they just have a really good understanding of, you know, what they can get away with and when.
Yeah, it's a tough one, I'd say, for the most part. Like, Exoblivion 2-0 up in this best of 5. One more chance, I suppose it would be, for the likes of Pluvia to really get a hold on this so far. Really, Moxie, it's hard when you're up against a team of this nature, but at least for Pluvia, there would be the losers who go down this.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a hard uphill battle, but maybe they can pull a map. We'll have to see whether or not it's going to be a 3-0 or if Pluvia can make a comeback. We'll be back with round number 3 after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world. all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when they're no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Pluvia want to go again for domination. This time they're going towards Hell's Heaven for a little bit of hope, I suppose, in order to go for some of these fights, honestly, because Moxie, Pluvia had some good engagements there. It just felt like they ran out of steam, and a lot of the times that they were trying to regroup and go for these fights, Exoblivion are just very good at just shutting them out just before they want to go.
Yeah, Exa were very good at understanding what they could get away with when they would look at, how Pluvia was rotating. Look at how Eye of Agamotto was used. They could be incredibly aggressive with it too, given the fact that we've got a gradient of Invis women up for the side of Exo, which means force physics to stop all of those Eye of Agamottos coming on through. And then you compare it to Pluvia, who unfortunately didn't have that force physics cooldown, so there's nothing really punishing you from just aggressively, if you're Ash, moving forward, getting an Eye of Agamotto off into that back line. Every single time you see the Vanguard's a little bit split away from them, but like you said, the next map is going to be Hell's Heaven. Maybe this is where they're going to be able to turn it around. They definitely need to get things like the Black Panther off of the board, but if they're able to get something like a res composition off and Frozen Airfield, they could definitely start finding some ground against this team.
Pluvia banning out first. I mean, it's been Wolverine every single time so far. I doubt it would be. It is different, actually. They're going to take out the torch first and foremost. And then here it has been just Emma consistently for Exoblivion to try and get the Magneto afterwards. I mean, if it ain't broke, you don't fix it.
Well, if it ain't banned, you save it, is what EXO have said. And finally, they'll be able to pivot over to that Wolverine. The Torch ban coming on through from Pluvia, I think, is good because we've actually seen both of these teams run the Torch, but now that the Torch is gone, EXO have far less reason to run the Invis Woman. So if Pluvia do want to run something like the Doctor Strange, the Eye of Agamotto does become a lot easier to be able to land, as it's likely we're going to see some either form of dive or a Captain America come on through, given the fact that Pluvia want to remove the Hulk, which then lessens the impact of something like an AMER as well.
Yeah, getting rid of the fastball. Loki protected too. I mean, the Torch has been something that they've gone for beforehand. The Cloak and Dagger as well in map 1. Interesting. It also works out for EXO as well that Pluvia's been able to protect the Magneto, which is what they went for beforehand. So essentially, they're able to get 3 protects, a flyer at least in the hands of Pluvia with the Storm, but certainly going to be missing the same sort of impact that they had over with the Torch. And to finish off, making sure that the Psylocke can't be put into play by EXO either.
Well, Black Panther is able to make it through the pick and bans. It costs him 3 of his 9 lives, but he is going to be secured as EXO are going to be finishing things off with a double-sided Punisher ban coming on through. Pluvia going to be putting stock into the Storm, going to be removing that Psylocke too, so that she can't easily target out those flyers in the air. So you can have a look and see what exactly EXO want to go in with, as Pluvia's composition locked in incredibly quickly. This to me reads that they have a plan to be able to play around this map.
It's challenge now for Pluvia to pull themselves back into this one. I mean, Hell's Heaven, we've seen a lot of upsets on it typically, but it feels like when you have Alligator that was almost just toying with the idea of running the Black Panther, instead gonna go for the Wolverine because the team up with Ash able to go for a little bit more flying pressure, and Intent actually moving over to the Iron Man at the same time, seeing that they also want to be up in the sky fighting themselves. And I've noticed that Slime is hovering over a certain jet.
Speed bubbles, min-max speed bubbles, so that you can get out of spawn and get to either the point or the high ground faster, as they're definitely going to be wanting to get wide into a good position before EXO can take the Storm out, as Pluvia can take the fight much quicker than EXO. As you can see, EXO also have Sector currently on the jab. None of them are going to be sticking around more than likely, as Slime, there we go, swaps over towards the Luna. Sector is on the Mantis, so we are going to have 12% damage inspiration coming on through on the side of EXO, which is going to make Intent on that Hella incredibly lethal if wide gets picked. As we're going to be following along now, Alligator rotating over towards the high ground. They're trying to figure out where exactly Pluvia are going to be. Fastball special tries to find a target, but in the interim, Slime's already actually been able to take Missouri down. Wide with the Goddess boost as well, gets that one-sided damage pressure up against their opponents, and Pluvia managing to pick up first fight and first cap off of the back of it, already going to be in a very strong position so that they can continue taking these fights before Exoblivion are ready for them, stopping Intent from being able to develop these angles and proving a little bit of pressure onto that Hella. As we can see, Alligator yet again cradled in Ash's hands, looking for that opening, but that spam pressure from Pluvia is really keeping EXO on the mark. No fastball entrance coming on through. Instead, it's just gonna be a jump into the fight, and then the fastball setup so Alligator can eat up that distance. But Vastus, so see you later, Alligator, and Pluvia will be able to hold that position. Regen domain from Allura not even going to be enough to keep the players of EXO intact, as wide on that off angle, entirely uncontested, gets to come on through with an Omega Hurricane, potentially catching EXO as they try and retreat. The door's gonna be changing, however, forcing EXO to run directly into a brawl fight, which is not the best position for a Hella to be able to play off of the back of. Allura comes on through and faded both balls. Alligator also utilizing that last stand to try and connect some of these players from Pluvia's side out of the AoE heals coming on through from the ultimate, as we can see Exo still holding that position, Intent dodging out of focus with that Eye of Agamotto being missed entirely because of the Goddess of Death. Holds the fire, doesn't charge up the Meteor M, then utilizes the projectiles to keep Pluvia at an arm's length and split the backline from keeping up the front line. Massive Soul Drainer grabs onto Pat too, so he's not there to protect the team when Oligator goes for the commitment of the Wolverine Feral grab, and that's going to be Exoblivion able to come on through with the fight win and the point flip.
Just in time, isn't it? Really, 86% made for Pluvia, so they're getting closer to putting pressure on Exoblivion, but feels that these are the points that they've really let themselves down. The recontest, it's just perhaps one good fight, one good connection from Pink with the last stand, and you might be able to find an opening here. Ash has the covering time in hand, gonna come through and pretty much hit all of the Loki clones, the doppelgangers going down like bowling pins, and the follow-up is there in the end for Intent, able to actually bring back the Loki as well with that team up, allowing some bit more sustain to go in and be able to fight on the point. Pluvia forced to disengage and leave this fight entirely.
Yeah, Allura brought back has God of Mischief intact now as well in this fight. It's gonna be anticipating potentially a TP recontest to come through, as we can see. Pluvia all falling out of the portal onto the high ground, but Intent's already been able to find the storm past the shield. Fastball comes on through, Oligator just closing up the distance, and Pluvia Strange has had enough. Vastus is tactically retreating closer to his spawn so he doesn't get staggered. Teleport recontest entirely mitigated.
I mean, Oligator playing with his food there a little bit, but he's going to be back in the fight fast enough. Pluvia wanted to try and make this player advantage work for the time being. The Loki going for the copy, allowing the fate of both worlds to allow some going power into this engagement. Meteor M looking for a target in the air, doing damage, but not finding enough to find an elimination. Now a bit more of a pushback. The Eye of Agamotto looked uncontested for the most part. It connects up to Allura, who goes down, but mostly was blocked up in the end by Missouri. Fastball trying to cut through now that the fate of both worlds has been used on the other side by Exoblivion. And now the Goddess of Death just looming over this battlefield for Pluvia. It's pretty much a last opportunity for them to be fighting, as Exoblivion have managed to get Aldron to 99% themselves. There is a potential fight back for Pluvia. It's looking really good for them in the end. And now it seems that Exoblivion have to give up the point. Ash got the portal play in hand, I would imagine. So there might be one final fight here for Exo on his first point.
True, but if you portal, you don't get the opportunity to either take the storm down or clear where the Wolverine's from. Out comes the portal, there's the Wolverine! Oligator goes for the grab, does get traded, but meanwhile, Intent's able to pick out Michaela. Slime gets Intent, however, no opportunity to bring Allura back if the Loki falls. White's been able to find where the actual Loki is. Regen Domain's already been forced. The devious exchange, unfortunately, is a little bit too close to the players from Pluvia's end, and Allura goes down so close to the ultimate. Missouri's going to try and come back in on the Captain America just to keep this stall going a little bit longer, to maybe buy the time for the God of Mischief to come on through. But the Wolverine grab from Pink sends them off of the point, and this is just a matter of dealing with the staggers. Matt Cannon comes on through from Pat, just utilizing that CC to push them all back. Allura gets the copy though onto Sector. CC immunity in the fate of both worlds, and Exoblivion might be able to turn this around. Michaela's hand has been forced, has to go for their own God of Mischief with a fate of both worlds to come on through. As Ash arrives now on the scenes in that Venom, Missouri gets frozen out by the absolute Zero coming on through from Slime, and Pluvia will be able to deal with the staggers and walk away with frozen airfield in their possession.
Hey, okay, now Pluvia is starting to fight a little bit more. Good point to be taken in the end, and I'm not going to necessarily say it comes down to Oligator going for the over-egregious through the portal play into your opponent's spawn. But it was Pluvia just taking that advantage that they had and literally running with it. They were on to the point so quickly, and Exoblivion had to just give up a lot of that space and weren't able to take it back.
I mean, the huge pick as well, like the real tipping factor for Pluvia was that they picked Allura. When Allura was so close to getting God of Mischief online, they were able to take down Intent too, so when the Loki fell, wasn't rezzed up immediately. That team up, by the way, has no cooldown assigned to it, so we're playing res comp without actual Adam Warlock in play. So if you're Pluvia, you really have to prevent this Hela from picking up any form of momentum if you're able to take the Loki down.
That's hard enough when it's Intent. Even without that team up being too often, it's a lot of picks going in his direction. Now it's a fight in the end for Pluvia to just try to take the high ground a little bit. The portal play and Alligator sneaking.
Oh, we saw the other wolf. Seen the entire team, and we grab the Magneto. Pat, so close to going down. Force now into utilizing the Bulwark, which means the Magneto down those resources is free for the picking from Allure on the Loki. Slime, unfortunately, with the fate of both worlds. Not going to be able to keep the team up. However, we can try and maybe keep our Storm alive for the Omega Hurricane to find the picks that it's looking for. But Exo, with the fate of both worlds of their own, are going to be able to keep themselves alive. And Allure is just dispatching damage on this Loki. The accuracy from the strategist is so insanely high.
Now, Exo holding on to the point itself. I don't think they're really looking to go and try and take a little bit more space. They're just more hovering just on the objective itself. Honestly, hoping and ready to engage a fight as it happens. Pluvia's Vanguard's at least working with a lot. And Pink, if he can find the timing, can catch multiple people with this last stand, but Alligator's got it in hand too.
Yeah, Alligator's on a different angle too. Pink is still playing with the full team core right now. Does have that last stand, is going to make a very aggressive play to send some of Exo into Pluvia's own team. However, Exoblivion just sustained through it, and Pink is the one put under the pressure. The passive is Force Ash comes on through with a huge Ivag motor to connect onto the Wolverine, but the healing is good, and Pink is still going to be able to stay standing. Intent picks up Michaela and Pink though, as no one is looking at the Hela, and Intent is not going to miss when you're not focused on bringing him down. The body block as well from Ash to make sure that Pluvia can't disengage, and Intent's already rounded the corner and is just keeping the damage going.
Held pretty much at the precipice. Exoblivion a point down, but 2 maps up. Winning over on Hell's Heaven would take them further into the upper bracket themselves. And Pluvia have the tools to go for an engagement. It's pretty much the same kind of style that they had going into that final fight. And Intent with a Goddess of Death, just more sitting back than anything, not forced to use anything so far. And Exoblivion now that they see Pluvia on the point, trying to leap in. There's the Ivag motor connecting onto 2. And the connection is pretty good in the end for this Omega Hurricane to clear up some of the picks in favor of Pluvia, but Exoblivion still trying to fight this, even if it's just buying a little bit more time as they reach 99%. The problem, however, is just that Pluvia, well, for them, the problem is that they've had to use a lot in order to take it.
We've seen this before as well on Krakoa, and Ash is potentially going to just set Exo up for a very fast portal recontest as Allura, even without the ultimate, can just use the regeneration domain to make sure that Exo will be able to survive the landing. However, if you go for a portal recontest, you deposit your Hela directly into the middle of the fight. So it does look like Exo are taking a little bit more of a slow burn approach to properly let Intent begin to cook on this Hela. He's found the off angle. He's getting shielded by both of his Vanguards. The second Pluvia try and put the Hela under pressure. They get grabbed out by the Wolverine, but Alligator bites off a little bit more than he can chew. But Intent is still making a meal out of Pluvia right now. Out comes the Goddess of Death. Meteor M has already been burned through, and Slime is not within any part of healing coming through from his team. Intent will be able to pick up everyone he's looking for, and Exo are going to be able to take Eldritch Monument.
Able to at least bring it even. Pluvia, they've been looking better and better as this series has gone on, but it is still just these like very clean fights working in their favor. Super Soldier Factory is going to be where this potential series could finish out, or whether a potential return to form could come back in for Pluvia. Considering they have the last stand available off the rip for Ping, I'm going to remain positive, I suppose, on their outlook here. But Exoblivion having plenty themselves.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to be a little bit more realistic, as this is actually one of Hela's better maps to come on through, given all of the off angles and windows, the LOS that you get both onto the high ground and the low ground, and how far away you can keep yourself out of the fight, which is going to force Pluvia into really committing resources if they want to be able to challenge this Hela, rather than hiding around natural points of the map itself, with potentially the double shield angle from both Pat and Bastos. But if you're hiding from the Hela, you're giving yourself way less space to try and work around the Wolverine from Alligator, sure, and you don't want to find your players stacked when last stand's in play.
High ground, looking for the fight for Pluvia. Seeing exactly where Exoblivion are going to try and take this engagement from. We've seen a lot more of this in Ignite, just trying to find and jump on somebody to get into the backline right behind him, but it's Pink that actually takes one of the Vanguards, Magneto, away from this engagement completely. Alligator, you see, he's just looming in the darkness, trying to see if he can go for a clean fight, but it's not as much of a brash approach of what Pluvia have taken, and the brash approach worked. Pluvia are able to take the point first.
Yeah, last stand was mitigated by Michaela, who was able to come on through with a copy onto Slime with Fate of Both Worlds. And no one went down on the side of Pluvia, so they're still holding this high ground. Alligator is still looking for that flank, though. So too is Pink. Wolverine versus Wolverine. Both of them get scouted on out. Pluvia's going to utilize the downtime to come through with this Omega Hurricane, which forces the regeneration domain. And now the fight properly begins. Why does he have to catch Alligator at the same time as Pat finds intent? But a huge Eye of Agamotto is connected onto 3 players from Pluvia. The problem for Exo is that there's no follow-up. All of their players have already been picked that could deal damage, and Pluvia will be able to hold.
They'd have to use the Eye of Agamotto themselves for Vastus. It was really good connection in the end, but kind of like you mentioned, Exoblivion just not having enough to contest it realistically, have to just give it up in its entirety. So now it's in an interesting spot, right? Like 40% building up for Pluvia to be able to potentially take this map, and Alligator trying to get the jump over on the Wolverine, but he missed the leap completely. Pink counting his lucky stars that he was able to survive there. Goes to back off. Pat does get frozen by the absolute zero, but is able to just hold on. Meteor M in hand in case Exoblivion try to get a little bit closer in this fight. But up on the high ground, up on the rafters, we're seeing that regen domain forced out. So Meteor M going to follow shortly afterwards, looking for any particular target, but not really connecting onto much at all.
Yeah, Goddess of Death now comes on through. Pat still holding onto Meteor M of their own, so all of these shots can come out. Now the Meteor M from Pat connects immediately onto Sector. What a Wolverine grab though! Alligator sends Pat off of the map, and Exoblivion is starting to equalize. Ash is going to be coming back in fast on that cap, but Intent is already down, and Allura is about to fall too. Regeneration domain is going to start regenerating Pluvia's chances in this fight, as Wide and Michaela just safe behind that Seraphim Shield from the Doctor Strange are going to keep up the damage and pressure. The Mega Hurricane has been built. No strategist ultimate up, as Allura was picked previously, and now it's all hands on deck to make sure that Intent doesn't bring them back prematurely. Ash though on that Captain America and Missouri coming back on that Venom had enough frontline pressure that Pluvia, just lacking the numbers, lacking the Strange, are forced to back off and give up the cap. And now Ash is still able to disrupt any of the rotations made from Pluvia. Does stay in the fight a little bit too long, gets picked for the hubris with the help of both Pink and Slime, and now this Omega Hurricane from White can try and start that fight just the way we saw previously, forcing out the regen domain. Allura is going to be able to equalize it up, however, with Fate of Both Worlds coming on through, as Ash does have another defensive for Exo to be able to use, and Alligator takes themselves and Pat off of the map, so Pluvia are missing one of their key players. The Vanguard is entirely absent.
Ooh, they're so close in being able to take this point back, but it's still ticking up for Exoblivion. Alligator's the one that's actually going to swap over towards the Doctor Strange in order to try and contest this. And it's a little bit early, but there's really no better chance because Pluvia are finding the advantage. They're finding the picks. This is going on a little bit more than we would have initially anticipated, I think. But now Pluvia really need to dig deep and find something in order to take this. Otherwise, Exoblivion are going to steal this map away from them. The Fate of Both Worlds in hand for Slime, and Pink has been able to find so many connections, this time taking out the Doctor Strange and throwing him into the pit.
Regen domain also already forced. Meteor M just held a lot, doesn't manage to counter up against the Fate of Both Worlds. Intent with a Blaster Barrage though has been able to build up Galactic Legend as a Mega Hurricane comes on through from Wide. Now that Allura's regen domain are on cooldown, we can maybe find the damage, especially off of the 40% amp coming out from Michaela's ultimate right now, and Pluvia are finding the picks. Alligator is back on the Spider-Man trying to web people off of the map. Pink's got to just wait it out so that he doesn't get sent off early, and now that the Wolverine's been baited, the Vanguards have a little bit more space to be able to breathe. We're still waiting for the Meteor M to come on through, for Intent to come out with that that Galactic Legend. And now it's in play. Can Exoblivion use it to find the picks? White is already down. The region remains forced from Pluvia's end. Overtime starting to burn down more and more as Intent gets another iframe. It's spider time coming on out from Oligator as everybody is cleared off of the map thanks to the spectacular web spin. And Pluvia just don't have the damage to break the sustain and numbers that EXO have on the point currently. It's a matter of cleanup and maybe a panic strange play, but no, the portal's not in time. And Exoblivion deny Pluvia picking up the map and make it a 3-0.
That was so close in the end, actually, for Pluvia to be able to take that one. I mean, it was what, 99% to 0, and Exoblivion are able to just hold it out towards the end for the entire time. And it really felt like more moments like that from Pluvia, and we could see a potential closer series and maybe even a rematch later on in this tournament, as there's still a chance for Pluvia to do a little bit more in the losers bracket themselves. They'll be playing further on today with a chance of sort of making a big portion of this prize pool for the Marvel Rivals Championship this season, but also for a chance for Ignite. And there it did look a little bit harder for EXO to be able to keep themselves going, honestly, Moxie. Like, they were really pushed to their limits, but finding so much to work with right at the end shows why they're such a strong team.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing couple of plays coming on for Pink, especially was a standout for me when we headed over to that third round of Super Soldier Factory, just being able to pick up so many of those players and send them out into the lava pits waiting below. And Exoblivion started using it themselves as a strategy for Oligator to come and through from that Spider-Man, really forcing Pluvia to have to reposition on the other side of the point so that they don't get webbed off of the back of it. But things like even this set play coming on out from the Omega Hurricanes to force regen domain, and then the team goes in and commits after the Loki resources have already burned through to initiate that brawl. It looked really clean there from Pluvia. It felt like they really got comfortable with the tempo that they were setting.
Yeah, I mean, it was just tough, I think, for this one, for like EXO to just keep things going. But considering that you were so, I guess, high on them before, like Moxie, like, is that the sort of performance that you expect from them realistically? Or was it just a case of like Pluvia actually giving them a good game almost, because it's now fine margins between some of these teams, right?
Yeah, I think they definitely struggled when we saw things like the intent on the Helleras. We saw how coordinated Exoblivion are, like the coordination that you expect of a team that did almost make Ignite, right? That could have been in that upper bracket even before for stage 1 itself, where they've got the scrims, they've got the hours, they've got the synergy, they've got the coaching, all of that, which means that they're going to have set plays where they understand, like, these are the resources that we have to put on through. But you could also see that Pluvia would develop their own synergy, getting to play off of Pink on the Wolverine, a pick that we didn't get to see because for the 2 maps before, it was banned out, because if a Wolverine ban goes through, it impacts both teams, and Pluvia themselves wanted the Wolverine off of the table so that Oligator didn't get it.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. The team's having to continue to play on just a little bit more in this tournament, and realistically we're playing through all of the rounds up until the losers bracket and then the grand finals, which is going to be happening tomorrow. So we're going to be having a bit more of an extended break, I think, between these games, Moxie. But before then, I guess it's like worth noting, a lot of action, a lot of skins to be able to earn, and just general game cosmetics as well from watching the stream. So we won't be long. We'll see you very soon.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end and rise up. Open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time,
After he yawns, another comes to my Glentar. To me, my queen in black.
Null is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
The Phoenix. Behold my cosmic light.
And I was holding back.
psychic shift.
Cosmic flame! Turning up the heat!
Welcome back. We're going to be continuing on with the action for round 13. So essentially the teams that we just saw lose in the upper bracket, we're going to be following along with them down in the losers bracket. Whilst I think for the upper bracket game of Exo versus Chemistry, that'll be starting in a couple of hours time. So it's a good sort of warm up, I suppose, to keep tracking of teams. And this first one, Moxie, might be the only one that we have time for before then, but I think it is a good one because we have Ascended, who looked pretty good in their series against Chemistry. We're expected to do well. Going up against Chrono team, which might not have much about it, but they've just eliminated Dawncore, which as a team, I think surprised all of us because Dawncore were, again, in that conversation with Exoblivion Ascended to be a team that went quite far. So Chrono team knocking them out relatively early for their standards, I'd say, is quite surprising. I think it's worth highlighting, I suppose.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of fastballs be thrown today. Now we're getting to see some of those curveballs come through as well. Like you said, this one could go the distance as Ascended versus Chrono team. We got to see Ascended a little bit earlier against Chemistry, and there were moments where they looked incredibly clean. Unfortunately, a reliance on having to play things like flyers did make it a little bit trickier for them to be able to really find value, especially when you're up against Twitzy, who was doing so much on that Psylocke. So I think definitely headed into this next matchup, Ascended are likely going to be prioritizing, if they want the flying composition again, removing the things that are going to be problematic for those style of heroes. So not surprised that yet again we're seeing the instant ban on the Punisher.
Seems to be the way to go. Wolverine also been taken out. It seems the general direction to be going for with these teams is just taking out some of the more annoying characters to be dealing with. And then Emma Frost actually going to be protected, which is almost like a consistency thing of what we've been seeing. I mean, it feels like this draft has been speedrun in comparison to what we've seen previously. Teams are just locking this in as fast as they can.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you can see, like, the teams adapting given their previous matches. There's the Psylocke ban that we were anticipating, especially given the fact that they've protected the Human Torch. So those flyers not going to be as easily shut down by a Psylocke. You still have to worry about a Winter Soldier, though. So let's see if Chrono team are going to do something about that, or if Ascended are going to be able to still have access to the Bucky for the last ban. Ooh, I like this. They see the protection of the Human Torch, and instead of banning out the Winter Soldier, which they can potentially now save, they ban out the Invis Woman and save the Hela. So they've picked up one of the weaknesses that Chemistry used against Ascended, which is that those flyers do get taken down by things like the Hela on the hit scan.
Now, ooh, Iron Man. Protecting the Iron Man and the Torch? That seems a little bit, I mean, excessive almost, but Ascended, we didn't really get to see them spread their wings quite literally so far this tournament, simply because this was banned out so much by Chemistry. But the fact that they've gone for both of them is surprising.
So I personally like the Iron Man into the Hela if you have control of the space, because of just the AoE pressure that you have on the primary repulsors, right? A lot of the time, especially if Hela doesn't have an invis, and remember this isn't one-sided ban, so it's not like Chrono team is banning Ascended's invis woman access and then keeping it for themselves so they can pocket the Hela with a Guardian Shield. Invis is going to be just straight up removed from the game. So if that Hela does get pressured and she's trying to play an angle on, say, like Eldritch Monument on the side of the point itself, just having that sheer pressure for the Iron Man a lot of the time can force her off of this. And it's also a little bit like playing into the mind games, where if you save that Iron Man, Chrono team kind of feel forced to use that last ban slot on the Ultron.
Ultron, yeah, having to be taken out because of that team up, like you mentioned. It's scary. At least we're seeing some domination action, which, I mean, it is one of those elements of, like, you don't know what you have until it's gone. And now that we've gone from the advanced draft and the systems in Ignite to this, I'm a bit more like, I like the advanced draft, actually. And I like always starting off these series. Domination is such a good way to introduce teams, what kind of styles that they have. It really just allows them to, yeah, sure, land in with the protocols, I guess it would be, and the discipline of playing properly as a team, but you also do get to see a little bit of, like, creativity. Don't know if we'll see the Moon Knight creativity yet from Lipton. He's just testing potential ideas that they could throw out when needed, but I do think that in these kind of tournaments at this level, a couple of comfort picks won't go amiss, I don't think.
Well, Ascended did actually play Moon Knight versus Zenith in the earlier rounds where they were attacking Hall of Djalia. However, yeah, we're not going to be seeing it here, even though 25 HP is such a huge buff, guys. He's meta now, I swear. As Ambitious Hat's going to be coming on through with that strange TP, looking to just directly land onto one of the strategists. Goddess Boost has already come out, and that's already a gone Loki. Regen Domain even coming on through from Ascended just to make sure that it isn't traded, and that is a very dominant first fight.
Very, very clean. And I mean, especially when you're like knocked down to the losers bracket at this point, the one thing that you want to do is not lose momentum. So starting off with a very clean engagement and forcing Chrono Team onto the back foot for the time being is really key in this engagement. X-Lazy really just wanted to get out of dodge more than anything, not wanting to go too far for a flank, knowing that Ascended are trying to close this distance down. At the very least, because that series wasn't too long ago for Ascended, they're going to be warmed up in this engagement. Rex already having a God of Mischief, forced out the regen domain, and there's that kind of like combination, I suppose you were talking about before, Moxie. Just maintaining the output of healing that you can do as a strategist. Not really needing to use the Fate of Both Worlds yet, but you're going to, right? Even if there's an instance where it's not necessary, it's still worth using.
Yeah, it's still worth using because it's going to force Chrono Team into having to invest their own or potentially just losing players and then losing the fight itself, because Chrono Team want to prioritize having that ultimate resources where they have the better ultimate economy into this next fight. But here's the thing for Ascended. If Chrono Team have better ultimates, it doesn't really matter to Ascended because they're still controlling the chokes. It does get a little bit dicey if they have to back up to the point. As we saw previously, they did lose Mexen in the disengage because of how just vulnerable that Storm can be playing out in the open. But X-Lazy, it's been 2 fights now, and this Hell has only just built the first ult. Ambitious Hat's waiting around the corner. They haven't cleared the Strange. We go in with the Cape of Levitation, and the Eye of Agamotto hits free. The Supernova, the Pirate Prison already set up, and Ascended have already won the fight.
Having to hold back as much as they possibly can. And really, oh my god, you just see like Lazy just trying to reach for the objective, to reach for something, just runs right into the Firestorm. And now Mexen's just happy to sort of sit back. He's under no real force or pressure. And it's really Ascended just waiting for the portal play to come in from Lorix. They're not going to overextend and try and fight it head on, but they're just going to wait here menacingly. Is the Fate of Both Worlds going to require Chrono Team to fight this a little bit more? It's the Loki who is the most egregious name that I'm just noticing now. Good lord, and the Silent Seduction is going to follow suit very, very quickly, trying to pull people down from the high ground into the muck and the mud with everybody else. But it's just a case of the Bucky being able to clean up house, potentially. A good fight for Chrono Team to find the picks, but there's just not enough bodies, especially with Rex being able to get the Fate of Both Worlds onto their side. It's now just a complete cleanup from Duplicify. And it was a little bit scary towards the end there, Moxie, but still regardless, 100% point to 0.
Okay, Ascended heating up. Now we're cooking with fire. We can see why this team put so much stock into the flying compositions coming on through, because the setup that they had, that Eye of Agamotto and the Pyro Prison that had already been set up before the Strange even altered, so that everyone who gets CC'd is eating all of the fire tick the entire time, was incredibly clean. As we can see, right, even though Chrono Team had the Hela, the way that Ascended were having issues with the Hela previously, the Hela never gets the off angle. Ambitious and Duplicify really just stepping up to the plate, quite literally, holding at the opening of the chokes rather than on the point itself, just meant the Hela had no room to breathe.
What's that mean? Plenty hot on the surface.
And Ascended descending onto that losers bracket. Chrono Team just trying to keep things afloat. A good result from them against Stormcold, whichever way you want to look at it. I think that's worth a testament, but going up against Ascended in the losers bracket feels almost cruel with what you've been able to put through so far. And he's going for the portal play again. Obviously Chrono Team just used it prior to this, so they're not going to go for it off the rip, and it's the same as last point.
There's the stack, there's the goddess boost, and there's the pick onto the Loki yet again. This is really rough for Chrono Team. Now you're relying on your Hela maybe coming on through with a pick to equalize. It does get traded. Rex actually does go down but Ascended are so close to a Mega Hurricane, and Chrono Team don't have their Loki nor the regen domain to live the Storm ultimate, that Ascended can still commit to this fight. Lipton is playing around the pillars, taking that torch 1 versus 1, and gets the better of X-Lazy, and just off of primary pressure alone forces the fate of both worlds, which means that Ascended comes on through with that Omega Hurricane. It is going to be avoided, however, with the Hella being able to utilize that Raven and shift away from the pressure, but you get pulled back to the point to try and take a brawl fight, and that's where Ascend are still in full swing control, given the fact that Fate of Both Worlds is still sounding up for this team.
Ascended able to take the point first, is still trying to get a little bit more damage in for Duplicify, not too far away from having that Emma Frost ultimate, so now they're able to just sit back a little bit more, get comfortable. And Supernova is in hand for X-Lazy, so it might make things a little bit more un-Duplicify if he's not careful, to be fair. He's had to back up a little bit more and give this space, and it's not as if he's giving any more ult charge over towards the Human Torch, but he's making sure that Paterka can build up that Fate of Both Worlds quite quickly.
Yeah, X-Lazy though, that Supernova doesn't have to worry about a Meteor M on the other side, so Supernova is going to be able to fully find its target. Regen Domain comes on through from Ascended. Duplicify also investing the Psionic Seduction to connect onto so many players from Chrono Team. However, it's Chrono Team who are coming on through with the picks. Meteor M finds the target it was looking for in the form of the Luna, and that Supernova is still managing to get the damage and make it count, given the fact that Ascended are able to snare Chrono Team and force them to walk forward, but they can't commit to the fight because the fires are still roaring.
Now, a reset required from Ascended. They did use quite a lot in the end, to be fair. Psionic Seduction and then the God of Mischief to get a copy over for the Strategist ultimate. And you still have enough to work with potentially. I have to look at the Hella for the most part of just being a little bit more scared of them as Goddess of Death is in hand. They do go low, but they're able to just back out behind the silos to provide a little bit of cover for themselves. Point hasn't quite caught up in terms of progression just yet, but it does look like the Firestorm is going to be coming out in full force from Ascended. Pretty much mows everybody down cleanly, and it even was a contest as well with the Fate of Both Worlds from Paterka being used. It did absolutely zilch. It did nothing. It was thrown to the wayside, and a reset required very, very quickly from Chrono Team after that.
Yeah, Ascended showing the best way to fight fire is with, well, hotter fire, as that Firestorm just absolutely melts through all of the sustain that the Lunar Snow can provide with Fate of Both Worlds. Chrono Team are going to be able to come into this next fight with a Psionic Seduction and a Supernova to play off of the back of it, and the first pick. Lorix is able to find a little bit too far forward of Mexin, and now there's the commitment. We walk forward with Psionic Seduction. We maybe find the pick onto the other AMER, but no, the Pure comes on through. Rex commits the God of Mischief and puts a stop to Chrono Team's forward shenanigans. Supernova now comes on out, trying to split the team, make sure that they're not inside that Luna's healing AoE, and both the backline and the Vanguards have been split entirely, but X-Lazy is baited into taking the 1v1 and can't commit any further onto the backline.
It's more the case now, Chrono Team having to fight for this. They're making good progression. They're actually able to take it, and Ascended, because they've lost those players already and they've reached 99%, it means that they can just be a little bit more lax, I suppose, in their approach. Don't need to fight for the sake of fighting. Just try and get out if you can with your lives and go for one good clean fight. It is pretty much on their map point, I suppose. Chrono Team still have to win this one, and then a final objective to bring things really back to the scaredest team. And with so much to work with, both Vanguard Ultimates and then the Supernova and Fate of Both Worlds for Ascended, really it's just a case of having everything lined up for one good engagement. Silent Seduction is good if you try to be used to contest things as they go through, but it is the Agamotto just catching on to Chrono Team. No eliminations actually coming in yet because of the sustain, the survivability that's come out, and Chrono Team, if they got an ultimate online in that fight, they pretty much just used it instantly.
X-Lazy is able to take down Mex, and both of the Loki's going to be able to get the copy off at the same time. And Ascended actually utilizes theirs at first. So Chrono Team do have to better if this fight goes on longer. So too do Ascended have to deal with the Hella. Off of the point entirely uncontested right now, as Mexin's actually coming back in on the Iron Man just to get back into the fight a little bit faster as we head into overtime. Lorix picks up Duplicify. No Emma Frost to be able to try and anchor a position on the point itself. And with the Supernova coming coming on through and just acting like a wall that Ascended have no choice but to push through if they want to be able to keep the overtime in play. Chrono Team have all of the control of the space currently. Ambitious builds up the Eye of Agamotto, but doesn't have the health bar to be able to utilize it. And we tie up one apiece and head to Frozen Airfield.
Yeah, able to make this a much more engaging map at the very least. And good fights in the end, I think, for Chrono to just be able to keep things into their favor. Ascended maybe felt that that one was a little bit more comfortable, and Mixon moved over to the Iron Man to try and contest before and switching over to the Storm, so had to pretty much give up any ult charge that they'd made there, put it back to 50%. But there is an Eye of Agamotto in hands of Ambitious Hat, who might have just switched to go for a portal play. I imagine holding on to it to just go for a good fight here, maybe catching Chrono Team by surprise.
Yeah, they have liked to do that too. Open up with a portal, catch on to Chrono Team, manage to find the first pick every single time, looking for the Loki as well. But Chrono Team being able to utilize the Hela a little bit more effectively there, as Super Soldier Factory is definitely one of the easier maps for the Hela, as we talked about in the previous series. There's a lot more off angles. It's a little bit harder for the opponents to fully chase you down. It's also one of the reasons why that's one of the better maps to come through for a triple res composition, as we're now going to be seeing Frozen Airfield. There's the portal play. It's not directly onto one of Chrono Team's players. It's going to be to take the high ground so that Chrono Team struggles being able to develop this angle for the Hela, which is then going to bleed into the amount of space and freedom that Mexen and Lipton have access to in the movements of the flyers above.
Hela falls back a little bit just from the Pyro Prison on the ground. Regen domain used early on. The Eye of Agamotto diving in, connecting onto the Magneto, and X-Lazy, who goes down in very quick fashion. Means that this fight looking good for Ascended. It was a good play to just sort of keep that tempo in their favor, and Chrono Team naturally just forgetting that was something to be concerned about. And I like this sort of approach of being a little bit more aggressive and in the faces, keeping things going. Silent Seduction from Majin is available, but it really feels like a case of wanting to use it a little bit further in this engagement. Wants to try and counterattack exactly all of this pressure that's been done by the counterpart over on Emma Frost. But this is still a good hold. The barrier's sort of negating a lot of this damage that's coming through, but you have to be careful now, as Chrono Team have a lot of ultimates. You don't want to sort of have too much of an overextend happening here, and an Omega Hurricane sat nicely. It's the combination that we're afraid of, I suppose.
Duplicate Fire does go down, but there, like you said, is the Firestorm combo coming on through. Goddess of Death does lift one above it, but what comes up must eventually come down, and Lipton is making sure that Hela descends directly into, well, hell, as the 9 circles of fire will take her out and send her right back to spawn. And that was 1-fight-1, Ryan, for the cost of 2 ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, Chrono Team not really having that much to rely on now, but a Supernova themselves, Rex Lazy, is just in hand. The Vanguard Ultimate with Silent Seduction being used, and then got a Mischief, I think, was activated over from Chrono Team. It's just a case of using it yet. Yeah, and there it comes in to try and get the copy for the Fate of Both Worlds. They have lost their Human Torch, though, before that Supernova could be used. But it might not matter, as the picks from Hela are starting to come through eventually, but it's still Ascended. 85% on the point thereabouts, Moxie, and it doesn't look like Chrono Team are going to take this fight before 99.
Yeah, Fate of Both Worlds comes through now from the actual Luna of Chrono's team. They should be able to find the flip, but the problem for them has only just begun. They need to just have poke right now. They need that poke phase to come through so they can start equalizing some of these ultimates, because if you don't manage to find poke and build up a strategist ultimate, well, you have to worry about Firestorm. Even though they've got a strategist ultimate potentially up, they also have to worry about the Firestorm, as there's no Punisher to be able to shred that storm down early. So you need to pick the flyers and separate them before those ultimates come on through. However, Mex and Lipton know the win condition of this fight. They've poked, they've built the ultimates, and here comes the wombo combo. Lars can maybe shut this down with a Meteor M picking up the storm, but no, Lipton picks up Najin, and it's going to be Lazy who takes Mexen down instead. Ascended still having, though, sustain on their side with the Fate of Both Worlds into an Eye of Agamotto for that damage boost coming off, but a huge bubble from Lorik stops the pickup of the Maelstrom, but all it does is delay the problem as Ascended burst the bubble and potentially burst the bubble for Chrono Team's dreams of being able to walk away with Hell's Heaven 2.
fight still left in them with the portal playing. The point is still in their hands, so it's not quite done and dusted just yet, but it feels like there's not enough reinforcements to try to hold on to this from Chrono Team. The portal rescinds and Ascended now really pushing the distance, putting as many bodies in the way. Even if they go down like Ambitious Hat did there isn't a chance at all for Chrono Team to contest this. Well, oh no, never mind, there is. Just at the end though, it was a Spider-Man play in order to do it, and everybody else that is attempting for some sort of acrobatic moment to try to get in and keep things alive for Chrono Team. It just feels like it's stalling out the inevitable, and now it's everybody going down. The Loki's going to follow, the Supernova is pretty much going to just front door shut down everything the Chrono Team was trying to enable, and eventually there was enough of a fight and a scramble at the end, but it's going in the direction of a very well-earned fight, I think, in the end.
Yeah, there was unfortunately no light at the end of it. Admittedly, very long tunnel off of Spider-Man's movement, and then Fate of Both Worlds and Regeneration Domain coming on through. But the problem there for Chrono Team was that they were just stalling for stall's sake. It sort of felt like there was no ultimate that they were incredibly close to. There was no like, this is gonna be the thing that wins us the fight and instantly finds us all of the picks that we need. Especially because Ascended still had their own strange portal, and Ambitious Hat, who'd went into the other team's spawn so that they could delay that recontest coming on through, just gets taken down but immediately portals back into the fight, so you don't even get to take it with a numbers advantage.
Looking at all of the final hits, the disparity is pretty major, I'd say. Like, there seems to be so much going in the direction of Ascended. It feels like that. I'm quite surprised it ended up being that close when you look at it statistically, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of the damage that things like torches do doesn't always result in picks, as we can see, you know. It was a couple of like 20,000 damages being thrown around, but not that many final hits. And it really did just feel like Ascended, when we did go to those brawl fights and we saw damage come through from both sides, were the ones that just had a little bit better coordination, a little bit more team synergy to set up the plays and make sure that the damage that came through was meaningful and not meaningless. As every single time the Firestorm combo, there's a reason that's being removed next season. Yeah. Strategists live in fear of it. It used to be the way that you would be able to find picks of things like Supernova was that you would grab a Groot and you would combine your ultimate with Strangling Prison so that every single one of the fire tornadoes connected onto the people in the ultimate. But with the Firestorm combo, you still do enough damage to find the picks through even a Fate of Both Worlds. So it feels like there's not really a lot that the strategist can do except try and remove the flyers individually to prevent the team up in the first place.
Yeah, feels like there's a lot to try and like mitigate there, and a chance to maybe mitigate some of the damage done for Chrono that's coming up. Not choice, but before then, a quick break, so we'll see you after it.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up the distance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
The Phoenix. Behold my cosmic light.
And I was holding back.
Psychic shift.
Cosmic flame! Turning up the heat!
Follow if you dare. Behold the fury of the Phoenix.
You are nothing!
Less than nothing.
We have a sort of a symbiotic theme happening for Season 3, and it's the first time that we've actually seen the map so far today in Moxie of Symbiotic Service. Like, we're not quite seeing some of the other changes coming in for that style for Season 3 yet, as this is pretty much just the end of the gala event here in Season 2 with this championship. It's a tough one, I think, for Chrono Team, but we've seen a lot of like one-sided games and maps and just flat-out series in some cases. I do feel here, though, that we're going to have a little bit more fight back from Chrono Team with how they looked on this previous map, at least.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you change up some of the strategies for the picks and bans, right? Maybe you start prioritizing saving something like the Psylocke, given how much pressure you saw it put Ascended under, especially if Ascended keep with the strategy that they have of running these flyers that have been incredibly problematic. These torches have been getting insane amounts of value, not just with Supernova, but also the pressure that it puts your backline under. You're taking constant damage to your vanguards, which means shields are going to be breaking faster, health bars are going to be deteriorating before you even get to see a single sight of an enemy player on your war cup, so cooldowns are always going to be behind in comparison. Psylocke, I think, would definitely come in handy because they tried the Winter Soldier, they tried the Hela, they tried even mirroring the torch, and none of those options worked.
Seeing what it's going to be like now, Chrono Team going for that torch ban out first, which, I mean, was probably needed in the end. I think it was protected on the other side from Ascended, and it's the same for them that it has been for all of the games that we've casted from them. A Punisher first ban to just maintain some control and have it a Wolverine in hand just in case it's needed.
Yeah, Wolverine gets a lot of value on Symbiotic Surface with just the amount of verticality and also the tight corners that are around. There's a lot of just really sneaky angles that a Wolverine player can take that you're going to have to take your time really clearing on out before your vanguards feel safe enough to just move on forward, as Chrono Team is going to spot out that Wolverine and immediately save and prioritize having the AMER Frost so that Diamond Form can just say no to being grabbed and deposited inside the enemy team's backline.
AMER Frost protected. Feels like really more business as usual from Chrono Team. They banned out the Invisible Woman before, they protected the Hela. It's going to be the Iron Man instead that they take out here, which feels like trying to reduce the options, I suppose, that are on the board for Ascended for any flies, full stop. And, well, I worked for chemistry earlier, so you'd expect it to be pretty potent here for Chrono Team.
Do we see the storm save now come through from Ascended? Yes, we do, because they were able to again procure a Psylocke ban. There's so many flyers in the game that Chrono Team just have no opportunity to ban out all of them before Ascended are able to block one, and Storm is going to be the pick that Ascended turn to yet again. And with Punisher removed yet again, Omega Hurricane is going to be able to find maximum amounts of value, as Chrono Team seeing that the Psylocke's been removed, knowing that they've been able to ban out the torch, so they don't have to worry about the pick potential of Supernova combined with Omega Hurricane, decide that the Winter Soldier and the Bionic Hooks might be able to clip the wings of Ascended's Flyers comp.
Now Ultron, it's the final ban out on the side of Chrono Team. Just anybody that can hover over the ground for an extended period of time, you're out, is essentially the calling card, and anybody that can shoot said flies that can hover in the air for an extended period of time, they're also out for Ascended. So really is just a case of, we've seen so much focus on taking out Vanguards and playing around them, the strategists and playing around them. Feels like it's the first real time that we've seen the focus onto flying duelists specifically, but that's always going to be the case with the non-advanced drafts.
Well, normally when we would see like flying compositions come through in either Ignite or the previous championship or even the Invitational, it would just be shut down by things like either the Adam Warlock, the Punisher, the Winter Soldier. There were so many things that could put pressure on someone who was just out in the open above. There's some good maps for flyer compositions, don't get me wrong, especially like Spider Islands with all of the rooftops that you have to be able to hide around. Hall of Djali even on first, where you can play around the building and its rooftop on first. But there's also a lot of counterplays to it. But now we can really see just the amount of pressure that the flying composition puts on the other side if you're not able to win that first fight against them, and they can just use the momentum of having full control, not just of the angles on the ground, but above your head too.
4, 3,
Chance now for Ascended.
1.
Really stick the knife in and keep going on, even if it is in the loser's bracket. It's them defending first as Chrono Team. No portal play to start us off. It is just seemingly a full case of charge at the opponents and hope for the best. And right now, Najin upping up onto the high ground, matching up with the Wolverine. Ascended have caught whiff of exactly where these attackers are coming from, but not quite spotted where Lorax might be.
Yeah, Lorax does have the Idol Aura coming on through, and so too is the Bionic Hook coming on through. Mexon has to use the first of his jumps to get back to his team. Does get the Bulwark coming on through from Magneto, as well as the regen damage, because we've got 100 rage, and we don't need to grab one person if we're just using the entirety of the Vanguard front line as a scratching post for the Wolverine.
The fight back is a bit more uncomfortable for Chrono Team, but it's not as if they're like fully disengaging either. These kind of stall outs are only going to favor Ascended though, and especially if they can find catches onto your main Vanguard with the barriers like that. Mexon, a good connection onto the Magneto, able to really give Ascended more of a chance to keep on fighting. A minute's already been wasted, and Chrono Team still building up ultimates. It's not like they need to win these fights right here, right now. But it does feel a little bit like all you're doing is giving Ascended a chance to build up some of those strategic ultimates, and the first one's already been used by Rex.
Yeah, Ascended backed off, gave up the high ground, so that the next time Mexon finds a grab onto one of the Vanguards, it's onto point and too far for Chrono Team to be able to peel. Last Stand gets blocked by the map terrain. That's an unfortunate one. And now we get to see Lorax come through with a better positioned Last Stand, which will be able to find the picks that they're looking for. There could still be a strange TP root contest, but we have seen that one fall a little bit by the wayside, with some of the teams just prioritizing holding on to second and putting themselves into a high ground hold position rather than trying to just brawl it out over to first, which Ascended decide to also lean into. They thought about the strange TP and at the last possible moment think better of it.
Now for Ascended, is where they want to take this next engagement, I would probably say. It's not like you're going to sort of lead with the Meteor M, but you also, if you're Lipton, want to be very selective in where this Omega Hurricane gets planted down. You know that you might have a bit of an opportunity with both strategic ultimates used on the other side, But it might just be a case of route one approach to sending the Wolverine in to just cut people up, and then the Omega Hurricane in behind them to just sort of clear out the flanks. Does give Ascended more control over to the payload and gets it stopped for at least the first part of this map. But I don't think Chrono Team are going to be too upset with that result and just biding their time with what they've got available to them.
True, but Ascended now have space. They can take this fight where they currently are, and then when the ultimates come through from Chrono Team, they can back up. Even if something like Psionic Seduction gets built up from the side of Najin, you can back up all the way around the next corner, hide behind the box, but Ascended, they're not going to be backing on up. Kraken Impact comes on through, and they decide that Meteor M is going to be able to shut down any of the follow-up impact that Chrono Team can find off of the back of it. Battle Last Stand comes on through from Nexon this time around to be able to take down Lorox, and now Chrono Team are stuck. Psionic Seduction comes on through, but it's just used to make sure that no one chases down that it's engaged, and Lipton with the overhaul of Omega Hurricane is going to be able to force out the fate of both worlds.
It's forced out a lot. Last stand now for Lorox. He's just going to use it instantly, and why not? It connects onto 4 players. I think the Storm able to just fly out, but they're still able to survive, actually. They've just snuck all the way through all of this damage coming past. The Chrono Team have taken so much space, eventually do catch them out in the end, which feels like it's just going to stall out this defensive side of Ascended a little bit more time.
Yeah, and I don't think Ascended actually have the Strange TP. I'm not sure if it is on cooldown because, like we said, they did think about going for a portal recontest on first. Given the fact that they're not setting up a portal now, I would assume that they don't have it on cooldown. As we can see, the Wolf versus Wolf spot out. Lorox, it's not a fair 1v1 though. That was almost a 1 versus 6. Is he still going to try and take his chances, trying to get the Storm out of the sky? But Duplicify grabs him by the throat, holds him aloft as X-Lazy up in the sky himself comes on through a huge Kraken Impact. There's still doppelgangers up, so reset after reset again and again. And once more, Chrono Team will win a fight in a row.
Is it going to be a chance for Duplicify to contest this? He's gone Strange, he's got the portal in hand. It's still just enough. I think it's always a little bit scary in these moments, and more so when you've got the Wolverine just leaping straight out the portal on top of you. Last stand is available, but it's whether he can get the line up, and Fate of Both Worlds already used. It's now maybe a case of holding out and waiting for the back of it, but you've already got the Bucky claiming up so much. The leap bringing him back to the defender spawn, and there's still a contest happening. Some time being bought. 4 meters still on the clock, and now there's no more bodies to hold on for Ascended. A good portion of time still on the bank for Chrono Team. It's now a case of finishing the rest of the map because being close hasn't been enough from what we've seen.
Yeah, Ambitious does have that Meteor M, so CC immunity can avoid out the Sonic Seduction coming on through from Najin, as well as utilize the ultimate to prevent Chrono Team from picking up any space off of that Vanguard's opening. Nexon's been scouted out, however, on this Wolverine. Already has to burn that passive just to be able to survive, as Ascended survival is the name of the game right now. They're buying time, treading water until Lipton gets that Kraken Impact online, and then they can make a play, but they do trade 1 for 1. He goes on down, Kraken Impact comes on through as Chrono Team have to utilize both Fate of Both Worlds and Psionic Seduction to absorb the pressure that Lipton's able to output.
There's a Kraken's Impact going in from distance, more just to try and reset, help them get out of this fight. You've already lost one of your Vanguards, and you can see the last stand's going to be sort of pretty much put into the chamber and shot out, able to find 2 onto Ascended. They're still having to sort of back up and give a lot of space, and it's the Emma Frost that's able to grab him, but it's really just sustaining and delaying the inevitable from the defenders. Things are still moving on, and now this space is going to be a little bit more scary to take, especially when you've got the high ground. You need to be able to contest it, and that's really all Ascended have been able to do. Fate of Both Worlds used very early on in that fight, very scared of where this engagement is happening, and no surprise, Meteor M's going to try and cut through, pretty much hits the cusp of the barrier and separates onto both sides, not doing enough lethal damage in the end. The Kraken's Impact hoping to do more of the same, seeing if they can get things going onto this map choice of Chrono Team. But no, Ascended have done well to hold on in this fight. The Fate of Both Worlds alongside, they've got a Mischief that got the copy over from Rex beforehand, allowing to out-sustain this, and in just time as well, 45 seconds left.
Not just that, Mexen came through with a huge last stand to be able to interrupt onto X-Lazy after the CC immunity runs out from the activation of that Kraken Impact jump. Chrono Team have one good fight left and only half a minute to be able to achieve it. Lorix looking for that opening, gets scattered on out on that left side, but he's trying to provide a little bit of diversion so that Najin can close up the distance on the AMER and get into position to utilize the Sonic Seduction. Regen Domain's already been burned. Chrono Team love forcing Ascended to disengage and catching them off guard with something like that last stand to come on through. They're even using the God of Mischief to chase Ascended players down. However, Meteor M from Ambitious Hat's going to be able to buy Lipton a little bit of time to live for that Kraken Impact to come on through. But we still have to worry about this last stand. It's a race for the duelists. Who's going to be able to find more value? Trooper's Fist, but X-Lazy gets shut down by the Ice Zero coming on through. And Lipton's got their own Kraken Impact now, and so many Loki doppelgangers still in the back line, which means he's gonna get all of the resets. It got a little bit dicey towards the end of third for sure, but Ascended will be able to hold strong regardless.
I feel like that's like a good line in the sun to be drawing for them, not having to sort of play for it again. We've seen a lot of overtime pushes, so it means that momentum might be able to stay into their favor just a little bit more. And really, like, to focus on particular people, like Lipton had a lot of moments switching around onto various characters, really, but that second point, it's hard to really sort of put it onto Ascended because it feels like they played fine, decent, like, on so many points. Like, they didn't full hold it, they didn't hold a certain area of the map for a super extended period of time. It was just on the first point, on second, and on third. They had good holds on the defensive side that they were able to finish it out there, right? It didn't feel like it was held for the full 4 minutes on the first point and then lost the other two quickly. It was just consistently good all the way across.
I mean, I just love some of the plays that Ascended went for. Like, when Mexen finds the Wolverine grab onto X-Lazy through the Strange Portal, he doesn't just do it to isolate the Winter Soldier, he tries to grab them into that spawn. Because if you grab the opposing side into your spawn, they go down immediately. They're not allowed to be in the opposing spawn. Duplicify, even on third, uses Diamond Form and tries to get a kick onto Lorix, who'd pushed a little bit too close to Ascended spawn to be comfortable, and Lorix is only able to dodge it off of the activation of the passive to come on through. Speaking about dodging, let's see if Ascended can dodge the counter TP, as Najin just lies in wait to see. We've put out the bait. What are we reeling in? X-Lazy's off the map, and Najin gets one, gets two, gets three. No way, we got three.
They were too eager to get going. It felt like Najin was way too good. I mean, Duplicify definitely looked like he was raring to go and jump through whatever was put in front of him first. So Chrono Team at least able to stall out Ascended for a little bit longer time-wise. A bit more awkward, but just really is a case of buying the 45 seconds in the end. So Ascended leaping in, able to catch onto the back line. It might mean that multi-pick from Chrono Team might not mean much at all.
Well, it did build Najin incredibly close that first Psionic Seduction, though, so you are beating Duplicify by a head when it comes to ultimate charge for Psionic Seduction, as we can see that Chrono Team are just trying to build an ultimate before Ascend can make a move. Rex is getting really close to that God of Mischief, however, Lorix is able to find the pick onto Ambitious Hat, and lacking that Strange, the floodgates have opened. Ascended now down one of those major shields, and Chrono Team can start getting this damage off with X-Lazy and Lorix looking for the picks. However, Rex now gets to come on through. Both Lokis with the Fate of Both Worlds, and Ambitious is actually going to come back in on the Venom so that he can get back into the fight faster, and Ascended can take this 6 versus 5 right now. Sonic Seduction comes on through from Najin, lining everybody up for the Kraken Impact from X-Lazy to send them hurtling to the locker of Davy Jones off of Kraken Impact.
Feels that that's like good for Chrono Team to be able to hold on, but it was a lot that was dedicated. You've still got both duelist ultimates ready for Ascended and the Fate of Both Worlds on either side, so now it's a case of whether Ascended could beat out the timings, and knowing that the God of Mischief was just used beforehand from Loki from Chrono Team, it really does feel like if Ascended can get this going, might have a bit of a window to go and fight this with the amount of ultimates they have available to them.
True, but Chrono Team, they're not going to be taking the 66. They know, like you, that Ascended have much better ultimates if it goes to a brawl fight, so they're going to be playing the distance. They're going to be looking for a pick potentially off of a Wolverine grab, which can set up an opening, and that Wolverine factor has forced out both Fate of Both and Regen Domain, because you see Meteor M just hanging over Sovio's head like a guillotine waiting to swing. However, Maxon gets the last stand that he was looking for, and this should be point A picked up for the side of Ascended, as Chrono Team are going to be coming through with a defense on second, both with that last stand, and crucially with a Kraken impact when Ascended have no defensives. Rex needs to build this God of Mischief. Ascended have to take a little bit of poke, which is why we can actually see Maxon just going a little bit further, getting into Chrono Team's faces so that he can channel the damage he takes over to his Loki.
Feels like it's almost a case of going for a play that Chrono Team are not going to expect. Forcing out the regen domain is good, and yeah, it's just a race, a space race, I suppose, for Rex to try and get that God of Mischief online. He's not too far away. Maxim's just trying to see if he can push the boundaries a little bit more. Bulwark's being used on both sides to keep people going, and there comes the Kraken's impact. It's now going to be pretty much forced back with a lot of pressure. The Meteor M just patrolling this space a little bit more, probing and posturing, forcing Chrono Team to use a little bit more. Their own God of Mischief is going to be traded on either side, but Sovio just getting that Luna ultimate on beforehand means that you're able to stack them and line them up perfectly. Lipton is very lucky to be alive. He went down to 1% HP, it looked like. The Kraken's impact is going to find the resets onto multiple people, and suddenly Chrono Team felt that they had a bit of a timing to go for this fight, but now it's being thrown back right into their faces.
My goodness, he used the Troopers first to get into Regen Domain and still has the time with the 7-second reset window to get another pick. Wonderful peel coming on through from Ascended. Like you said, Lipton's health bar was a roller coaster of a ride, which I can only imagine the stress levels it put both Rex and Sovio into having to deal with. But looking for that strange TP recontest out for Chrono Team into the Regen Domain coming on through from their Loki, but unfortunately, without those, they don't have an ultimate to immediately slant the fight into their favor, and Ascended are just ripping and shredding one player at a time until they're going to be able to pick up second and head into third with 3 minutes on the time bank. But as we've seen so far, Ryan, all Chrono Team need is one good fight, and that 3 minutes will disappear in the blink of an eye. And with X-Lazy swapping onto the Hela, you don't need to build an ultimate, you just need to find a pick.
Getting those strategist ultimates up too. It feels like it's a repeat of the fight that we saw at the start of point 2. The Chrono Team have a lot more available to them right now than Ascended do. Can you use the timings to your advantage to get there before a strategical? The answer is no. Rex is able to get the God of Mischief, but also Duplicify is able to catch over onto the Wolverine on the other side. Mexon now cutting through. This is a bit of a disaster right for Chrono Team. It feels like they've lost a little bit of the ground that they were trying to hold on to. It gave way beneath their feet, and this is just snowballing for Ascended to get picks in multiple directions. The Duelists are set up nicely, and the Fate of Both Worlds, whilst it's used, that last stand is pretty much raring to go for Mexon, as well as the Meteor N. Looking for the right target. It's trying to get onto the Luna, but she's just slipping and sliding a little bit too much. It's going to be used on the other side, see if it can have a little bit more success, but the answer yet again is no. There's more blue filling up on the right hand side of the feed for Ascended, and there's not much space for them to go, and Chrono Team have to try and engage on this, but I don't think they're able to get out of the spawn doors. They're not. Ascended able to do it with a good amount of time in the bank still. Moxie was what, like 3 minutes that they had? Able to win out the map and take a 2-0 lead in this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, they get stunted a little bit on A, right, where it comes on through, they lose 3 people to a TP play coming on out from their opponent. However, they're able to find the last stand that they're looking for. Maxon does a beaut of a job on second, just making so much space for the team, playing off of the insane survivability that a Wolverine has, especially if you've got the idle aura from your Luna on top of that Wolverine at the same time too. So all you actually need to do is just pack Maxon with his lunch bag and send him off into the entire enemy team, take a little bit of damage from your Vanguards, and Sovio and Rex are going to be able to keep that Wolverine fully topped on up. time, that Wolverine is buying you all of the space to build up all of the ultimates before your opponent gets the opportunity to use theirs, because we talked about it, right? Chrono Team had the better ultimate economy when we headed into second. They even gave up recontesting with a teleport play on their defensive first because they wanted to be better set up for a fight on second, and they didn't get to do it.
Yeah, it felt very much a case of like, it's nice to sort of be able to focus on those elements, whether it's because we've seen these teams a little bit more today, so we're a bit more familiar with the style that they want to be going for. But it felt a little bit like, okay, these are the things that you have available, these are the resources, you have more than your opponent, but still the execution becomes such an element of the game that honestly, it felt that all of the advantages were just lost completely to an extent. But that is to be expected at this level, where it is just timing and coordination becomes more of a central thing than your ultimate beats that ultimate.
Yeah, you have to have team resources. It's a team-based game. You know, some other esports titles, you can just have one person carrying the entire team and just putting them on their shoulders and getting them over the finish line. But in Marvel Rivals, you can't do that. Like, it really does require all of the resources. It's not just you hit Q and you win the fight. Even when we're looking at, you know, things like Kraken Impacts, we got to see in the highlights themselves how much resources were being put into Lipton so that those Kraken Impacts found the impact that they did.
Yeah, it's a tricky one for Chrono Team to be bouncing back from, but I can reveal that Halls of Jajali is going to be the next map going into it. But we're going to take a break before, let the team sort of rest up a little bit as we see exactly where this best of 5 is going to go. We'll be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. We see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, spark to you. Ready to unleash it.
After eons, another comes to my Glentar. To me, my queen in black.
No is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
So I mentioned, Moxie, we're going to round 3 of this best of 5. We're going to Halls of Jajalia, and you made a very good point about flyers that I don't know if you want to necessarily repeat it, but I think it is worth adding, like, what kind of team Chrono team seems to be.
Yeah, we were definitely seeing that Ascended like leaning into that Flyers composition. I mean, Hela can find a lot of value over here on Hall of Jajalia, but first point, especially when you're just trying to take the point itself, there's a lot of cover for Flyers to be able to hide behind. There's also the long wraparound rotation for the attacker side where you don't even need to take like full left side or go up window. If you can fly, you can literally just go for the full right side all the way around the map and actually wrap yourself either into the defending team's back line or just hold yourself on that off angle to give a little bit of extra pressure coming on through. So I feel like if you're Chrono team, you're not really playing off of a full hold angle, you're playing into the next part of the map, winning a singular fight when you're defending on second, or if the payload gets as far as it does on third, just playing off of the fact that suddenly there's a ceiling in play and Flyer's movement immediately gets cut in half.
That's the big counters to flyers is ceilings. That's the meta right now.
Ceiling fans, you know,
yeah.
they don't want haircuts. You can't go too close to a ceiling fan.
Yeah, unless they, well, hopefully they add Kitty Pryde in the future, right? Ceilings are not going to matter too much. You just no clip around the map. God, that's a horrendous idea. I hope the Marvel Rivals do it in the future, but that's the future. That's not right now. Wolverine Punisher, see, yeah, it's the go-to, right? It feels like it's just the most sensible thing to do. Even though you're taking it off the board for yourself, it really does feel a case of just enable the rest of your comp. And a Torch Protect, same as before. Well, not the same as the last map, because it was first banned out last time.
Yeah, Chrono Team last time insta-banned the Torch, so this time Ascended are going to be able to save the Torch. However, Chrono Team are going to slam the door shut on the Supernova team up. Storm gets taken out of the ring, and there's the save onto the Hela that we anticipated as, like we talked about, right? Hela on both first, second, and third has insane pick potential, and especially on the defense too, where you can play already on an angle that's been developed for you. It's a matter of just hitting your mechanics when they try and pressure you, and your team giving you enough resources to hold your ground and then survive just having to rotate out.
I think this is... I'm still getting used to the fact of, like, Hawkeye has been banned out all 3 maps so far in this best of 5. I mean, it makes sense thematically with what these teams have been going for, but it's still surprising, especially after, like, the nerf that we saw from, like, the Lunar Snow team up. We saw a little bit more of a Hawkeye rise from Z10, but sure, that was, like, before it was nerfed, they were still playing on like an older patch for the first group stages of Ignite.
Oh, that's new.
Psylocke.
That's Psylocke. There we go. Okay, Chrono Team not going to be leaning towards the Winter Soldier, at least not yet. They can still pivot to it as it hasn't been hit by a ban enforcement. as they're also going to ban out the Loki. I kind of like this too, because it means if you do end up taking like a Hela versus Hela, and the other team has a Loki who goes down when the Hela finds a pick, he doesn't just get instantly revived off of the Hela getting that opening. But Ascended have seen that they've been able to get that torch. They're going to go for the Ultron as well. So this is going to be a really big flyer pocket coming on from the side of Ascended. It's all about the shutdown of those flyers from Chrono Team. If they can get the Psylocke into a position to pressure up both the Ultron and the Torch, they're going to have an enjoyable Hall of Djalia. If not, they're going to be picking themselves apart, because every single time they try and take a single step forward, it's going to be through a whole lot of spam pressure.
Pure pain. Pure pain. I mean, for Chrono Team, it could be the end of a good run, I would say. Honestly, like, these are teams that sort of pushing towards the top levels. Like, it feels like making top 8, which I think is pretty much what we are in for sure now, is a really good stepping stone for the future. But a top 2 finish is required if we want to see these teams at Ignite.
Oh no.
And
it happened.
it's immediately...
Lineup.
Oh.
That's the lineup. Penny Parker lineup from attacker's spawn side of Hall of Djalia, and Ascended lose their Namor for it. And that's really unfortunate, because now your Namor is out of the fight, and your Namor was meant to keep an eye on both the Hela and the Psylocke, which is going to domino impact to the amount of confidence that Lipton has trying to take this fight. As thankfully, he does still have the building to be able to play around with, and this is what we were talking about, right? Cover for flyers on first point of Djalia, so much of it.
Oh, good grief, what a start for Ascended. I mean, all of the little tricks and tips from Chrono Team have been used. Tell you one to watch if you want to be using some of the more tilting things to get people on the opposite side of mental warfare, is what I would call it in the best way. But it has sort of worked. Chrono Team have not really taken the point just yet, but they've made good progression on it so far. And honestly, at this point, whatever recontest from Ascended that's going to be needed is either going to be uncomfortable or non-existent. Both the vanguards get absolutely deleted, and that's it. That's done. The first point has gone over straight away for Chrono Team.
Yeah, and you can tell that Ascended weren't really expecting the Psylocke to be as problematic as it was in that first fight. I think it definitely doesn't help that your Namor wasn't set up in position with the monster spawns, and also blessing of it not having to be invested into getting yourself into a better angle. As we can see that Ascended, they're off the torch, they're even off of the Namor, and we've gone just pulls easy lockdown for Mexen on this Winter Soldier. If X-Lazy tries to go as aggressive as we saw in that first fight, the Bionic Hook is going to be there as an immediate shutdown. But Lipton, moving over to that Ultron, is still going to have to be wary of this Psylocke, as X-Lazy goes incredibly low and actually utilizes the ultimate to survive the fight and get the 1v1 to continue.
Ooh, the invisible boundary has to be dedicated, but that's not a bad opportunity, really. A little bit more of a fight going back, so Chrono Team trying to take a little bit more space. The payload is pretty much moving right behind them. It's not like they're overextending in this engagement. It's more similar to what we saw when the first point was lost. I mean, hell, even like the Eye of Agamotto was used from Ambitious Heart. He really wants to go in for this in Rage of Ultron. Defender's not willing to give up space for free, and it's a great shot actually to take out X-Lazy. That was just a fight that I wasn't expecting to just come out, and from the looks of it, Moxie, neither a Chrono Team.
Yeah, Eye of Agamotto now going to be invested from the side of Najin. Lorik still has that Meteor M, has to wait out the Dark Teleportation coming in through from Rexpert to find its target. We've still got Goddess of Death as well on the field for the Hela Soldier, and he utilized trying to catch Lipton on the Ultron, but unfortunately the Goddess of Death doesn't find anything except the wrong side of a Doctor Strange shield, and the Hela out of that ultimate is going to be back into the respawn. And if Chrono Team lose the fight, we're going to see why everyone put so much stock into trying to win it. For the defense, if they win the singular fight, it becomes a lot easier to be able to pressure out the Psylocke and the Hela before they can find an angle. And for Chrono Team, they don't want to be stalled out by a flying composition. So even though we go into the second stage of the fight, everyone still invests everything they have available.
That's pretty much an ace for X-Lazy, having another Dance of the Butterflies in a very quick time setup. 5 minutes to finish out the map here. Ascended are in complete freefall. Pretty much, not even from when the spawn doors opened. It was in freefall before then, because they got Mexen with the Penny Parker lineup. So, feels that this has just been an absolute disaster for Ascended so far, but we have seen teams be able to adjust on this final point. In fact, it was them like against them over on that first point in the map. The first game that we saw today, Moxie was struggling to finish it out.
X-Lazy gets some vicious hat before Agamotto comes on for Ascended, trying to slam the brakes of momentum as Loris tries to keep this fight going. Eternal Bond was invested. Meteor M not going to be able to pick Rex up to stop it early, but they've spotted an isolated target in the back line, and out comes the dance of the butterflies. However, the pocket coming on for the imperative patch from the Ultron keeps Mexen up until the very end of that ultimate, but these are stagger picks coming on for Ascended are bleeding players, and Chrono team aren't going to allow for a clean regroup. Metallic Curtain comes out, blocks the hook attempted to come on through from the Winter Soldier. The Chrono team are just biding their time. Kraken Impact is ready to go. The Winter Soldier needs to be fought out first though, and it's going to be a Trooper's Fist to back off towards the cart and stabilize before this fight properly starts.
Using the payload as a little bit of cover too, and really Chrono team just one foul false swoop really for Ascended. If they lose too much, it's going to be a good killer combo, honestly, for Chrono team if they can get things flying up. And Dance to the Butterflies on the horizon for X-Lazy feels good enough, scary enough. They managed to actually take out a little bit of a counterattack from Ascended, able to take out at least one of the backline strategists to keep things going, but it's been a hell of a dedication with the ultimates. But the main thing is that they're connecting here. Dance to the Butterflies was picked up and used from X-Lazy, but he's not able to get too much. It's just everything else that was used on the side from Ascended. I think they pretty much used everything.
Fly manages to get a huge Meteor M to shut down Vitalka on that Luna with Fate of Both Worlds. Mid go as well. Ascended still going to be able to retain that position. Lipton will be able to build up a Rage of Ultron too to keep up the pressure, even when Chrono team try and just outlive the defense with that invis boundary coming on through. Over Chrono team going to have to play their spaces yet again. You can see that X-Lazy is looking for that angle on the left side, but Ascended are vigilant of where that Psylocke could be. Good force physics comes on through from Chrono team to make sure that the Psylocke does not get scared on out of that placement. And now invis boundary meets with that Rage of Ultron. Terror Kit comes on through. A lot of people temporarily blinded as well as vulnerable. The Chrono team still having that Meteor M, and the better of the later ultimate fights are going to be able to start pushing on forward as Ascended have to wait for Kraken Impact and keep Mexen alive all the way through.
Still pushing on. There's not going to be a chance to contest this at all. 2 minutes on the dot. Still left in the bank after this one from Chrono. And I mean, all you can really do if you're Ascended at this point on the other side is just try and go for a mental reset, because that felt like pretty much from the get-go you were just fighting uphill, and that they needed to have a real hold on that one before Chrono team really could have done that a lot faster.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a reset coming on for, not off of a Kraken Impact, but just a mental reset that is needed, as Ascended lost so much time on both first and second, where Chrono team just kept crawling through. Like, this Psylocke from X-Lazy has been an absolute game changer, as we're seeing Ascended flyers really put under pressure this time around.
Now, Ascended's chance to have an attacking side. So where does the lineup, because I remember you talking to Tetra about it as well when we were playing, like the lineup, like...
Yeah, you leaked it to the internet. I taught Tetra the Penny Parker lineup.
And then Tetra taught all of EMEA, yeah. Like, whereabouts does it land? That's the one thing I never actually, like, quite saw.
You know the stairs that lead to garage, like that little door frame? As you come through, where the garage door kind of meets the point itself? It's essentially on that little lip of the door itself on the ground is where they land if you do it correctly. So when they're actually like walking through from garage onto point, that's when it hits.
I thought they were going for a portal play themselves, but it looks like they're just going to be a little bit more sensible in their approach, not going to throw multiple people off the map. And Ascended trying to just leap in onto the high ground themselves.
It's a spam.
Yeah, Chrono Team.
They're not trying to take high ground right now. They're just spamming with the Moon Knight and Squirrel Gold to force Chrono Team off of the high ground.
Ah, and then they've just sort of switched around to just jump onto the point because it has to be contested in the end. So, yeah, a little bit of a bully approach. Lipton was on the Moon Knight before, but didn't really dedicate too much time to it and almost has a Hand of Khonshu available. Unfortunately, however, you've lost one of those spammers before the Squirrel Tsunami was available, but still, the point is being contested from Ascended. Not quite as fast as what Chrono Team were able to do, but I think that's been a little bit pedantic.
Oh, here we go. Hand of Khonshu comes on through. Eternal Bond from Rex, so we can capitalize onto all of the backline who was zoned away from it. That's going to be a good Terror Cave too, managing to connect onto Chrono Team. Both of their strategists. Fate of Both Worlds comes on through from Vitaka to make sure that everyone is going to be able to live through that one. As Rex understands they're a little bit too close to the action, Dark teleports on through. Ayavaga now from Najin finds the connection, but a good shield block from Ambitious. Make sure the Maelstrom of Madness doesn't find a follow-up.
Wait, actually, Ascended didn't even get a third onto the point, so this has been delayed a good amount, and Chrono Team have had so many ultimates to work with that they've bought so much available to them here, and Ascended, you could maybe make the argument of now that Squirrel Tsunami's been used, Lipton's already used a Hand of Khonshu, 73%. Maybe this whole, like, spam strategy was just sat on from Ascended a little bit too long.
Well, narrow down to the butterflies comes out from X-Lazy, just cleaning up the last couple of players. And this is when we're likely going to be seeing Ascended swap off the composition. Yeah, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that Chrono Team with the defense were likely going to be stacked on top of that high ground. The more players that are stacked, the more those Onks are going to be able to bounce for the Moon Knight, the more the Squirrel Girl spam's going to be able to build up the ultimate of that Tsunami a little bit faster. But like you said, it doesn't work now. And we go back to the default composition of the Torch and the Winter Soldier, as Lipton's already been able to build up a supernova almost. Does get knocked down by the Tainted Voltage coming on first from Chrono Team's Winter Soldier, but hugely they're able to scout out X-Lazy and get them low enough that Rex is able to take them down.
And might be able to sort of slip in before Strategist Ultimate. Not quite. Invisible Boundary is going to be available for, I guess, the hard code is what I'd call them, with the I's and the J's, but they're able to hold on to at least this corner, and with 90 seconds less so on the clock for Ascended, even if they're able to take it, which they have to do, they have to finish out the map. That's what they're having to match up against. But so much time has been spent that it still might keep going for Chrono Team as they're going to go in for the portal play.
Yeah, TP recontest. Terror Cape connects onto a lot of those players, and already we can see Najin almost going down. They're able to get Fate of Both Worlds off in time, though, to keep the Strange up. There's going to be a Kraken impact coming in first from Mexen, as well as that Supernova from Ascended. This is a smart recontest from Chrono Team, even if they lose the recontest. They've taken so many resources away from Ascended that the likelihood of the attacking side being able to snowball the next fight has diminished significantly. They just have to regroup fast. As you can see, that Ascended wanted to try and find a stagger and stall out taking the Luna down. However, the map gives you the opportunity to throw yourself off of that position, and it's now going to have to be a well-placed hook to come through from Mexen to catch out wherever X-Lazy on this Psylocke is going to be just trying to scout around from.
And more just a comfortable position now, just fighting with the rest of the group to see if they can break a bit more barriers and build up some more ult charge. The Ascended don't really look too comfortable with taking this fight, but they're going to take it anyway.
Yeah, you can see X-Lazy wasn't really wanting a backline player, just wanted to put some damage onto the Vanguard's build up. That down to the Butterflies. As a result, is going to be 6% off of it. However, Ascended have both of their strategist ultimates, and since the fight hasn't yet occurred, we're potentially one fight away from Ascended picking up second. Vitaka finds a huge opening onto Lipton, though. Ayavaga now comes into play. Najin trying to find the opening for the team, and Ambitious also utilizing their own ultimate too with the follow-up of that Kraken impact, and Mexen is finding all of the damage that Ascended needs to be able to find the fight win. Chrono Team gonna be swapping onto the Captain America, just throwing themselves at that card to try and get a stall.
And Mexen seeing if they can push back a little bit more in this engagement, but there's enough bodies for Chrono Team that even if it is a case of stalling the inevitable, they will take it. Because, I mean, even if they're able to by like a minute more, there is no chance physically for Ascended to be able to contest the crazy time that Chrono Team's been able to put up themselves. But the forcing out the big ultimate supernova is required really, but there's still enough of a stall that it might not be enough for Ascended to push this over the end. The picks are still going their way, but it's looking like Chrono Team can hold on for at least sub a minute left on the clock, potentially. Not quite that, but good enough, I would say.
See, there's a problem though. The fact that Chrono Team tried to take that fight to brawl, Nexon built up Kraken Impact again off of the fight going as long as it did. And unfortunately for Chrono Team, they have the Captain America to stall out the Lurker to come on through with that Fate of Beaufort just to keep the card in play. So they're not going to have a strategist ultimate to stop a Kraken Impact. You now have to play distance, make it incredibly annoying for Nexon to want to commit in that deep to Chrono Team's territory, and you sacrifice objective control off of the back of it. Look at how much payload pressure they're getting.
Now, it's a fight for Ascended to hold on, really just to find a little bit more of an opening. And right now, it's just the invisible boundary thrown in with a supernova on top. It could be a little bit of a hot cooker action. So now it's really a lot required, I suppose, for Ascended to just stay in this fight. In fact, both strategist ultimates stacked on top of each other in a moment of chaos, and one of them unfortunately still goes down in the end off the back of the Eye of Agamotto from Nation.
Yeah, huge Eye of Agamotto connects onto two from the side of Ascended. Sovio goes down. Lipton still has the supernova in play though, so Ascended, even down a strategist, can make a play to get a full push. They've got the chase down, the melee comes on through, so you can get Lorix even with the Meteor M in action, and Ascended are going to be able to full cap as well.
Ooh, okay. I mean, it feels like when you're put into that position, yeah, you can't match it, but I think even just finishing the map, it feels like the mania, I suppose it would be, from Chrono Team to set such a good time, it might diminish it slightly. So Ascended now, the ones actually having to defend first, I think. At least able for Chrono Team to set the standards, I suppose with the times that they have available.
True, but remember, Chrono Team had so much time available because they were able to pick up first off of Penny Parker lineups. If you're Ascended, you don't fall for that again, surely.
Surely. I like the way that you say it, like...
Well, they're going to be attacking first, so let's see if they can find the same value with their own lineups from spawners. We're going to be seeing the team up come through, everyone just getting a little bit of extra survivability to their health bar so they can potentially win their ones. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not Ambitious is setting up the lineups. I'm keeping an eye to see whether or not we do see a lineup come down and Galish will become a little bit more dangerous than normal.
It's a shame, really. Like, that style, like, from being a cast that comes from a game with plenty of lineups, like, I'd love to see more of that in Marvel Rivals, but it might just be a case of a couple of cheesy kills now and again. Ambitious Hat, though, going towards the group. We've really not seen that much of it today.
Yeah, I mean, Wolverine's not on board for Chrono Team, and also you're going to be able to just make a play for point. You've got the walls, you can build up the walls, you can anchor yourselves on point, and Chrono Team are going to have to just drop and challenge unless they want to give up tick percentage. As well as if you get Strangling Prison at the same time as Kraken Impact, you might as well say point cap GG. As Lipton on that building cover as well is going to be able to keep up the pressure. Pyro Prison just making it too hot for Chrono Team to stand their ground on high ground.
A feeling in my belly that this could potentially be a strong overtime push for Ascended, but they have to get the payload first. There's a great opening, though. It almost feels like Chrono Team were happy to engage them in such a scary area, but as soon as the slam comes down, this is a complete clear up. There's going to be a contest from Nation. He's gone over towards like the Strange, and the pole play has to come in, but it might be a little bit more delayed. The progression made, everybody's surviving, everybody's alive, and actually the pole play isn't going to be enough. The point is moving, and ooh, I feel a little bit nervous about this for Chrono Team, Moxie, because we have seen teams completely lose out on these convergence maps once things start moving in OC.
Yeah, Strangling Prison, it's not quite ready to go. It's definitely getting there, but Supernova and Kraken Impact are going to beat that first. X-Lazy's not going to be present at all. Wonderful isolating walls comes on through from Ambitious to take advantage of Chrono Team's split players, and Supernova's going to be able to catch them on the disengage too. If you invest in ultimate here, it's not going to be on card, which means it's getting even more distance for absolute free. As Chrono Team are forced into investing both Invis Boundary and Kraken Impact and are yet to be able to find a single bit of contest onto the objective as the percentages keep on moving.
Strangler Prison is available for Ambitious Hat. But
He's behind them.
yeah, he's managed to get in behind them, and it has forced out the fate of both worlds. Terra Kick, though, might make it a little bit more susceptible. But the problem is what I was going to say, Moxie, is there's nothing to follow through with it. Kraken Impact was used beforehand, and now the overtime wick is starting to burn a lot more, despite the fact of like the picks going the way of Ascended. 3 of them do get stunned out from a Nation Eye of Agamotto, I believe, and there's the Maelstrom follow-up to take out at least one of the backliners. So Lipton is not actually that far away from having another supernova. This is crazy. He's 75%. He only used it about 45 seconds ago, but it's the charge down. It feels that once Chrono Team lose one player, they all drop like flies.
I mean, Lipton is going to be able to have, like you said, supernova for this next fight. Nexon's going to have another Kraken Impact. He's got Meteor M2. What you don't have a strategist ultimates. Force Physics comes on through from Chrono Team's Invis just to keep Lipton at a further arm's length as Ambitious is trying to build up that last little bit for Strangling Prison, but all the while, this objective is just moving further and further through the map. It's Kraken Impact, it has to be. Chrono Team have to turn to the Winter Soldier to be the hero of the hour, otherwise Ascended are going to get so much distance.
So grab a hook, a shot in the dark really for Chrono Team, but it's still the picks going the way of Ascended. Lipton's firing down as much as he possibly can. This Human Torch has been inspired over on this point, and there's really not much of a chance for Ascended left if anybody gets off this objective, but there's no reason to, right? You've got the Meteor M, you've got the Strangling Prison, they can sit comfortable, and Chrono Team, they have a lot to work with, but how do you, on earth, you get into a position to take these fights?
They haven't cleared the group. The group's behind them. Strangling Prison this time has the follow-up. Supernova's there. Eternal Bond from Rex as well to get a Terror Cape angle. Ascended weren't able to find the picks just yet, but it cost Chrono Team absolutely everything. Down to the butterflies from X-Lazy has been able to move their position onto the objective itself, and this might be where Chrono Team can try and stabilize, but they still don't have the ultimate. They still don't have the numbers. Ascended opened up the fight with the Strangling Prison Supernova, and Chrono Team absolutely got obliterated underneath the pressure.
I told you, I felt it in my belly that there was going to be this just like ridiculous overtime push. The thing is, I also kind of get that feeling for Chrono Team. Maybe not to the same level, but they have 2 minutes in the bank, and that's what you're able to do with 1 minute and 15 seconds, I think, for Ascended. Chrono Team, you mentioned it, just go as we went into this like second round of attacking sides. They took the first point really quickly. I'm almost looking to see what Ascended's adjustment is going to be on this defense.
I mean, I think we can see it, and it's going to be stop Psylocke. Right now, Nexon's going to be starting off immediately on the Winter Soldier too, as no Penny Parker so far in a spawn doors. Right now, we can have a look at what Ascended's composition is going to be on. No surprises that Lipton's going to be on that Human Torches. He's been on absolute fire that round. Constant pressure. You were wondering how he was building the Supernovas up as quickly as he did. Every single time Chrono Team tried to take a fight around objective, Pyro Prison, every single one of those players just getting absolutely barbecued by that constant tick, as we can actually see that Ambitious Hat is going to be using the Strange Portal, not just to spy on Chrono Team's composition so they understand what they're up against, but also potentially to get someone off of the map the way we saw in Symbiotic Surface.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
See if there's going to be a Strange on the other side, and if a portal play is going to be needed, so yeah, it might just be a case of cancelling it or setting up the sight line actually to just go for a hook play for Terror Cape, able to grab anybody. Not quite, but it does mean that Chrono Team need to be a little bit careful of what's behind them, and getting information that everybody's coming from the same angle means that Ambitious Hat is not afraid to go and fight onto the high ground, switch over to the other side, and really use this high ground against Chrono Team.
Lipton's already 55% set for a Supernova off of the Pyro Prisoner. He was able to get onto spawn. He's got the off angle. Everyone from Chrono Team is having to shield in front of them, which means that the Human Torch is given a smorgasbord of players to target down. Nexon comes through with the first pick. The Doctor Strange already down. And Chrono Team know that they're not going to be able to get a free re-engagement. Out comes the Eternal Bond. They've got to just take a here and now. And it's off of the back of just the Rotterstern from the Winter Soldier. But Lipton on the Human Torch is not going to make it easy. We've got Supernova, Eternal Bond has expired, and Chrono Team haven't been able to pick up a single point.
Now they've not been able to get much. People are managing to survive, and the Meteor M for Lorix not available means that this is pretty much something that they have to deal with. 45 seconds on the clock, more than half the time already used up. And whilst, yeah, you've got that cracking impact on the side for Chrono team, you've also got Mexen has it and the fate of both worlds in hand for Sovio. It's going to be uncomfortable whichever way you look at it, and the first hit is going to come in. The Meteor M, pretty much an instant response right on top of the noggin. Bucky sent back another 70 years from the looks of it, as the fight is going to get incredibly scrappy, and the fate of both worlds going to be used on the defensive side, but met again by another great Magneto ult.
Huge Meteor M. Ambitious now not going to be able to get access to the fate of both worlds. The damage boost of the Eye of Agamotto, and Ascended looks like they might actually give this up because we're headed into overtime. They know if they give up the point, Chrono team aren't going to be able to get any more time added to their bank. It's an overtime fight. If you're Ascended, you just need to win one singular fight, and the longer overtime burns, Ryan, the quicker it expires if no one's on the objective itself. Nexum does get staggered on out. A nice pick comes on through from X-Lazy at the tail end of things as we head into second with the Dance of the Butterflies. But Chrono team know that they haven't won the map this time. It's really going to be an uphill battle for them to climb.
Yeah, they don't want these fights to just keep going on for too long, and the strategists, you don't have anything available just yet. One good Eye of Agamotto from Ambitious Hat could be everything, and in fact it's all going to be used together with the Supernova pretty much on the point. It felt like it was Ascended waiting for a good chance, that they were going to be waiting out a bit more, and it's another engagement. It's clean, it's as clean as you like, actually. A hot step onto the point. I think it took us both by surprise a little bit, because Ascended were happy to give up a lot of space like you mentioned, but just on that angle they were crazy enough to go for that fight, and Chrono team weren't expecting it.
I mean, it's a really good angle to take the fight because your Human Torch, he just has all of the building behind. Before the fight begins, he's not taking damage. He's still being able to build up Supernova. Eye of Agamotto comes on through. You're ult tracking, so you know that Chrono team don't have access to a strategist ultimate. They also don't have CC immunity, which means that Eye of Agamotto is going to be able to connect onto those players who are on the objective itself, because as we talked about, it's overtime. You can't give up presence on cart, otherwise you lose the map regardless. So the follow-up is there as we get to see Ascended ask, how do you like your steak cooked? Well done, apparently.
Yeah, and it's a well done GG's potentially. I suppose it would be for Chrono team. Out of the tournament, eliminated as we're in the losers bracket now. And another battle to go on for Ascended that still have to play a little bit later today as well. So it's not even a case of we see them tomorrow. They still have another series to play before we potentially see them tomorrow. And it's a hard enough gauntlet as it is. But I think that Ascended being able to win 3-0, despite it being very close in some areas, like Symbiotic Surface was certainly could have gone either way. This map certainly should have gone either way, I think, in this case. It still felt like that's enough momentum to take into the next couple of series, which I think at the very least for them, they're going to be playing in like half an hour or so.
Yeah, I think what really impressed me about Ascended was just the depth of plays that they had to be able to rifle through and pull out of their bag of tricks. Like, we got to see the Groot come through. We knew that they'd played Groot in the past with things like the Moon Knight. It was always going to be an option, but the way that they played the Groot to have just additional levels of safety to prevent things like Bucky hooks from coming on out, or just hella pot shots with the primary taking one of your players down before you have an ultimate to be able to chase her out of that position. And all the while, if you're trying to tear the Groot walls down, you're not looking up, you're not looking at the sky, you're not keeping a check on Lipton, who, looking at the statistics, did a whopping 51,502 points of damage in that fight.
I mean, 70k healing as well from, I mean, I can't see who it is at the moment because we're sort of skipping out on that one, I suppose, but it means that there is a little bit more of a fight. It was Sovio actually that got it, and 66k from Rex, so yeah, I mean, sort of expected, right? Cloak and Daggers and Lunar Snows are plenty. It's a good chance for Ascended, I think, you know, especially because we did expect them to be one of those like top 2, top 3 teams, at least contesting for an Ignite position, that they were able to do this and not lose out on too much of the momentum. And I believe it's a case of playing up against, I'm not going to reveal it too much because I don't know how much we're going to be focusing on the other series and stuff that's going on. But of course, if you want to check out some of the other games or see spoilers yourself, you can go in game and check the tournament fine. But regardless, Moxie, I think that's just a good showing, and kind of like you said, a team that's showing a lot of different plays and not afraid to make those plays even in like very serious games that might have a lot of impact against them.
Yeah, and I would definitely sort of use it as a marker as well of how good a team chemistry were, because we saw what happened, right? When Ascended were able to utilize the flyer composition the way that they wanted to, and they just looked untouchable at certain points with that torch being able to put up as much pressure as it did. But then when we looked at them versus chemistry, and chemistry get to come on through with things like the Psylocke, the flyers just got shut down entirely. So it goes to show that some of these teams are insanely strong in terms of their mechanics and also in terms of certain heroes.
Yeah, I think we're going to be looking towards some of the other games that are happening in round 13. It's going to be Pluvia versus the Uncles, I think, coming up, and maybe a look over towards the upper bracket, which I think starts in like 45 minutes or so, about 7 p.m. But regardless, we have plenty more action. We're pretty much just following on whatever's available to us at this rate. But don't go anywhere. We'll have some more action for Marvel Rivals Championship here for EMEA coming up very soon.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when they're no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break your chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We
comes to my Glentar, to me, my queen in black.
Null is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
The Phoenix. Behold my cosmic light.
And I was holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat.
Follow if you dare. Behold the fury of the beast.
You are nothing!
Less than nothing. You mortals have no hope.
So over here for the Marvel Rivals Championship for EMEA, and we're getting a look at the rest of round 12. Specifically, we're going to be looking at the other losers bracket game of the Uncles versus Pluvia. Again, it's one of those things, I think we've been a little bit lucky here, Moxie, where we've seen one of the teams play already today, and the team that they're playing up against is one that we're familiar with. Like, they've had experience in other hero shooters, for example, or just another team that is amongst those that we'd expect to be at this point.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get to see some of the picks that they had in their previous rounds. I was talking to you a little bit in between the break as I looked at all of the rounds that all of these teams played for the past couple of rounds that they've done. And the Uncles was one of the teams that intrigued me the most because they've played both Thor and Hawkeye together on Central Park defense. And it's they played it on Central Park, and Ryan, I am very happy to tell you that Central Park is going to be the first map that we get to see come up for these two teams. So I'm hoping that we get that little bit of a curveball thrown on.
I haven't managed to cast any Thor yet because I mean, even like season 0, it didn't feel like Thor was that good to maybe be played at the top level outside of some specific moments, I suppose, like trying to stall it out. So that would be nice. I think that would be a different approach, I suppose, for this series. And like Pluvia, we've seen not really too much out of them, to be fair. Like, it was a pretty handed loss to Exoblivion earlier, but they did show up a lot towards the end of that. And realistically, I guess I'm just hoping that this team can take what we saw at the end of the Exo game and take it into this one.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we see them keep the Wolverine in play, actually, because I feel like of all of the maps that we saw them play EXO, Hell's Heaven, where Pink got to play that Wolverine, was the strongest look for the team. And they did ban it out every single other map that they played against Exoblivion. So I'm really hoping that they're actually going to really put a lot of resources into that Wolverine pick to come on through. As other things that we can potentially see come through is Black Panther as well. I was teased. Like, I showed it for all of 5 seconds in Hell's Heaven and then swapped off to the Wolverine. But the uncles have a Black Panther player too, although historically they played on Spider Islands, not Central Park.
I mean, I wonder at this stage if you're like not wanting to use it because it's not practiced, or whether it's more of like a Hail Mary approach. We do have the Loki, so at least some of those copies are going to come in, but I don't. And the Cloak and Dagger ban means that it almost feels like you're forcing the opponents to go for a Luna ban, almost, right? Like to sort of make it so it's not just going to be a mirror matchup of that.
Maybe we see the Luna ban, maybe we see an Invis pick come through from these teams, as unfortunately we're not going to see the Wolverine. The uncles obviously put a lot of stock as well into Pink's Wolverine. Yes, let's go! It's on the field! That also explains why we're probably going to be seeing something like an Invis woman come out for that backline so that you have things like the Force Physics. It's also going to be taking significant advantage of the fact that Pluvia just banned out Cloak and Dagger, which is one of the best strategists at dealing with dive from a Black Panther player.
Whether it's a case of like call an ambulance, but for who at this point? I think it could be a little bit of like friendly fire if this pick goes the way of Pluvia, if they want to keep using it to their advantage. Hella's also taken out another good option to deal with poke from a distance, but also having enough mobility to get out of dodge as and when is needed. And Storm also taken out just, I guess as well, like we've seen a lot more of the Torch team up, and I always think the Central Park is a good map for him, hence why it was banned out first from the Uncle.
Well, you know what every map is a good map for? Punisher. Ryan and Punisher made it through. For the first time today, it is going to be a Punisher duel coming on out. We'll have to see who puts more resources so that that final judgment can find the final value in a team fight, as it looks like potentially we're going to be seeing Pluvia anticipating that Black Panther and putting wide already experimentally towards that Winter Soldier, so we have the bionic hook to try and put a stop to the Panther. And I think Bucky into Panther is actually probably one of the fairer duelist 1v1s, because Panther gets a huge damage spike if he's 100 HP or lower. He gets a 20% damage boost. Wide in the meantime, though, if he hits any of his abilities, even if he doesn't hit any of his abilities, he gets overshield. So the two of them can go at it until the carries go home.
Yeah, chance now for some action I think that we've been missing out on a little bit. And also, we're seeing like the Loki on both sides. And Slime, I would imagine, would move over to the Luna in just a short second. But I love that Uncle Elias is the name as well. Like, he's gone for the prefix beforehand. It would be funny to have to call them all like Uncle Fat, for example, which just seems a little bit mean. But regardless, Pluvia are going to be attacking first, trying to go for some space, and whether Balas gets spotted or not. And he does, he's able to get some damage in, but not on over dedication that he's out in trouble.
Yeah, the Spear Toss comes on for denying Pink the angle and the high ground hold on that Punisher, so he's a little bit behind in terms of what he can pressure the Uncle's Vanguard lineup into being. However, that Culling turret does come through, holding towards the first final judgment a little bit faster than Elias. coming on out as the Panther gets the bulwark, goes in, tries to play disruption. The Vanguard's taking advantage of the space that's been created for them, as already we've seen regen domain being burned on the side of Pluvia, as Pink is trying to keep themselves alive, but the Uncles with a huge aggressive push forward off of the back of a very aggressive copy of Fat onto that Luna are just going to be able to eat up all of the space from the attacking side.
Very good hold from the Uncles so far. Pluvia having to be reset to a point. I mean, you've got some things to work with now, at least for the strategist side of stuff to be holding on to. Bast's descent, not too far away from Balas. I guess it'd be Balas's descent in this case, but the final judgment is going to be good to go for Elias. It's going to be pulled out on the other side though, instead for Pink, and he's seeing if he can get some damage done over towards Magneto, who just seems to pull a Meteor M out of his back pocket, sling it down super quickly, and find the pick in the end. Pluvia are losing out on numbers.
Yeah, reaction check and absolutely nails the roll. Not 20 onto Pluvia, and unfortunately off of the back of that, well, they shot themselves into the foot, quite literally, with the Meteor M charged up by the final judgment, and the Uncles didn't even make it a final judgment joust. They held on to their own. So Pluvia now are going to have to burn that Fate of both worlds, or potentially the Meteor M coming through from Pat can find that same level of pick, as it's likely that Art is going to be able to cover the Punisher with the Psionic Seduction to make sure that no one can try and keep a hold of him. But no, the Uncles just use Psionic Seduction to force that Fate of both worlds, and now Pluvia are down all of their defensive ultimates before final judgment comes through.
Well, okay, this is interesting. I mean, the picks are going the other direction. There's the final judgment being used from Elias, and it was pretty much the perfect chance saved by the bell, potentially. Now, Pluvia, I was just looking at Vastus's health, just holding on for a sliver, but there was too much of a burst down that, unfortunately, not able to do anything. 3 minutes being bought here from Uncles, and zilch, goose egg percentage on the point for Pluvia.
It feels like Uncles are just always in control of the space. Pluvia get to move forward, suddenly there's a Panther in that backline. They don't get to move forward. When they do get to move forward, Elias is in position to be able to catch them out. As we're going to see again that Punisher try and rotate. Pink building up the final judgment, finally manages to take the Panther down, gets the resources to hold his ground. The Psionic Seduction paves Pluvia's pop onto that point. Meteor M also finds the pick that they're looking for. It's costing a lot of ultimates, and we can already see the last is swapped off of the Panther onto the Strange for a recontest, but the Uncles don't immediately have an ultimate to safeguard their landing, and it's going to be a little bit dangerous to not lose a player immediately.
I found a pick at least. A little bit more Pluvia names in the feed to be able to find some semblance on this point. Progression at least made, so you're not playing for a draw specifically, but it feels like if you're not able to take this first point, you're not really playing for a draw at best. You're playing to just not lose if you can. But this is good eventually from Pluvia, just in the nick of time. 6 seconds left on the board. Now having enough to get past that Uncle's defense. And we have seen teams take pretty poor times on that first point into strong seconds, and it usually starts with people being picked out of position like that.
Yeah, that stagger coming on for, plus the fact that the Uncles, when they went for the Strange TP recontest, didn't have an ultimate, which meant that Pluvia could just use the brawl fight to build up their ultimate economy and show the resources for the fight on second. The last now is going to be off of the Panther, off of the Strange, over towards the Star-Lord, so still the same level, the same idea of entrance. Get into the back line, get as much damage as possible, try and draw as much attention as possible, and also play off of your Magneto's resources as much as possible. As we can see that the bulwark was not there because Addicted was taken down so much earlier, and he's getting so much pressure because of it. Kraken Impact now comes through from wide, paving the way around the corner for Pink to get a better angle at Final Judgment, and the Kraken Impact is still going. Final Judgment is breaking through the Lunar Heal per second amount, and Wide is coming through with all of the picks Pluvia won.
Able to make good time on this. It's been about a minute on this second checkpoint, and if Uncles get this wrong, might not have a good chance to go for this fight here. And now that you do have that copy, at least in fact, if you can get that copy over and get a Fate of both worlds in, it should be a good enough engagement. But Pink's just fighting from distance, completely uncontested with the turret. This is nasty, Moxie. This is just flat out cruel.
I mean, Uncles, their attention, it has to go on to the objective, otherwise they lose second. And like you said, Pluvia just take full advantage. Set Pink off on the sideline, no one gets to look at him. Calling Turret builds up another 35% to the next final judgment rotation. The Uncles are going to be coming in with the better ultimates into this next fight, but Pluvia can just disengage it if they so choose.
It took them 4 minutes to take the first point. It took them 1 minute to get to second.
Oh, no.
All off of the back of Addicted going down very early in that engagement and the snowballing momentum. Ooh, the kick just on the edge though, and still being able to survive. Oh, it's a pull, it's multiple people, but yeah, the Fate Both Worlds is going to keep everybody alive and going, and Pluvia are really taking this into their stride. Arts is still going into it. There's 3 people surrounding him, and he's not afraid to get involved, waiting for that with the Fate of Both Worlds, but that timing could have been disastrous for them if they weren't careful. Elias did have the final judgment, but he got deleted from Vastus. He got kicked off the side.
Yeah, and now Kraken Impact comes on through. Fat doesn't have the ultimate any longer. Basong's almost going to have a Fate of Both Worlds, but I mean, you're losing your Star-Lord. Regen domain's already being used. You don't have a reset coming on through from the Loki, but Meteor M is having to just be burned immediately. Gets a huge pick onto Pink, shutting out that final judgment. Vastus, however, with the Sonic Seduction is going to make it a little bit harder for Uncles to be able to hold their space, and Blast is coming back on the Panther just to come back into the fight a little bit faster as the Uncles want to take advantage of the numbers that they have. Their respawns are right there, but they're losing players. The song goes down once Fate of Both Worlds puts itself onto pause, and Pluvia are still finding the picks. Worse, the regen domain is just allowing the amateur retain charge.
It's just giving them something to shoot at and to keep things firing, but they're still picking chunks out of each other, and it's still being stalled out in the end from the Uncles. There's 30 seconds left for Pluvia to finish out this map in the end, and Kraken Impact alongside the Fate of Both Worlds should be enough. There's still people from the Uncles able to come in for the reunion and hope for a little bit more time to rebot, maybe even stopping the payload flat out, but it feels like with the amount of people that are going down, there isn't going to be really enough of a clean fight to take things out of full swing. It was looking like maybe Pluvia couldn't get past the first point, and there's still enough of a fight from Uncles. It's going to be a complete map finish in the end though for Pluvia.
Okay, Vastus is my MVP because they just set up the longest of cons, and it was so funny the value that they found. So let me break it down a little, because when we headed into third, right, we got to see the AMER on the left side from attacker POV, just kicking the ground, making sure to rebuild the map. On the left side, it's not an environmental hazard, it's not a drop-off. Right, so you can stand there. So she stands in that corner, waits for everybody to descend down the stairs, takes advantage of the fact that no one knows that they're there. Then the second that the fight begins, hops up, kicks the Magneto off of the map onto the right side of the staircase, which is an environmental hazard, and Addicted didn't have the ultimate. Magneto did not have Meteor M, and unfortunately in Marvel Rivals, like canonically in comics and movies, Magneto can fly. In Marvel Rivals, you can only gain access to that power if your ult's in play.
He was a little bit mean, right? Like it just stunted him personally. He's just unable to do much outside of the ultimate. But in any case, at least more of a fight to work with so far for the teams. And now a defense required for Pluvia, and really hoping that they can have the same amount of success as the Uncles over on point A.
This is just the pressure test. Can you deal with the amount of pressure that's going to be put not just on your front line by the Punisher as well as the AMER with the Diamond Form, but also on the amount of attention that the Panther in your back line is going to require having to deal with? Because if Vastus is trying to win the AMER 1v1, you're not in position to Diamond Form, Carbon Crush the Panther.
Now, more of a fight, more of a push-up from the Uncles than we saw from Pluvia for the first like 3 minutes of their attack. And the turret set up from distance, I mean, we saw it on the other side, like Pink being able to make that work on the attack, to use that lack of fall-off damage, I think, to be fair, to do too much to Uncles pretty early on. And the way that they're sort of spread out, it's nice to sort of see like the positions as well. And the Uncle's not really having too much access to hitting the backline outside of that Panther. The Uncle's actually forcing out and gaining ultimate charge pretty early on means that God of Mischief is available for that to allow more of a scrappy engagement for Uncles here. But you have also set up a lot on the other side for Pluvia. Kraken Impact's going to go in for the first hit, but no reset allowed. Addicted takes him straight out the server.
Yeah, big psionic seduction comes on through from Odds, managing to get the silence on to the Buggy, who's also separated from the team and therefore vulnerable. Final judgment comes through from Pink. We've got the bulwark from the Magneto. We've got our Luna keeping ourselves intact as well when it comes to our health bar. And this is going to be pick after pick after pick. With the final judgment paired up with the psionic seduction. Big absolute zero as well, connecting onto Balas, and they're going to be able to pick up the Panther late into the fight too. As Pluvia answer back, it took Wide coming back on the Strange with a portal, but it managed to reinforce their numbers, and with the ultimates, the Uncles aren't able to hold their ground. Pluvia holds strong, and the Uncles don't get a single bit of point.
Nothing done just yet. Nothing to worry about either, though, because Pluvia were exactly the same. It was all in one go. It felt like they were able to get stuff going with. Now, Pat, Meteor M's more sat just in position, just maintaining some higher power, quite literally. And I mean, the turret's going to rain down hell from above as well. Pink not really being able to see much of the targets that he's shooting at, but it's not going to matter anyway. Just keeping the cooldowns up for the Uncles, and with that copy of the God of Mischief, not really much has been found up until now. Finally, the picks are coming through. Balas surviving on literally like single-digit HP there in the end, able to get some more connections with the Kraken's impact, and the Meteor M for Pluvia not connected.
Yeah, Trooper Fist from Balas just carries him above the AoE radius, as well as giving him the overshield so he can survive some of that impact damage coming on through. Big Carbon Crush comes on out too from Vastus, however, is shielded on off by Addicted with a wonderful bulwark from that Magneto. And this should be the Uncles picking up first, second, and third, given the fact that Pluvia's players just aren't in time. Also, they'd already burned that Strange TP recontest play in the fight before. The good news, however, for Pluvia is that unlike the Uncles, who were able to keep pushing through, now they're not going to be losing a player a little bit too late, and they can fully stabilize for the next fight on to second. As Balas, playing a little bit of mystery here, swaps over to the Iron Man. It looks like the Uncles are just trying to pose so many problems to Pluvia that it takes them a little bit long to find the solution, and they get point space off of it.
Able to keep things swimming along for the Uncles. Just pretty much about in time, I think, with what we've been seeing. But Pluvia winning a key fight in the second point means that it feels a little bit more like it's into their hands, because the Uncles really got like swept up, snowballed on the other side too much by losing out over on one of their main tanks. Now you've got Balas that's trying to do a bit more damage with the Iron Man, does have the Pulse Cannon, and there's a lot of bodies stacked up towards each other. Just making sure that it's not just going to be doppelgangers that you're hitting these major targets. And he's taken out beforehand. Great catch.
Yeah, great catch as Pluvia just take full advantage of the fact that there's no invis, there's no shield for the Iron Man, and the copy from the Loki was a little bit too late to keep him up and intact. As Pluvia now get to answer back, trying to chase onto the receding backs of the Uncles as they look to just try and stall out. Colin Terror comes on through from Elias, just buying themselves a little bit of recovery spaces. The last now off of the Iron Man over towards the Winter Soldier. Invincible Pulse Cannon didn't work, so now we're going to try something a little bit different. Vastus, however, with that psionic seduction, mirroring and taking the Uncle's momentum entirely out of play, gets a big Carbon Crush onto Addicted, and Pluvia are still finding picks and holding their ground.
Holding on for as much as they physically can do. Oh, it's tricky now if you're the Uncles, like less than 90 seconds to keep things moving, and you have to finish out the map at the very least. And now Pluvia having maybe enough about them to finish it out here and now. They're certainly looking towards what the Kraken Impacts can do, and their final judgment alongside, it's more of a case of like neither of the strategists having stuff to work with. That's not going to be too long away from having his own God of Mischief, but it's more looking at Basong if he's going to be ready with a Fate of both worlds that follows, or whether it's going to be enough as Addicted gets taken out first. Final judgment going to be starting the fight. Meteor M thrown down at the same time, as well as the God of Mischief used for Michaela. The last, seeing if he can just find a little bit more space to go off the resets. He's able to get a couple, but eliminations, absolutely none. The pull is nice over onto the Magneto, but this position is such a good fight for Pluvia to fight in. They're not going to be too well phased by it.
They do manage to get Pat though, so Pluvia losing one member of their defensive. Culling Turret comes out from Pink, just looking to hold the space and maybe find another pick against the Uncles as that cut rounds the corner, and it's done enough. White has been able to find the space that he wants to work with. Vastus solo vanguarding currently, but front lining with the Diamond Form and getting so much damage for all of the shields. Has already built up another Psionic Seduction. Slime is going to be able to keep everyone healed up too, so we can keep fighting in the until now. Addicted with the Meteor M manages to thread it through the shields onto the Winter Soldier before the Kraken Impact can be built up, and Pluvia now are just trying to hold the front line of the Uncles at bay so that they can have a Reaver freaking test before the Uncles get more time at it.
Psionic Seduction used pretty much instantly once Arts was able to get it online. It's not too much of a fuss though from Pluvia. Had the prepping over for the Fate of both worlds with the final judgment to just create a little bit more space. It's going to be used on either side. In fact, both ultimates were brought up, and the pick's actually going in the direction of Uncles. Now they're trying to chase down, see whoever else they can get, and it's a full clearance, an extra 90 seconds on the board for Uncles. But still, this feels like a bit of an uphill task, and I mean that quite literally.
Yeah, it is incredibly hard to be able to full push with 1:25. However, Pluvia, having lost that fight, do not have a setup, so the Uncles can just full push right to the insides of the doorframe of this inside building, and that's going to give them a lot of cart pressure for absolute free. And Addicted can start just building up that next Meteor M, trying to keep ahead of Pink in terms of that ultimate charge, or you're going to have to invest it early. If Pluvia decide that they just want the space back and they take a fight with the ultimate advantage that they currently have, as White and Pat both have their ultimates already on through, and it's not going to be Vastus though. Arts is able to find a big pickup onto their opposing mirror, and that's the room that the Uncles needed to really start pushing aggressively in. Out comes Meteor M from Addicted at the same time as this one utilizes the Fate of both worlds, but it gets broken against Pink, and that means that the Punisher is down for the count. Slime's Fate of both worlds is going to be up in play, as is Michaela's afterwards. White finds a huge pick onto Addicted at the same time too, but the Uncles have their own level of sustain with their own God of Mischief, and now they've got a final judgment with CC immunity. You don't care about Psionic Seduction coming on through from Vastus, as everything is up to Alias now.
Oh, they're able to actually sort of win out now. How much more space could they take on the point? Can this be contested at all in the end? Only just. Pretty much at the... actually, at the cusp, they weren't able to. So both teams managing to finish out the map with 0 seconds on the clock means that it's 1 minute for each to see how much damage that you can do. I wasn't really expecting things to go this direction, to be honest. I wasn't expecting either team to finish out the map.
What do we see now come through? Because like the Uncles have been very much just a revolving door of hero picks for Balas, and it really does feel like they're going in forcing Pluvia to have to adjust their fight planning around something new, and then when they adjust to that new thing, Balas goes back, swaps to something else, and Pluvia have to readjust yet again. And when you only have 1 minute, that's not a lot of time to adjust to your surroundings or the hero picks from the other side.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I'm glad that we're looking at this series at the very least, because both teams taking a big chunk out of each other. I don't know if I've been too, I'm not going to say impressed, because there's been, but I haven't, the eye test hasn't been passed from Balas's Black Panther just yet, but it has been like in spattings, I suppose, that we've seen it. It feels like we haven't had like a clean engage from it just, and
well,
honestly,
he also can't really take engagements to look for picks. There's so much counter. against him, right? If he goes in, he has to worry about whoever he's jumping on getting Magneto bubbled, or potentially he goes a little bit too close to the AMER and gets carbon crushed. Maybe he gets bionic hooked. What the Uncles are really using this Panther for is just to divert attention so that Elias on the Punisher gets more space to be able to breathe, and that the Uncles get a little bit more time to build some of the ultimates that they want to have over the head of their opponent.
Like a third Vanguard almost, of just being irritating and obnoxious, which, yeah, sounds like a Black Panther player. I'm absolutely in, but the Uncles now having to defend for a minute. Could be both teams playing for a draw if they're not careful at this rate. And now Pluvia wanted to at least get themselves not on the board as such, but just on the objective, get things contested, get things pushed up, because this turret otherwise is going to do a chunk of damage. Broken fairly quickly though. Eli's not able to farm up too much percentage points over from the ultimate. This fight is going to force them back, and the Magneto's out of position in the backline. You lose your main Vanguard.
Yeah, deja vu. This is exactly what the Uncles did for the first fight of their first T-fans. Push aggressively out with a God of Mischief Luna copy. Pink, though, has been able to hold themselves through the entirety of that fight, and Pluvia have also been able to hold themselves onto point. Regen domain so that your Punisher stays up, as well as your AMER getting the better of Addicted on that Magneto. Elias is going to be off of the Punisher onto the Strange to just TP everybody back into space. The song does have a fate of both boards to keep everybody alive in the meantime as well, so the Uncles should be able to come on through with a later ultimate cycle if they have the players to take advantage of it, because Pluvia got the Kraken Impact online, and oh boy is it impacting. We didn't recall our doppelgangers, and White is hitting every single one of them.
It gets frozen, but it almost feels like Pluvia are just going to use that to their advantage. Point is on their side, and Baosung wanted to reset as quickly as possible because he's on the wrong side of this objective as it sort of moves along. I'm a little bit worried now for Uncles. You've got a minute to try and take the objective, and every single meter is going to be felt against you. And now, what have you got to work with? Yeah, Rast's Descent, Meteor M, not really the things that you're going to use to start off an engagement. You can maybe find yourselves in that engagement regardless because of how much Pluvia are trying to push this fight. This is an area that went really wrong for Uncles last time. Able to find that first pick, actually a couple in the end, because the Emma Frost is able to get their hands on the opponent, and suddenly now the Uncles winning out this engagement. Not enough time for OT to be really working with so far for Pluvia, and they just get off the point for enough of a second to stop things in their track just after point at 1.
Okay, while this Panther isn't quite as flashy or on the level of getting picks as players like Tanuki or Self, it is still creating a lot of space. Like, we were following Art's POV for the entirety of that last fight on second. Look at the amount of attention that AMER receives. It's barely there because Balas went in originally and forced everyone from Pluvia to have to react to, there's a Panther in the back line on the objective in overtime with ultimate. We can't afford to let someone go down to that. We're going to have to pivot. And all of a sudden, they're right there, and Arts gets to diamond form and kick people into the wall, which means increased damage.
Yeah, I kind of like to see a bit more of the, there's a certain word for it, the selfless approach, I suppose, for Black Panther. I can live with that a little bit more personally, to see that as opposed to what I typically end up seeing in my own games, to be fair. But it is working for the Uncles, and it is nice to see a little bit more of that tension and threat, and honestly, forcing out some of those like bigger cooldowns, especially when Loki's been so prevalent today. It's so key, and it's so important, and especially with these turrets available too. It's weird because we're not used to seeing just this much freedom of choice, I suppose, for the Punisher and the Loki from what we've seen from Ignite. I'm probably not going to see it in the future as well, with Phoenix being on the board, destroying some of these more like objectables. You know what I mean? Items.
Deployables.
Deployable, that's the word. My brain is mush today.
Well, we're going to be following Balas. Let's see if he can find and burn out some more of those resources. Step number 1 is burning down the Punisher's culling turret, as Pink is sitting atop of that one and using it to hold and slow the Uncle's push around that corner. Out goes the turret, and they know that the Panther's in the backline too. Art comes under so much pressure in the frontline brawl, however, and Pluvia find a very fast first pick. Into a second. The catch on the Panther is brutal.
I mean, it's a hell of a shot in the end. And now with 10 seconds left, like, Uncles are in that sort of like no man's land. You can't contest over with a Strange. I don't think in time for Blast it was an awkward switch over, so I don't think there's going to be enough about it. And Pluvia able to sort of win out in the end. It was looking like it was going to finish on this first point pretty early on, but finishing out the map not only once, but able to do it a little bit more on the second go, means that they're able to take Central Park first.
Yeah, I think it's really unfortunate. Blast kind of like sees that Vestas gets taken down, but the AMER is already over 52% to the Psionic Seduction, and you kind of don't want to give up that ultimate charge because Psionic Seduction is such a key ultimate in fights where everyone is stacked and having to brawl on top of an objective in overtime. So what ends up happening is that Blast throws himself into a position where he can potentially get picked, goes down incredibly quickly so that he can swap to the Strange and then try and TP odds into a position where you can use Diamond Form and use the damage reduction off of the back of it to maybe stall out long enough on the objective for the rest of your team to be able to follow on through. But unfortunately, none of that happens. The Strange TP comes out, the Emma comes through it, but it's not in time to actually touch on to the points that overtime doesn't activate. Yeah,
it's a good map so far for both these teams. Good sort of first showing, I think, as well. Like, on either case, I think for Uncles here, you're still going to be not too upset with how that one went. It didn't feel like it was super one-sided out of your hands. I think it is a fully randomized map as well for the first choice, so it's not as if it was a problem that fell flat on its face. And you do have that choice to work with now, but it is... this the frustrating part of the tournament, I suppose, where it's like you're looking at teams that, yeah, if they're playing up against Exoblivion, you're sort of going, okay, they're the team that should be winning this on paper. If they lose it, it's more of an upset. These are teams that's like, they're both good, they're both promising, but one of them has to go home. That's the sad approach to it. But at the very least, we get a bit more of this best of 5, and hopefully enough for Uncles to come back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw some real glimmers of light coming on through from the Uncles. They had some really good synergy, some really good pocket plays as well coming through to make sure that Final Judgments got the value that it did. Hero moments too, with things like Vastas on that Emma Frost being able to find those kicks and also open up with Psionic Seductions and get to play into things like the Kraken Impact follow through as well. But it's always going to be rough when you're playing like soft dive. It's very, very effective when you're the defense because you slow your opponent from making those inroads to the point, and then you can win the brawl fight when you have the numbers. Their strategy very much was disrupt their opponent, build that Loki ultimate faster, use it aggressively, push them back to their spawn, off of that one-sided fight, have ultimates and resources to get the better end of the stick in the fight that comes afterwards. And that works really well on the defense, but not so well, unfortunately, on the attack, because all the defending team needs to do is understand, hey, they're one person down. What if we just walk forward and take a better numbers fight?
Yeah, we'll have the second map coming up. I can reveal it is Symbiotic Surface as we're looking towards like the bank, I suppose, of games to sort of catch up and look through it. So the Uncle's taking us to another Convergence map, and it feels like these are always the tricky maps. You know, if you want to go up against a team that you're the underdog for, Domination could be a good shot because it means that a couple good fights, a little bit of luck here or there, you might be able to pull through. But if you're any of these two teams, you don't want luck to be a factor. You want it to be, have you got the better draft? Are you the better prepared with your comps, with your engagements where you're taking fights? So it is interesting to see teams knowingly take us to the likes of a Convergence map, especially when you have free choice to take us literally anywhere other than Central Park.
Yeah, Symbiotic Surface definitely feels like it's becoming a little bit of a favorite, but as we head towards Symbiotic Surface, we're going to be taking a little bit of a short break before we arrive.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it out. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are stand up for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New day smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it out. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals
into darkness.
You might have seen from the graphic that we've diverted paths a little bit. We're heading on back up to the upper bracket game, which is Exoblivion going up against Chemistry. Now, this is important for a lot of reasons. Not only will it confirm us our first grand finalist for tomorrow, Moxie, whoever wins this will be part of Season 2 Ignite, so there's plenty to play for. We've spoken a lot about the big prize pool, and in fact, any one of you could qualify for this tournament and set up a faction from pretty much any point up from gold and above to, like, platinum. But it's like, this is what the teams are really playing for. It feels like just that first spot on the board for Ignite, and especially for Exoblivion, that missed it last time. They don't want to make that same mistake twice.
Yeah, I mean, if you get that first spot too, way less pressure for tomorrow. You're just like, okay, we can place where we place. We know we're qualified for Ignite, so we can start working immediately towards Ignite, because working towards Ignite, already you're going to be doing things differently. Like, if you're practicing for MLC, when you scrim, you're going to be on standard bans, which is going to limit the amount of teams that you can practice against too, because a lot of the Ignite teams are probably going to want to just scrim teams on the advanced system. If you manage to qualify, you can then immediately start scrimming those teams. That might be a little bit more challenging, and challenging scrims means that you get more learning opportunities, both to see what, you know, the teams above you are doing, but also you get to see whether or not what you're doing is going to be able to work, because when you're put against a team that you're just significantly better than, I mean, we even saw in some of the qualifying rounds for the very first cycle of MLC. Some of the compositions that people played Ryan, they didn't want to give strats away, so we even had a couple of people like strategist mains on duelist roles.
Yeah, just to make it so the teams can't really prepare for their opponent. And so the first map is almost like we're back in Ignite. It's going to be a domination map of Benim T'Challa. We still have that old draft system in place too. Chemistry looking to take up the torch. Yeah, no real surprise with what we've seen from Alligator and Intent so far on those agents.
Yeah, and Exoblivion are actually going to be immediately removing the Wolverine before saving that AMER Frost, as we've seen from the last couple of maps, right? Exoblivion like keeping a Vanguard in the back pocket, as Chemistry are going to be saving that Psylocke in case Exo try to put anything else up into the air, as well as banning out the Punisher if they want to put something into the sky themselves.
Yeah, it almost feels like the Psylocke Protect is a good one, because it feels like if Exoblivion want to put stock on the Emma Frost, you want to make sure that you're getting the Psylocke for that team up at the same time too. If you want to go for other duelist options, you might not get as much value from them in particular, but we're seeing a Bucky band out as well as the protection over on Luna. Loki is still currently available for both teams. I don't know if it would be for the better interest of Exoblivion if they want to take out the Loki as a final ban, just to maintain some control over like that strategist backline.
Well, I feel like that's why Chemistry are also going with the Iron Man save, because now Exo are kind of like forced, right? Do you ban the Ultron, which is going to weaken the Iron Man? But then it means that Loki is still left. Or do you leave the Ultron and take the Loki out? It's going to be neither. They're actually going to remove the Magneto, and I think that's actually a very smart decision, because we saw what Lettuce was able to do with the Meteor M's, and the first time the Chemistry matched up against Ascended, every single time getting not just one pick, but two. And with EXO having both the Loki and the Luna, both wanting to use Fate of Both Worlds, you don't want Meteor M on the field.
Not at all. It's going to be a case of seeing Lettuce over on the Captain America, which I don't think that we saw all that much in the end from Chemistry. It's not that it wasn't good, it just felt like the Magneto was on the board so often in that series against Ascended that if it's available, you're always going to pick it in this case. So it means that for him, T'Challa, that Domination King of the Hell map is going to be our first look, and I'm not going to scare people. I'm not going to like jinx it, because it could obviously change. But right now, I can reveal, because we're flying around the maps currently, there are Black Panthers on both sides, on both teams. Alligator's got it locked in, as does Henkin.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it until spawn doors are open because they baited me once and that's one swapped off already. As Oligator is off of the Black Panther and onto the Starlord. Henkin, it looks like, is actually going to be committing to this, however, as Exo are going to be having Ash open up on that Strange to open up a fight onto Chemistry with a portal. They decide actually to just use it to get into a better position so Oligator can start breaking a lot of these places on the map and scouting out where Chemistry, both the Starlord, the Captain America, and where the Panther could potentially be coming from before he swaps over to the Captain America.
Yeah, it seemed that he was on the Starlord expecting to see the Iron Man come out because it was protected from Chemistry, but no. It is more of a bit of a passive him approach, I suppose, with having like this double dive alongside the Captain America. Lettuce has a lot to do if he's trying to cosplay Polly in these engagements, but he's taken a good chunk of damage for the most part. It's really now a case of the point looking to go in the direction of Chemistry, at least to begin with. But Exoblivion doing a little bit more damage as a Vayne. It's more contesting it to just keep things alive, but Chemistry looking to take the point first.
Yeah, Exoblivion used regen domain first, but it's off point, so Chemistry were able to anchor across it on the AMER there, but it's not going to last as Exo, just with full control of all of the off angles to the point itself, consolidate their presences, winning their 1v1s and managing to win out the team fight just off of the numbers that's left on the point itself afterwards. Allura is going to have a Fate of Both Worlds copy in hand too, as we can actually see that it's a Cap versus Cap fight currently. Intent waiting to see whether or not they can pick someone off who tried to come on through and make it a little bit of a lesser 1 versus 1. And he even has the Dance of the Butterflies, not necessarily needing to utilize it, as that projection has already been burned from the side of Exo, and they back off and give Chemistry a little bit more room to walk through these chokes.
I mean, Exoblivion just stealing it almost, really. It's the scene that Chemistry was going to take the point first. Now, Dance to the Butterflies might be looking to be ready. It might not even be needed, to be fair. Diving over onto the Emma Frost, but the regen domain is going to be used to keep people alive. But much like last time, it's used off the point. So Alligator trying to go up for the high ground. The Silent Seduction is good at Polymain, as is the Fate of Both Worlds, keeping his targets alive and kicking, at least for the time being. But the Dance of the Butterflies waiting until the potential end of it as Chemistry, seeing if they can find a little bit more success. The freeze is good from the absolute zero, but honestly it feels like nothing is going Chemistry's way all too much. They're having to dedicate more and more. Fate of Both Worlds and then the Freedom Charge used from Lettuce. It still doesn't feel like I'm seeing any Exoblivion names in the feed on the right hand side. They're managing to stay alive and survive and keep progression ticking. It's almost at 3/4 now.
Yeah, 24 seconds has bypassed, with the Lunar and Loki's have finished their ultimates, and Galactic Legends even actually came through from Henkin, but get shut down by Missouri with the Psionic Seduction. And Exo are also going to be able to find a couple of these staggers. Like you said, the fight going on as long as it did has brought so much point percentage for Exo. Chemistry, if they want another fight, it's going to be off of a Strange TP, and you can already see Exo reading into that, get so much more aggressive, pushing all the way up to spawn. So they can have intense scout and call out whether or not there's going to be a Strange. As someone tried to get past, we saw a little bit of presence from Chemistry side onto the point itself, but Intent walks past the Vanguards, wants the pick onto Alo, and in the meantime, they're just too scattered. No one can wrangle together a contest, and Exo 100-0 in the first round on Stellar Spaceport.
That was a bizarre first point, Moxie. It felt like at that point Chemistry had done enough of like, okay, yeah, Exoblivion forced to use the regen domain off the point, Chemistry win the fight, Chemistry take the point. It feels a little bit like the is it Mr. Incredible meme of just where he's got the page up of like forced regen domain, win the fight, Exoblivion take the point, Exoblivion take the point. Like, it felt like they just took it and then able to hold it onto 100% in the end. It was honestly just not enough. It felt that Exoblivion stole it and were able to hold on to it, and there wasn't really a clean fight for Chemistry to take past that point.
Yeah, so the problem for Chemistry was while they had point control, point hadn't unlocked, and Exo's players, even though they're very split on all of the angles and spread thin, they're very self-sufficient. Oligato has the Idle Aura coming on through as well, so that every single time the Luna heals, we're getting a little bit of that trickle. We've got the iframes on the Solar Shift. Our Psylocke's always going to have the movement to just get over towards those health packs, as is Ash. As Allura is not going to have any movement for the next couple of moments, as a huge opening TP comes out from Chemistry's side, just catching on to the Loki, which is something that we saw utilized time and time again against that fight against Ascended.
Psylocke looking to go for a fight, see if anybody's overextended, as the Iron Fist is going to be in play from Henk, and he seems to be just going for a little bit more of a I will play every melee character today at some point challenge, and so far it seems to be working, but it's more of a Hail Mary, I suppose, for Chemistry, who seems to be similar to the last point of win that first engagement, have something to go off, and he's able to find that first pick onto Oligator. The problem, however, is that everybody else is so low on the side of Chemistry that it's easy pickings for the rest of Exoblivion.
Yeah, Sector's Fate of Both Worlds is still going through, and Exo are still able to get the better of that second part of the fight. Lettuce now is going to be hopping on over to the Hulk. Henken off of the Iron Fist over towards the Namor, so we can keep up pressure on both the Psylocke and the Star-Lord in the sky with the Monstro Squids coming on through. As Allura does have the God of Mischief to match up against Baka. Can Chemistry find an opening pick though? Can they finally connect and punish Ash, who tries to come on through and just disrupt every single time Chemistry wants to start making a rotation? Freedom Charge comes out from the Captain America, and we just run right back into the safety of our own regeneration domain. And in the meantime, Chemistry burned the God of Mischief for this one. Allura is holding on to theirs.
Fight awkward now. Is the Fate of Both Worlds going to keep things swinging for the most part? We do have the Horn of Proteus coming through, and it does connect really nicely onto Oligator. Pretty much a clean sweep, bringing him down to the depths. Henken giving some signs of life for Chemistry. It's been literally the same thing playing out on the last map, where they've been so close to taking a point. Now, for the first time, Moxie, they're actually able to get their hands on it.
Okay, Chemistry should be able to scout out both the Star-Lord and the Psylocke. The problem for them is they have to respect the ultimates that Exo have up. If Exo go fast with both Dance of the Butterflies and Galactic Legend, Chemistry don't have a defensive against it. They don't have God of Mischief, and they don't even have the Luna ultimate up either. So they're going to have to open up with a Sonic Seduction just to give themselves a little bit of breathing room and prevent Exo from taking the fight and just winning off of ultimates alone. Exo understand this, and they just disengage and come back in with their own Sonic Seduction once Chemistry's finished.
Yeah, managing to pull people out of position, and this is looking a lot more clean from Exoblivion. It's been a scramble for Chemistry to just get 33% on the board. And it's really now just a case of stalling out the Bruce Banner. Lettuce wanted to sort of get by on the Hulk, trying to jump off the map, but instead picked up, thrown across, has to do it again. He's only just gone down.
He's only just gone down, like you said. Yeah, that's really unfortunate, because the longer Chemistry wait to take this fight, the closer Exo gets to building Freedom Charge, which is going to give them all of the health bar necessary to live. The Dance of the Butterflies coming on through. Oligato's also building up very quickly to that next Galactic Legend, and Baka's already down before Chemistry can utilize the God of Mischief to have an advantage over their opponent. Exo get aggressive. Oligato gets taken down. A good Carbon Crush comes through from CrossFit, and the Dance of the Butterflies was utilized from Twitzy in the backline to take advantage of the split that Exo had put themselves into.
More of a back and forth at the very least, but 99% on the board for Exoblivion means that no chance for Chemistry if they make a mistake here. They have enough to fall back on if they're needed to, certainly from anything to keep themselves alive. And just stall out for a little bit more time, as that's going to be the name of the game. And so far, no ultimates actually to sort of stem the fight, other than Henken potentially with the Horn of Proteus. But he's more just interested in keeping his distance away from Exoblivion that are looking for the dive.
Yeah, this time around, Chemistry have Strategist ultimates as defensive. Ash utilizes the Freedom Charge to chase Henken off of the angle, forcing the regen domain too. Has to turn around to make sure that his team are killed for, because Lettuce committed in with that Hulk. As we see, unfortunately, Henken goes for the Horn of Proteus, but Alo's been taken down. It's off of the back of a setup from Baka with the God of Mischief, rather than the Luna themselves, and Exo still having both of the Strategists alive and the Fate of Both Worlds. After Chemistry has abated, are going to be able to get the better end of this fight. Surely it's just a matter of cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, how much more can Chemistry do off this? not really going to have enough bodies to go and contest onto the point either. So Exoblivion taking this first map in pretty dominant fashion, but it feels like to do that, they had to win out a lot of those key engagements, and I don't know if it's too much of a mistake that you can hold against Chemistry, but just those first couple of fights that they were winning and then still weren't able to take the point, felt like you can't be doing that against a team like Exoblivion.
I mean, it's just tough because, like we talked about, right, EXO are running heroes that are incredibly strong even if they're spread thin in terms of the map. Sometimes you can take advantage of teams that are split and just walk on them when you have a better numbers advantage with your main core. But it was a very sort of similar composition that both of the teams are playing, and it really just goes to show that EXO have an understanding of it's not necessarily the first part of the fight that you need to win on domination, it's when the point unlocks that you need to be able to win out those spaces. And even from the beginning on Style Spaceport, where they came through with the strange TP, not to go aggressively onto one of Chemistry's players, but to better set themselves up for an angle to prevent Chemistry from gaining space, so that Oligator got a much better angle to play himself safely into and sustain himself, getting to play that high ground, getting access to the health pack, so if he runs out of iframes on his Stellar Shift, he's always got somewhere to recuperate. It sort of goes to show how macro level Exoblivion were really approaching the map itself.
Yeah, it was just tight gameplay for the most part, and like if you've got a 10 getting 12 final blows, only going down twice and having 24 eliminations total, it's a hell of a performance. Like, I knew that he was going to be one to watch for the squad, but the damage that he's been able to do is just insurmountable to teams, and it feels like we've barely scratched the surface of how good this guy is.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at the amount of times that the backline went down, Allura 4 times, yes, but Sector 3 in comparison to Backer on the Loki with 6 and Alo 5. And we've talked, you know, in the past for the matches when we've seen Chemistry about how surviving the backline for Chemistry actually is. A lot of the time they've had the lowest number of KOs from their side in terms of revisiting that respawn point. And EXO were just able to find those picks time and time again off of the movement that Oligator and Intent were able to pull off with Starlord and Psylocke.
Yeah, it feels, I think against teams like this, having the Loki and the Luna just be so readily available, I'm really surprised that it's not been hit more. And Moxie, like, it feels like if you're gonna give teams that are like actively playing up against each other, some are even salaried, right? Don't give LeBron the ball. Don't give the strategists the two strategists that they really want to play that are very hard to beat, because even if you're good at them yourself, you can't find a way in. If you can force them onto like an Invisible Woman or a Cloak and Dagger, or even just a bit more Mantis, like we've seen Zero Mantis today, for example, or any like res stuff from Adam Warlock, it just feels that you just have to diff these players, and they're incredibly hard to do that against.
Yeah, and I mean, every single time as well, EXO just had a really good read of the ultimate economy and how they could take the fights, how their opponent would be taking the fights too off of the ultimate economy, right? We talked about, okay, well, Chemistry won the point. They've got the space, but they don't have good ultimate economy, so they have to come through with Psionic Seduction. And you could tell that EXO were anticipating it too, because they literally token resistance. They sort of put one foot past that corner, and then it's immediately pulled back, rescinded, and back around boxes. They retreat, making sure that they have perfect LOS break, so they don't have to worry about Psionic Seduction coming on through. And then they can actually come through with their own Psionic Seduction to catch out the Emma, who's now overextended away from the rest of her team.
I mean, I still believe that this series can give us something, Moxie. I think that we were saying before, like in the break, of like how much is this likely to go to a full 5 mapper, and I don't know how much I feel about Chemistry's chances to take 2 maps to bring us to the end, but I don't think that there's enough. I feel like they're going to take a map at the very least. They'll have the dealer's choice coming into the next map, and if they lose that again for map 3, but I don't expect nor hope that this would be a swift 3-0. But off that first map, EXO Clan know how important this game is, and they're taking no prisoners.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of feels as well like maybe Chemistry came into this thinking it's okay to leave the Psylocke on the table, because like both of these teams, when Psylocke came into play, it was like, okay, how do we reinforce our Psylocke? They were more than happy to take the Psylocke 1 versus 1, but it does feel like EXO were able to get the better of it, because one, we didn't see the Psylocke 1v1s. A lot of the time it was just team resources, Psylocke's fighting in other spaces, and it was down to like Oligator to go clear the lane against the Psylocke, so that Intent can go off and keep the pressure on the backline or farm down to the butterflies off of the vanguards. I think as we move into the next part of the series, maybe we move away. I know Twixie is very, very good at the Psylocke, but they're also really, really good at the flyers. The problem for Chemistry is that you don't want to put Twixie on the torch for a reason. You're instant banning the torch, one of your strongest heroes, against EXO, because you're worried about what Intent can do with him too.
I mean, I think if you're worried about what Intent could do on the hero that you're playing, you're just going to be miserable, because if you're given Doctor Strange, I'm still think he'd be threatening enough on it in the right hands. But yeah, it's a tricky old one. I think for Intent as well, like not even like leading on damage. I think Oligator just had him beat by 700, I think total, but it's more like with any good Psylocke player, the lethality of it. Every single damage of that 14, almost 15k that Intent did was leading to an elimination. It's not just your trash damage that is going to get healed up. It's meant to take somebody out, and the 12 final hits, it took plenty of people out.
Yeah, 12 final hits in comparison to Twixie, who was holding that own somewhat coming on through, but you can definitely tell, even though the damage was very similarly spread across, it was Intent getting the better, and part of that as well is the fact that EXO were able to get the better of a lot of those fights, force the resources from Chemistry out earlier before the fights even began, so when you commit your Psylocke in, regen domain's already gone, or you know, maybe the strategist ultimates have been finished, so you can just hold Dance of the Butterflies and count from 12 to 0 and understand that's your moment, now you take it.
Yeah, I'm just double checking exactly. I don't know if it's final call for today necessarily with this map, or whether it's the series that we're watching, because we have a little bit more action that's sort of going on either alongside this game or is going to be continuing on a little bit later, because we do have these two teams, both of which will be showing up again tomorrow, so at least there's that. Because we'll see one in the grand final, one in the losers bracket final, and then there is of course like the 4th place match, which was featuring I believe it was Uncles actually that won that series against Pluvia for reverse sweep to win that 3-1, and then Ascended as well. So I think I'm just double checking with production whether that's going to be a continue on, because usually we'd throw to a break, but I haven't heard anything just yet, to be honest. So I don't know how much what the plan is going to be here from here on necessarily, but I guess your question I had for you, Moxie, is like, does this feel like, are you happy with the action that you've seen from Marvel Rivals and EMEA yet? Because these are teams that we don't typically get to see all too much this stage, certainly up until like Ignite, for example, but it feels like we've got a lot of strong teams outside of the firm favorites, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly really happy with how EMEA is doing as a region, because like you said, we've got a lot of incredibly strong teams in Ignite. I know there's also a lot of shuffling going on in rosters with a lot of players from those teams publicly looking for LFTs on their socials. But what we're already getting to see from the championship is that there's a lot of these players who are almost ready, I would say, to take that next step and move into Ignite and also be able to challenge them, right? We've definitely been able to see some significant talent be developed and players really making a name for themselves, not just on one hero, but on multiple, showcasing the variety and flexibility that you really have to have in the esports scene, given the ban system that we have in place.
Yeah, I'm just sort of double checking on some of the other scores as well. Not giving spoilers for the games that we're seeing at the moment, because why would I do that? There's going to be so much more to like watch with how these teams are playing. But yeah, we are actually calling it for there. So I would say, I would make an argument actually, an executive decision, because we are not following on with this series, is to have a look at exactly some of the other action that's happening at the moment. You can go in game and watch it. There are other people, for example, like Day, who's a caster as well here for EMEA, that is continuing on to watch the action that is unfolding. And it's a pretty big game, I think, for Chemistry and Exoblivion, right? It feels like almost mean to just leave them at this point. But a sort of recap of the results that we've seen. This, I believe, was from around 12 Moxie, where we saw the upper bracket games, Exoblivion beating Pluvia in Chemistry, and then Dawncore losing surprisingly to Steam Engines, which I think was actually a Chrono team. So that's I think they changed their name in the tournament for various reasons, but we also see confirmation of the games that we missed out a little bit earlier, right? Pluvia losing to the Uncles 3-1, despite them winning the first map. The Uncles actually having a nice bounce back. They are currently playing at the moment, I think, as well. So it's Ascended versus the Uncles in that lower bracket semi-final, I guess it would be, but that sort of third, fourth place finish. And we get to see a little bit of the action. Like I said, all of this is still ongoing. You can go watch the games yourself in-game if you'd like to. But I also would say that there are plenty of esports related people within the community that are doing watch parties that you can still earn the magic skin from watching them. There's going to be somebody that's watching along to see how these games end, right?
Yeah, there are some amazing games still to come. Like Ryan said, if you want to watch them in the in-game playing too, there's a wonderful match chat that you can sort of cheer along and support with everybody, which is really fun because I believe the team managers also get access to that, as we've seen some of them drop there and here to say hello and thank everyone for the support. But it's been a wonderful day of Marvel Rivals Esports, Ryan. We've got to see some notable players who you definitely want to take a note of to see how they're going to be evolving as the esports scene itself continues to evolve, because we've got another new season coming up, we've got a huge new patch coming up, we've got a new hero and a new map too, so things are definitely not going to be getting stale anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would only say for the Vanguard players, it's a little bit more sad. Just everything seems, you've got, like, we've seen so much good Wolverine action, and he's getting buffed. He's getting a team up with Phoenix.
The thing can fly now, okay? You can counter Torch, you can counter Iron Man. Finally, Vanguards aren't going to feel entirely useless into a flyer composition.
But can you counter Mach 10 Wolverine that is now on fire and gets lifesteal as well?
Yeah, okay, maybe not.
I mean, regardless, it's going to be interesting to watch, and we're seeing some of the action for this stage, and like for not even tier 2, but tier 1.5, I guess, for EMEA, as we're seeing some of the teams fighting for a spot in Ignite. And like you said, I think a really good point to mention is just not having to go through like that draft system of, well, speaking of which, Phoenix, of course, going to be available in game from next week, I think. I mean, the year is flying by, so going to see a lot more of the action from Phoenix Blade next month in August. So, I mean, that says a lot, right? If you qualify for Ignite now, today, Moxie, you can have time enough to prepare for Phoenix, but also Blade when they're originally added. That's how much time you get to prepare.
Well, speaking about something that's been added, these two costumes are already available in-game right now. Captain America's Captain Clinton and Spider-Man Future Foundation. So if you're a Peter Parker main, or if you want to be disrupting a backline as Captain America, but you don't want to play Venom because you're worried about Carbon Crushers, that's the costume for you to be able to grab. But I mean, one of the costumes you absolutely want to make sure that you've got your hands on is our Ignite Twitch Drops Will of Galacta magic costume, because that's going to be leaving on July 16th, and once it's gone, you're never going to be able to get it again. So make sure you're showing your love and support for esports while also keeping on top of your collection.
Yeah, just having a little bit more tuned in, because it's not going to be available. I imagine something else would be available for the mid-season finals, but this isn't going to be the case. And you have got America's action happening a little bit later. It has been more of like a marathon of games. It almost feels like more of a celebration of the championship sort of scene, right? We saw Asia playing a little bit early with some of the games, and America should be starting in a fair few hours, I would imagine. But I want to keep reiterating, this game, really important, Exoblivion versus Chemistry happening currently. You can watch yourselves, but I also would recommend watching people and earning that skin from just watching other community people, whether it's some of the pros, whether it's players from other teams and stuff. It's worth watching because this matters a lot to these players.
Yeah, unfortunately, I believe that's all the time that we have, Ryan. So it has been an absolute pleasure to be able to bring you more Marvel Rivals esports action. I've been Moxie. This has been the wonderful Ryan Central. And from all of us here at the Marvel Rivals Championship for EMEA, thank you and good night, everybody.